Greetings, true believers. It's time. It's Max Payne 3 time. That's right. It's an all new episode of Yeah, I've Played. My name is Matt Hall.
And I'm Andrew Taylor.
And I'm Jordan Hill.
Like I said, Max Payne 3. We are going through all of the Remedy games, and this is kind of a satellite title because it's not technically a Remedy game.
Boo! It's the worst Max Payne game. It's stupid. I hate it. It's Grand Theft Auto.
If you haven't seen it yet, be sure to check out parts 1 and 2, of this series where we cover Max Payne 1 and 2, and also we have covered Alan Wake and Control in I think like a 15-hour video series.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time on Control.
It's been a lot of Control.
I think it's like 7.5 hours on Control and like 5 on Alan Wake.
Yeah,
After this,
easy.
unless we take up Death Rally, all we have left is Quantum Break, and we have played, I think, all of the Remedy games.
Yeah, well, and then what's right around the time this drops, there will be soon after the Crossfire X story campaign, which was written and developed by Remedy.
That's going to be dropping?
Yeah.
All right, we're going to have to check that out.
I think that's an Xbox exclusive.
Oh, okay.
Damn it.
Sweet.
Well, maybe
I'm sure it'll be on Game Pass.
Yeah, I was going to say, hopefully it'll be on Game Pass.
It will be on Game Pass.
Yes!
On Xbox.
Oh, shit.
Shit! I have the Xbox app on Windows 10. Does that count?
You have Game Pass for PC.
No, I have an Xbox app.
It's Game Pass for
the
PC.
same thing?
It's Game Pass. I have Game Pass for PC.
There's also an Xbox app.
Yeah, I'm
There's
using
an
the
Xbox app, but it's
to use Game Pass for PC on my computer.
Weird.
it's Game Pass for PC, presented by Xbox.
Yeah, pretty soon
good
though, Microsoft's going to own everything. So,
I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I don't care. They haven't really done anything wrong, and I think that mega conglomerates are inevitable, and we can only hope that they'll be kind to us peasants.
merciful.
Please.
Especially if we appear praising them in our little humble gaming videos.
Yeah, I agree.
So is that what we're here to talk about today, or?
Yes, so Max Payne 3, it was developed by Rockstar Studios and published by Rockstar Games. Originally slated for release in 2009, the game was delayed until 2012 when it landed on the PS3, Xbox 360, and PC, with an OS X port arriving 1 year later. Taking place 9 years after the events of Max Payne 2, the game sees Max as a retired police officer who spends most of his time drinking and taking pills. After being involved in a brutal shootout in a New Jersey bar, Max joins up with Raul Passos to become a private security contractor in South America, employed by the Bronco family. And that's pretty much it.
That's the whole game. All right, thanks for watching, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Shorter game.
Well, I think it's better to have the videos not be 5 hours long.
Yeah, I think everybody hates it.
Audience retention. Yeah, a lot more engagement.
Yeah, a little water retention. Before we get into the story, I do want to first bring up, unless you have any opening statements.
Might be my favorite Max Payne game, but let's get back to that. I really like this one.
I want to talk about the gameplay and the graphics.
All right.
So first off, this game is a third-person cover shooter in a way. I wouldn't call it a cover shooter necessarily in the same way that like a God of War is not Gears of War.
Gears of War,
Yeah.
Gears of God.
God of Gears.
God Hand. It's not, but it inevitably, being a 2012 third-person shooter, there is a little cover system, a little snap cover system, which I didn't play any games like that until like 2020.
Oh, okay.
I missed that whole era because I just thought Gears of War. I played it for like 5 minutes when it came out, and I was like, "This is not for me right now." Put it down.
Right in the heart of it. We loved Gears of War,
Dude. Those games hit us hard.
Yeah, and we were absolutely. I played a lot of cover shooters back in the day.
So this was. How did it feel? Sorry.
I'm like to get like just to flesh out our background more. Like you played some Call of Duty. I played no Call of Duty, but we played a ton of Halo. And then Gears came around, and it was kind of like more gritty Halo, and it was just awesome. So we played the fuck out of those. I'm interested to see what you thought. Gears 1 came out, I think, a couple years, like 3 years before Max Payne 3.
At least.
I think it did the snapping a little bit.
Like 07.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or 9 or something. I think it did that snap cover shooting a little bit more fluidly, but
And Max
again,
Payne you thought was more fluid?
no, I thought Gears was.
Gears was more fluid, okay.
Yeah, there's a couple things that I found myself doing from muscle memory from playing Gears of War so often that did not work in Max Payne 3. Granted, it's a different game; it doesn't have the same controls.
Yeah.
But I think it would have been things that would have been implemented if they, if time had passed and it had been made a couple of years later. Just quality of life stuff, like being able to squat down while you're behind cover standing. That's something that I'm just like very used to doing in those kind of games that you can't in this one. Not to pick it apart, I thought it still worked pretty well.
Yeah, I feel like the reality is with a lot of cover fire shooters, I feel like they all have their flaws and they all have things they get right. But I haven't really played a game where it feels good.
Like
and
perfect?
Max Payne 3 like kind of fell right into that too. Because what Andrew was talking about with Gears 1 is if there's a bit of distance between you and your cover and you slam X, you'll kind of get pulled to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
You know
like a
what I
snap
mean?
cover system.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like with Max Payne 3, that kind of exists, but there can't be very much distance between you and the cover.
Yeah.
Right.
You kind of have to
Also-
get there on your own, and which I imagine you'll get to this in a minute, but with the running system being kind of awkward, which is like a pretty standard Rockstar thing,
Yeah.
it kind of makes it difficult to get to cover.
Yeah.
And then I noticed if you get to like an L cover where it's a wall, kind of where you're on the wall and then there's another one here. I've noticed a lot of games get this wrong too, so it's not just Max Payne 3.
Snap to the wrong
But
one.
you snap to this wall, and then you're like right in the corner, so
Yeah.
you should be able to shoot around the corner, but you
Oh,
just start
yeah.
shooting the wall.
Yeah.
Or sometimes he'll still, if it's a two-handed gun that he's like holding up against him, aiming vertically. Sometimes you
He'll
just start shooting up.
into the
Yeah,
ceiling.
I
I'm like,
ran into that a little
damn
bit.
it.
there are a few of
Max.
those bugs, but I don't want to like shit on Max Payne 3 for that because I've run into that in a lot of cover shooter games.
Yeah, there's just some
Yeah.
angles that
I feel
they
like
can't-
people just nobody's nailed it yet.
Well,
think.
I think it's gotten. I think a lot of games have moved away from that style in
Yeah.
recent years. Like,
Control doesn't really.
no, although Quantum
all.
Break does use kind of an awkward snap cover system.
Oh,
No
Okay.
kidding.
Yeah,
The
that's a
Army of-
2016 game, I believe.
Army of Two is another game that had a lot of the snap cover and like the cover
Yeah.
fire system, and like that one too, similar in the sense where like it worked most of the time,
Yeah.
but every now and then you'd run into those issues where you just start shooting straight in the air or into a wall.
Yeah, the first one I really enjoyed was Spec Ops: The Line, which I do want to cover on the show eventually. I thought that game had that style down really fluidly.
Okay.
Maybe more so than anything else I've ever played. And then at the same time I was playing that, I started playing Binary Domain, which is the Yakuza studio trying to do an American-style third-person shooter with like a
Okay.
weird sci-fi sort of theme. It is a very difficult game to get through. I need to finish it because I love that studio and I want to just see like what happened.
Yeah,
But yeah, I don't know. It's not like a genre or like a major game mechanic that I love, but it didn't mar Max Payne for me at all. And
No.
I found that like I didn't use a ton of cover unless it was like there's some scenarios where say like you're in like an office and there's like a row of desks. And then you kind of got no choice but to be
Yeah.
behind cover because there's pretty much nothing but cover in front of you.
or in like the train station.
Yeah.
Towards the end, where kind of you're kind of stuck in a little office. You
Yeah.
have to shoot
It's a
through
little
the
like
windows.
siege moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moments like that you had to, but I agree where it didn't, even if it had sucked really hard, it wouldn't have really affected my gameplay because I didn't use it a ton.
Right. So you did mention the running. What did you guys all play with controller?
I did.
Yes, I did, yeah.
So if you're playing with controller, I believe this game does. I tried. I think I mentioned I used keyboard and mouse. I used my mouse on some of the slow-mo sections
Oh, okay.
where you need to like headshot like 5 guys or else you fail. I just couldn't. I don't know. I couldn't get my sensitivity down where I was really able to nail quick headshots always with a
the controller?
controller.
Because even with the soft lock, it kind of locks you to their torso.
Yeah,
and you have to
I had to
pull
turn
up
off
and it
soft
kind of
lock. I
fights
thought it would
you.
help because
It does
I've already
not,
played the game. I
no.
wanted to like get through it faster.
Yeah.
And soft lock was slowing me down.
I
Really?
found that because it seems like even with free aim, you have a little bit of aim assist still. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, super mild.
But like, so I felt like free aim was the way to go for me.
Really, I kept it on the entire time.
How were your headshots?
I got pretty solid at them. I did develop. I started developing a technique with it. This is a game that, I struggled at first, especially. I mean, we're gonna talk about the first third, and how it was not quite rocky, but the second and third parts of this game are just so much better. But I really kept feeling like the game wasn't teaching me how to play it. That's what I wrote that down as a note.
Yeah,
in
I would
the
agree with
first
that.
Third. I was like, I don't know if it wants me to stay behind cover and snipe guys, or if it wants me to run in. I didn't know what to do.
I feel like
You
it
do
kind
get
of
through that, though.
allows you to create your own play style a little bit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because if you want to, you can play it like the first two games where it is just kind of run and gun.
Yeah,
You know what I
you
mean?
bust
You're just kind
in,
of going
shoot,
through.
dodge,
You
kill
don't
everybody.
stop or slow down. You know what I mean? Or you can stop and hang out and get the little collectibles and stuff. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And go through it slowly. But
I think that's correct. Except I don't think that until like mission 4
yes,
you actually get to do that because the first 3
Agreed.
missions are so unique and not indicative of the rest of the gameplay
Yeah.
that it's like you keep going, oh wait, it's this kind of game now or is it
Yes.
this kind of game now? But we'll get into that. What I want to say about the running is, so you hold A to run. What I found myself doing was like using my like middle finger to control from my left hand.
Yes.
While my thumb would usually control the camera stick. I was like bringing my finger over and like controlling the camera with like my left hand.
Yeah.
As I was, and so I was kind of like, I don't know if you can see on the camera here. I was like doing like one of these. You can't see it at all. But you can imagine like bringing a finger over to like manipulate the right thumbstick from your left hand. Did you guys do that? It felt really weird that I was doing it.
no, I do
caught
the same
myself. I was
thing
like, what?
Because that's the same running mechanic you have in like all the Grand Theft Auto games.
Oh,
Like,
is
at least
it?
GTA 4 and 5.
Oh, okay.
You either tap or hold down A in order to sprint or run.
See, I think
never-
tap is good because you can. It's basically like run lock, like
Yeah.
old
It's not
old
run
PC
lock.
games. I know that's what it
Yeah.
should be though. It should be tap A to start running, tap
Yeah.
A to stop running.
I like where you click in one of the sticks, which I understood why you couldn't do that in Max Payne because
Yeah.
they're already assigned to things.
I find I get tired after a while doing that though.
Yeah,
Just like
that's fair.
holding it in for like 20 minutes straight.
But I do the same thing in those games where I start controlling with my index finger and I start doing the reticle like that.
Really?
And I'm
Yeah.
holding it. Yeah, well,
I've never
because
done
you
it like
can't.
that.
If you're just running and holding A and you go to turn a corner, the camera will kind of follow you.
Yeah, but not great,
super well.
especially
do
in
it?
combat.
When you kind of want to look around the corner first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, you're right. I
Yeah.
didn't remember this. I do that. I use a.
Yeah.
Yeah. How the
Not
fuck do I-
immediately, but every now and then you kind of start to just like your hand just does something. You know what I mean? You just kind of keep going.
Yeah, something
Feels
very
awkward.
unnatural because
Yes.
your thumb is supposed to control the thumbstick, but your thumb,
Yeah.
you
That's
can't
the
hit the
name.
A button with anything but your thumb.
No.
Using traditional grip.
Yeah.
How the hell do I'm trying? Because I definitely did this, but I don't remember. I didn't do it the same way you did with my left hand MF finger.
I sometimes would bring my index finger over on top.
Oh, to aim?
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah.
do that. I have to use the thumb to aim. So I keep the one finger to move around my index and the other.
Jesus
You kind of
Christ.
have to contort your hands in order to
Yeah.
run. So I didn't really run a lot.
Only
didn't either.
because the camera doesn't like the camera when you're running, the camera should follow you.
Yeah.
And that's something I did find in Spec Ops. I didn't ever feel that awkwardness of like, shit, I'm running and now the camera I don't know. I think the camera should kind of hug you a little bit and
It should feel like it's almost
like when you're the wolf in Skyrim. You know how the camera like goes in
Oh, yeah,
after
yeah.
you've I don't know what the
that's
fucking
right,
quest
yeah.
is.
Yeah, I don't remember either. We're
The
talking about the wolf god, who is not Hermes Mora.
am I talking about the wolf? I'm talking about the
the
hunters.
yeah.
The hunting
The companions.
the companions. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I think you can join their clique and then eventually all the way up you do get like wolf powers.
Turn into a werewolf. Yeah.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
I'm losing so much. I'm losing so much gamer cred by not remembering the god that you pray to give you that ability.
It's okay. You got a tattoo on your leg. It's all that matters.
I got it. I'll show it later.
It's all the gamer cred.
I have another.
Did we actually get that on camera? I remember you trying to show it.
I don't think we did. We're at a much better angle right now. If we can see this bad boy, it's still gonna be kind of fucked up. Is that on camera? Can you see that with your good eyes?
Yeah.
With your special eyes.
With your
Good
special
always
eyes. This is my
look at
Elder
'em.
Scrolls tattoo. It's my first tattoo I ever got. I have 2 total. It is the birthstone.
Forgets.
It's Frostfall, the month in Elder Scrolls that is the equivalent to the Gregorian calendar's October, which is when I was born. It is the sign of the tower, which if you choose to be born under, Matt's really laughing at my nerdiness over here.
No, I'm just laughing that you holding this position for so long.
My cool. This is like
Point your
a.
toe. Keep your toes
This is like
pointed.
this is a very provocative position, and yeah, that's the year. That's the year. That was the month I was born. So I got.
You're
it as
gonna
a
make
cool
my
tattoo.
cat go crazy.
You're stressing him out.
He really likes it. He really likes Elder Scrolls. I would be remiss to not mention that. Have you guys played Monster Hunter?
No.
Like
Any of them?
Yeah, so long ago.
I believe from at least I haven't played all of them. I've only played one, but I think they're pretty good games. It's just kind of Dark Souls, really. The controls are extremely similar. Very like you got to commit to your attacks and everything. Giant monsters that'll destroy you. There's a phenomenon called the Monster Hunter Claw, where with your one hand you'll be controlling the right stick with your thumb. You then have to bring your index finger in to press buttons while your middle and ring finger are controlling the bumper and trigger.
Oh, okay. So you're doing one of these.
Yeah.
Gang signs.
Like the janitor's wife in Scrubs, he has the crab hands. Somebody will get that reference. But yeah, I find myself doing a similar thing with that running mechanic. But also the camera snaps to the behind you, and actually it's cool. It looks like there's a lot of like handheld cam in this, which looks really. We're gonna get to how the game looks, but maybe if it had stayed stationary, if the camera locked its position when you ran, maybe that would have worked better.
Yeah, I just found when I was like navigating around corners and stuff, it didn't catch up in time in the right position for me to see
would
the enemies.
inevitably.
Whereas if it had locked,
it would, but not in time like I needed it.
Yeah.
I ended up just not using it a ton.
Yeah.
Also,
I
I
didn't
find
run very much at all. That was just really all I did. I'd tap to like
shit.
cross cover and stuff like that. But otherwise, you know what I mean? I'd pretty much...
My cat is doing something. Hold on.
He's doing a no-no. Matt's gonna yell at him and hit him again.
And we're back. I got my cat down from the plant shelf.
It was a peaceful. You played Third Eye Blind's Jumper, and everything worked out.
So the other thing that's different in this game, aside from everything, is there's a weapon wheel. I found myself almost never switching weapons. I didn't realize this until after I was like looking at the. What?
Matt's cat is once again terrorizing him.
He's just sniffing a cup.
No, he was like gnawing at your chair.
Oh,
Yeah, that
he
was
likes to
funny.
eat the chair.
They don't feed him.
I
weapon
found
wheel.
myself almost never using it. It was like, oh, there's a cool gun on the ground. And
Yeah.
I do wonder if it's because this is my second playthrough, so I had unlocked almost all the golden guns.
Okay.
And golden guns, so there's like little collectibles throughout the levels. There's clues and narrative items, which we'll talk about in a minute. And there's also golden gun pieces, and you assemble, I think, between like 2 and 5 or 2 and 4 pieces. Maybe it's all 3.
I think it's just
I
three.
believe they're all three.
For golden
Yeah.
guns. And once you get the golden gun, every time you pick up that type of weapon, it's gold, which looks hilarious.
Baller
It
as
does,
hell.
yeah. It looks very
Especially
silly.
when you have like double gold guns and they're both like tucked
Yeah.
into here and you're just walking around with like gold armpits.
Yeah.
Especially during when you're in the favelas and Max is wearing that like Hawaiian-looking shirt. It's like a real character.
I believe it also has a 10% increase in damage and an increased ammo capacity.
Did you know that?
Yes. Well, because I noticed with the assault rifle specifically, normally you have 30 rounds in a clip. And then when it's golden, you have 40. So you get 10 more rounds. And then damage I didn't notice because I was mostly, going for headshots for the most part.
Yeah.
Unless it was like I had gotten alerted of a challenge, which is another thing the game has is cool, like little fun challenges
The grinds.
that are like, they're called the grinds.
Oh,
You can see in the
right,
start
right.
menu, where it's just like get 250 leg shots, you know what I mean? Shoot someone in the groin 150 times, and
Yeah.
it's like little stuff like that. Watch this many death cameras, and all that shit.
Yeah.
But,
Achievements.
yeah, little
basically.
achievements, that were kind of funny that's the only time I noticed that I would switch weapons is I went back and played through certain chapters, you know what I mean? Just to kind of refresh myself in because they were fun.
Yeah.
And when I was doing those, I would like go to the pause menu, see if I hadn't found any evidence, and it would be like, you need like 5 more kills with a handgun. I'd be like, okay, so I'll switch to my handguns, you know what I mean? I'll use that for a minute, but...
7 more orphaned children to get to the gold level.
Yeah.
You mentioned like carrying the guns under the armpit and stuff. This is like the only game I think I've seen. I know there's 1 or 2 others I'm not thinking of right now that I've played, but when you have a bunch of guns, he's holding all
has
those
the
guns.
guns in
You
the
can
cutscene,
see
yeah.
them.
And
He'll put them under his arm. He has like little side holsters.
Yeah.
He'll like carry it around, and there was one scene that really stood out to me because I had like switched guns, 3 times throughout the level to different rifles, you know what I mean? And you walk into this room, I believe you're in the favelas, and there's just like a metal shelf in front of you, and he takes the gun he's holding in his hand and he sets it down on the shelf
What,
before
really?
he goes to start doing things, which I imagine if you're just holding
yeah.
handguns, you won't do. You know what I mean? You probably keep them holstered
In a
or whatever.
cutscene?
Yeah, in a cutscene.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the guns always translate to the cutscenes too.
Very
Yeah.
cool. Very like there's very little details.
And it's
you know
just
what I
it's
mean?
so
But-
cool that like if you it makes sense that you could have 2 one-handed guns and 1 two-handed gun because you can hold that two-handed gun in your left hand while he shoots with his right. That's fucking
But then
sick.
if you switch to dual wielding, you drop that rifle.
You drop the rifle.
Can't carry it anymore.
Yeah, which is such a cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
realistic.
it's consistent.
You know, I mean, it was great in the first 2 games, just having the 8 guns whenever you want to. But that was more of a product of the time. We don't see that as much anymore, except for with Doom. But yeah, that was a really cool touch.
So I mentioned the narrative items and clues. Every level you have like, find 1 through 6 clues. And
Yeah.
so when you find one, the camera kind of holds on that. You get like a shot, like it cuts away from the third person cam, shows the item, Max gives a little voiceover.
Yep.
And it hovers like a little, shaky cam
Yeah.
over it. On my second playthrough, any clues I had already found, it would do the animation and show the video and not play the voiceover.
I noticed that when I went back through the
What
handful
the
of chapters.
fuck?
I feel like it's so that if you're not really paying attention to what you're collecting, you know what I mean? You'll know, oh, I haven't found this one before.
Right.
Maybe.
Right, but
It also feels kind of like it took me out of it though.
it would
also.
have really helped me in remembering all the story beats to
Yes.
get
Yeah.
all the narrative information.
Yeah, especially because I finished the game maybe, I finished it yesterday, completed the last chapter, but I've been playing it over the last few weeks. And so the few chapters I went back to refresh myself on, it only been a couple weeks since I heard those things, so it wasn't that big a deal, but you know what I mean? If it's a few months between your playthroughs, you're going to have no idea what's going on in some of those little, when like you find the body, or you go and you notice this thing and it fills you in, oh, this is this connected to this.
Yeah, the worst was when it was like documents, and I'm like, well, what
Yeah.
the fuck does it say? What does it pertain to?
Everything's written in Portuguese, and you can't even like
Yeah.
take context clues
Yeah,
to figure it
exactly.
out.
And then also, even on my second playthrough, there were some I just could not find. Did you guys have any trouble? Like, did you 100% these? Or
I didn't 100%.
I did not. Yeah, I didn't. There was for the most part, the only ones I really missed for like gun parts and evidence
I
were
missed a couple gun parts.
moments where I remember just kind of running through. You know, I didn't stop to look. Most of them didn't seem that hidden. But on my when I went back and played through some of the chapters, I just had to look around a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To find the ones I couldn't before. And none of them are really that.
They're not too
that
hidden.
There's
Yeah.
a couple. I found like a golden gun part that was like hidden in bushes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where normally you can't walk into the brush, but in this one you can. And I was like, oh, I'll stay here for a
dude,
minute and walk around.
You
because
develop
normally you can't.
like a sixth sense for it though. You're like right there. Like like you're when you get into a
Yeah.
space, you're like, there's gonna be a gun part right
The
there.
evidence though is a little harder because usually you
That
don't
is just
notice
kinda
it
set
until like you
pieces.
walk past it and it's like press Y.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right, and sometimes it's like a door or something. You know,
Yeah.
I mean that's kind of exaggeration, but sometimes it's like not an item.
Sometimes
it's
there's,
just like a thing in the environment where it's like I don't know
found a-
why I would go up to that.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
a pencil on the floor. I could
tell that it was
chewed on by Rodrigo. Like what?
Yeah, it's like you're walking through like an alleyway and there's like 18 dead bodies, but like one of the dead bodies, it's like press Y to examine.
Yeah,
and you're
exactly.
like, okay.
Where it's just like that did kind of bug me a little bit. Where it was like, hey, can't you like just like put like a little like sheen on it or something? Which they
Yeah.
did sometimes with some of the items, but some of the environmental clues didn't really stick out at all. It was just
Yeah.
a little frustrating because it turned into like, I always think back to playing Wolfenstein 3D and having to just like hit E on all the walls hoping to find a secret door.
Well, what did you say that was called? Like kicking or like
I don't know.
there's a term for it, just going around to everything and then just slamming the button, seeing if it does anything.
It sucked. It was kind of fun when I was like 6, but
Yeah.
it's not good game
There's
design.
like some novelty to it, but like as far as actual, you know what I mean?
And
it
as-
takes you out.
As we've seen in further games, they kind of fix that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
in all games, I should say,
Yeah.
don't seem to have that like that anymore.
except for Max Payne 3. So real quick, a couple more points I want to talk about in the overall presentation and gameplay before we get into breaking down the story. I think in general the game looks good. It had a nice color palette. It never felt
Yes.
like it didn't have like the piss filter like a lot of games around that time had.
It did not have the piss
It didn't have
filter.
like the weird like. Have you ever seen? This is like kind of a tangent, but have you ever seen like clips from the first Matrix movies where it's like they got that super green color correction on it?
I think so, yeah.
It like looks.
Can you do that to the footage right now?
Yeah.
Of us?
Yeah.
games.
Okay.
You haven't really?
Well, basically, it was like
I've only
it's,
seen them as a kid. I
It,
don't
it
remember.
was just the home transfer, like the DVD transfer, like a bad transfer.
Oh,
And so
okay.
the movie has this like almost like the piss filter, but it's more like a bluish green version of it.
Okay.
You know, and you'll see people use the same filter on a bunch of shit. But like I liked that it just had vibrant, realistic presentation, and then also, what did you guys think of like the the big text across the screen at points, and also there was like a lot of visual representation of like Max's physical or mental state.
Yeah,
Yes.
whether it's when you take the pain pills, and even if it's like in actual
In-game.
gameplay, you take
Yeah.
the
He
goes
pain
like,
pills and you're
"Oh,
like,
baby."
ooh, and the whole thing kind of sways. I
Yeah.
did turn off, I think it was called Tessellation. I turned that off because that's kind of like the weird, almost static or something. Like it's kind of like, it's almost like, because I think it's supposed to imply that he's kind of in a haze throughout the entire game because he's drinking and taking pills to, you know what I mean? Because he hates his fucking life and himself.
Yeah.
Who doesn't, you know? Aren't we all doing that? But,
No.
No.
So, but I turned off Tessellation.
I don't know.
That's really the only complaint. But the text, like, it felt cheesy to me at first.
Yeah.
Because at first, I mean, we talked about it a couple times already. He's in your backpack, Andrew.
Matt's cat is in my backpack right now. There's like food in there. Oh, he's just playing with his toy. He's all right.
But,
He's derailing this whole show.
sorry. And it's like you mentioned where, like, the first, like, 3 or 4 chapters maybe don't really feel like the rest of the game to a degree.
Yeah.
Those, like, the text none of it felt like all that poignant, you know what I mean? At first
Totally.
it was just kind of like cop, you know what I mean? Old,
Yeah.
drunk, you know what I mean?
End
like
of my sentence.
whiskey, like tired, you know what I mean? You're like
Strippers.
Yeah, you're like cool, okay, you know what I mean? Like why the fuck? I don't care.
Ball
you know?
with a ball.
And it got yeah.
Monkey NFTs.
My name is Kid Rock. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyways, it like inevitably got a little bit cooler, where it seemed like there was more. Once the game gets a little more like gravitas towards the end, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like it just finds its footing until it's like
and it also content-wise
great.
gets
Yeah.
like heavier subject
Yeah.
matter-wise and like brutal at
oh,
certain
big
points,
time,
you
big
know what I
time, big
mean?
time.
Like liveleak.com level.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah.
But it gets heavier and heavier, and when it gets heavier, that bold text, it has more impact.
It does, yeah.
And it feels more necessary. And there was one I noticed today when I was replaying a mission where I can't remember his name right now, but he's a detective. We'll introduce him later.
De Silva?
Yeah,
Wilson De Silva.
one of the lines of text, he's sitting in the car and it comes out of his suit jacket.
What?
It like comes like it starts out and you can't see some of it because it's behind the lapel of his suit jacket and it comes sliding out of it.
That's
And I was
hilarious.
like,
I don't remember that. That's
No.
funny.
I didn't. I noticed it this morning and I was like, oh my god.
This is when you're sitting in the car together?
Yes.
I'll pull up
Towards
the clip
end,
here. Yeah.
Chapter 13. But yeah, I thought it was cheesy at first and then like the rest of the game came into itself
Yeah.
as it progressed.
I'll try to save it for the final wrapping it up, but there was a lot of stuff that like when you first play this, especially hot off of the first 2 games, the differences are noticeable. You can tell it's a newer game. A lot of time has passed. This is not made by Remedy. But by the end of the game, a lot of that stuff was wrapped up for me, and I was like, you know what? This does feel like Max Payne.
Yeah,
To
in
me.
a lot of ways, I don't know. I think, the best way I could describe it, I think I talked about this in our original review of this game. Sluggo is going wild right now. Is that, I think the first 2 Max Payne games are hard, in terms of like style. It's like, they're,
Aggressive.
Yeah.
gritty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but it's definitely more of an artistic, like film noir, kind of like, it's I guess the film noir influence is like really strong. Whereas this game is also very gritty and everything, but it's got a much more in your face like Hollywood blockbuster
Yes.
presentation, which which you don't really see as much anymore
It was very- it
in
was a
movies,
kind-
like where it's like
Yeah.
a hard R blockbuster.
Yes.
Like they kind of stopped doing those for the most part.
It was very of the times too, as far as aesthetics go. Because even at the beginning, I was a little apprehensive about the way it looked because I was like you said, there's such the first 2 games.
Whoa! You gotta get out of there.
The first 2 games are like much grittier. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're dark, and there's like while it's still a visually appealing game,
Things
you know
are
what I
only
mean?
black or like gray.
It's still visually appealing,
the
but
two
it's
colors.
very like there's not a lot of tones. Whereas this one has a lot more. There's pops of color. It's bright.
Yeah.
It's vibrant. But by the end, it feels right. And I think it's the time difference, I think, also. Because if you look at other games from the period we were talking about before, like Kane and Lynch, even Army of Two and stuff like that, those are the bigger name games that were supposed to be grittier, you know what I mean, darker games, and they had that same aesthetic. And I think it's just, times change. That's not what people are looking for in that grit anymore. You know what I mean? They want it to be hyper-realistic almost.
Right, whereas, Max Payne 1 and 2 are super stylized to the point where there's realism in a way, but it's very stark realism where it's like, I don't know how to put it. It just feels like an art film, more so than a Michael Bay.
It was like Rockstar, just like, they took all the same concepts that Remedy put into their games, but they, instead of, like John Woo movies and film noir, they're like action movies. Like they just like substituted it out, and then it's like you're getting that
blockbuster action movie.
Right, which is because the John Woo movies are like the template for action movies in a way, in a very particular way, where it's like, this is way more like, I think, Michael Bay's type,
absolutely.
It's like drilling to the diamond, they just took a different route to get there. And I think it works really well.
It works really well, because it's just, they really commit to it, and I commend Rockstar for doing this game and not falling into putting a bunch of juvenile humor all throughout it. I mean, there's a little bit of juvenile humor in it, which is fine. There's a little bit of juvenile humor in the first two games.
Yeah, and in real life.
But, a lot of Rockstar stuff, I can't stand the writing, the humor. I just think it sucks. It's just, it's basically like, it's down there with the worst Robot Chicken or Family Guy jokes, where it's like, that's not a joke. That's just, you're just saying a thing that happened.
You dropped your bong on the stripper's G-string.
But it was nice that gameplay-wise, it felt like a Rockstar game, but narrative-wise and like the actual feel of the game, you wouldn't have known it was a Rockstar, you know what I mean, development.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't feel like Remedy either, though. It does have its own unique voice.
It's a very unique feeling.
The thing that is escaping me that I was trying to say is that... I'm forgetting it. Do something else. Yeah, I lost it.
And the last thing I want to talk about on the gameplay side of things is this game did have active multiplayer, which was shut down on console recently. I think there's still private servers doing
I was going to ask you about it. Did you guys
on PC.
Try it?
I didn't try it. Did you?
I got into a public matchmaking server last night.
Really?
Okay. I just never bothered because I fucking suck at it. But I do know.
Well, it's hard.
It has like
People are very good who are playing it.
Yeah, because they got a decade on it now. And it has all the classic characters from the Max Payne games.
I saw
Woden and Mona and.
Why really?
Yeah.
Did they use the original models? Do you understand that?
No, because those models are from a different game engine.
Yeah, I guess
they didn't like. I guess what do you? They're based on the original models.
They look similar to them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. They didn't. They used basically the Max Payne 2 versions of the characters, not the Max Payne 1 versions.
Because I meant to look into this because I watched the one of the channels that I don't know if you check it out, but I know Matt and I really love. It's called Gamers. They do gaming documentaries. It's Gamers, but the A looks like a V. They did a great video called "The Rise and Fall of Max Payne," and in that they showed some footage of Max 3, some of the multiplayer, and I remember seeing Sam Lake, like a Sam Lake character, but I didn't know if that was a mod or if that was a skin you could unlock. So I guess
I don't know.
Maybe we don't have the answer yet.
No, I believe that's one of the characters, like classic Max Payne.
That's cool. I
There's
meant
a
to
lot
check out
of-
the multiplayer, but I forgot to.
It was pretty fun. I had an okay time with it. It
looks good.
It's very similar to like any of the GTA multiplayer. You know what I mean? Pre like the heists and stuff, just when you're like the deathmatch and stuff like that.
I only played San Andreas, and at that time there was only a few multiplayer missions, and it was essentially just another person just could shoot. It wasn't really a big deal.
I only played deathmatch. That's the only thing. I guess there's objective things you can do. There's New York Minute, you know what I mean? There's the things like that you can play also in like an arcade mode. But no, it was pretty fun.
How's bullet time work? Because I saw that people were using it and affecting other players.
You also, if you're fighting somebody, when they go into bullet time, you also slow down a little bit. You know what I mean? It's clearly things you have to unlock, you know what I mean, to get those things, and I didn't have any of that stuff. But yeah, it was pretty fun though. I was shocked it was still active.
Yeah.
There was a full game.
That's got to mean something, right? If it's not been a tremendous
Well, I think it's
almost
people
10 years.
are. I'm not sure how the servers work anymore because on console it was just recently shut down within I think late 2021.
Oh, okay.
Same with like Halo 3, I believe, just got shut down. But a lot of those games were, if it was a big title and there was multiplayer, don't have oftentimes a massive community, but there is still a dedicated community of like a couple thousand,
Yeah.
a few hundred people who play regularly. You know what I mean?
When I put out our review of Warhammer 40K Space Marine, that was before the second game was announced just a couple months ago. You could still play that online with people.
Yeah.
It was not hard to find. I mean, some of the like specific game types, no, but like the death matches,
There's still
people are
servers,
still
though,
playing.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I still find people playing Fortnite, which is crazy.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No
that game's
way,
old as
dude.
shit. I was going to say, I remembered. Are you guys proud of me?
He remembered.
They didn't want to compete with LA Noire that had just come out around.
Which is also a Rockstar title.
Yeah.
I believe that also came out in 2012 or 2011, maybe.
I think right
Are
around
you
that
saying that's
time.
why they didn't? That's why it was delayed?
No, I'm saying that helped. That helped them kind of like focus how they wanted the game to be because
Oh,
they
I
didn't
see.
want it to be just like LA
shape
Noire.
it aesthetically because that was already a noir style.
Yeah, because why would somebody
game,
buy
where you're a cop.
worse LA Noire? What
Right.
appears to be a worse LA Noire?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
they're both
We
very
already got
different. You
LA
know what I mean?
Noire.
You're like a cop in LA Noire. You're
Yeah.
a by the books. You know what I mean? Detective. You can't hit people with your fucking car driving around, or you lose. You know what I mean? Like that kind of
Sometimes I
stuff.
think of Max as the greatest cop of all time, but that's just not accurate.
Let's get into that. Is he the greatest cop of all time? We'll find out as we get into the story of Max Payne 3. No, like a little subtitle on this one.
No, just Max Payne 3.
Max Payne 3. Max goes to Brazil. Or where does he go? Where does he go? He
He goes to Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, he's in Brazil. Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. It's one of the only countries they speak Portuguese in South America, I think.
American cop in Sao Paulo.
Beverly Hills Cop 6.
What we're going to do is we're going to cover each chapter one by one. So the intro of the game is kind of its own sub-chapter.
Yeah.
You see Max Payne getting fucked up in his apartment.
He's getting swifty in there, dude.
It's depressing.
Very sad.
Yes. Very real look into what it would be like 9 years after you murdered hundreds of people after they killed
Yeah.
your wife and child, and
Yeah.
now you can't be a cop anymore.
Yeah. They said you can't be a cop anymore.
Because
Yeah.
you killed hundreds of people.
Oh, man.
So we
Max got a little gut going on.
he's got some punch.
He's
He's still.
He's tired.
wearing his wife beater.
Oh yeah, he looks
He's
sleepy.
sweaty. His apartment is destroyed.
And we should say visually, this is finally justice has been served. James McCaffrey is doing the
Yeah.
voice and the face of the game, which I love. Sam Lake's rendition of Max Payne. It's classic. It totally works for that game.
Yes.
Iconic.
But also, if they had just gone with James McCaffrey the whole time, that also would have really worked. He really nails the character.
And it
Yeah.
would have been cool to see him age.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Throughout the games in real time.
totally.
That would have been nice.
Second guy, Max Payne 2 guy, don't know his name. Seems great. Matt doesn't know what he is.
Tim.
Dylan.
Payne. Tim
The
Dillon.
young Tim Dillon.
I want to say Timothy Dalton, but that's not what it is.
No.
For some reason, yeah, and it's not his fault. He just
Timothy Gibbs.
Yeah, his face, Max Payne 2's face didn't really. He was fine. You know
was
what I mean?
great,
He
yeah.
looks like a generic version of what
Sam
young
Lake
James
was?
McCaffrey looked like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
he
kinda
looked.
does.
He had a very similar. Like if you were trying to get a type for a movie,
Yeah.
they would
Wide-
both their headshots would both be on your desk. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's very funny. Where it's just like he's a little more of a pretty boy though because he's and Timothy Gibbs is more he did talk shows or not soap opera stuff and
Oh, okay. Hey,
know.
what Gibbs?
whereas James McCaffrey has been in a lot of roles playing cops
yeah.
and shit. So
As we see in the show starring Tom Selleck, Blue Bloods.
And the Max Payne movie.
He was a cop in the Max
a
Payne movie.
Police officer.
he was in a bunch of different shows actually. So anyway, in true Max Payne fashion, we then cut to the end of the game. You see the final scene,
Oof.
and this
There
is
it was.
like this is something that as I played this. So I played the games in reverse order as I've said before. So this is all new to me. But playing this after playing Max Payne 1 and 2, they did a really nice job of putting in a lot of fan service oh wow, this feels a lot like Max Payne 2 or this feels a lot like that scene
Yeah.
from Max Payne 1.
So much of that.
Without it obstructing the story or the flow where it didn't
Yeah.
feel like sometimes when they put those moments in, you're like, cool, that didn't fit at all.
That's exactly what I
Yeah.
thought we were getting with a mission that happens early on with Passos, but as you continue going on, you realize that no, that was a good reference, and this was like
Yeah.
the same soul is there.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's because they, correct me if I'm wrong, but they published the first 2 games, correct?
Yes.
Or at least the second game?
So they,
This is a complicated subject, and Matt's done a lot of work on it, but we've talked about it a little bit, and it's confusing as hell.
so basically, Gathering of Developers published the first Max Payne game on PC, although it was
The GOP.
produced in part. It was produced by Apogee, who, Duke Nukem 3D, lots of classics.
Commander Keen.
Rockstar handled the console ports of the first game, and also worked on the. I believe they recorded the voiceover sessions for all the American voice actors.
Okay.
Because Remedy wasn't gonna be sending people to Finland.
Yeah.
They were still like basically a garage band style
Yeah, they were
studio
very
at the
small
time.
time, yeah.
So
And was it Scott Miller? Is that the name of the guy that like kind of guided them through it? He was a 3D Realms guy, I believe. I could be getting that wrong.
oh, I don't know. I mean, there's 2 3D Realms Apogee guys. There was there's a whole Rockstar New York team.
Okay.
Because Rockstar at that point still had as they do, they have studios.
Yeah, throughout
you know,
the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Remedy
it
was born of that like 3D graphic like jam
Yeah.
kind of thing.
So effectively,
So they caught the eye of a lot of bigger guys
Rockstar
early
was
on.
involved.
from the
Yes.
from the very first game,
Yeah.
in terms of the production and promotion and the console ports, and then they did buy Max Payne after the release of the first game, and so Max Payne 2 is a Take-Two interactive Rockstar game,
Yes.
through and through, and it was created by Remedy for them. It was created very fast. Remedy usually takes a long time on their games.
We touched on that in our
Yeah.
I played of Max Payne 2 for a
It was
moment.
only like 2 years, I think.
Yeah, because they basically took what they had and they just built on it, which is rare for them. They usually take, it's usually like a 5-year process.
Yeah.
They do the same idea, but by scrapping it all first and creating something entirely new.
Yeah.
Which is great.
But so I guess my ultimate point was Rockstar's been involved from the beginning.
Yes.
So it was nice to see them pay homage kind of to the first 2 games.
Totally.
In not a ham-fisted way.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like it wasn't just fucking like shoved in there where they're
Remember
just like,
this?
"Ha, look at that.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Like have a guy just do the face or something. And,
Yeah, like,
although they
it's-
did do that now in a way. But that was for humor.
And it was Sam Lake. So
But I just thought overall.
it was cool. I think. it
Oh,
would
I'm
be-
sorry. They did pull the Sam Lake face joke in Max Payne 3 as
This
well.
is one of my favorite parts of the game.
All right, we'll get to
Do you want
that.
to wait until we get to it?
No,
Yeah.
I don't remember where it is exactly. I know you're in the favela, I think, and you see a TV
Yes, you're
report.
Yes.
I will just put it up now. Like basically,
All right.
there's a police sketch artist rendition of Max Payne,
Yeah.
and it looks like Sam Lake from the first game.
But it's such a not good drawing.
yeah, it's very funny.
Very
Yeah.
fu- I cackled. I thought it was really funny.
It looks about as good as the face mod for Max Payne 2.
Yeah. Hashtag triggered.
Can you cut out the dialogue
But yeah,
right
no,
there so
but
it
it-
looks like I'm really serious?
So it was cool to see them open up this game the same way that the first 2 have.
Yeah, and how that is you see a bald Max Payne
Motherfucker got a bald ass head.
standing over a very mutilated man, and he's basically like, they wanted me to be a killer. I guess that's what I am. And he's like holding, and then, woof. So, what happened? How did we
What
get there?
happened? What happened?
We gotta cut that.
What's wrong? What happened? What happened? That's not a voice. Is it a
isn't?
voice? What happened? It's just a guy that like.
Do you know Fred Willard,
No.
comedian?
Should I?
I'll put it in here.
Let's start right out. Hey, what happened? As you know, back in 1970, I started on a series called What Happened? And every time something would go wrong, I would look at the camera and say, hey, what happened?
So chapter 1, something rotten in the air.
Ugh. Am I racist?
No.
Okay.
Well, not for that.
Don't edit this video to make me look racist again.
I'll just pull some choice clips from your history.
Oh.
Max is working security at a party held by the Bronco family. And so there's a large cast of characters here, and I'm going to do my best to help you guys everyone involved here, but also you at home, the viewers.
Almost all the main players are at that party.
Largely, yeah.
Yeah, other than a handful of like the.
No clue when I first played.
I would say actually half of them maybe.
Yeah.
There's also just as many that aren't.
Yeah, because you get a lot of your enemies.
You seem unsure of
don't
that.
meet
Yeah,
right away.
Serrano, De Silva,
People
Becker, Bachmeyer
people that are there.
are not there.
not.
Silva is there.
Dis-
Monfrere.
De Silva's there at the party?
Silva's there at the
Detective De
party.
Silva?
He's sitting next to Rodrigo and he's talking to him, and there Arthur Fisher is next to them as well.
Who's Arthur Fisher?
He's the surgeon.
Really? Oh. I did not pick up on that.
I know. I only know that because I just watched the beginning of the game again recently to refresh my
Really?
memory. Yeah,
Oh, well, that's another Remedy thing is let's introduce the cast right away.
they're all right there.
I just saw on Reddit somebody made a post where it's like Max Payne 1 is the only game where they introduce all of the cast in the first chapter. I was like,
My ass.
Actually, the first scene of Alan Wake at the diner,
Has-
like every major character is there.
Yeah, and
Basically.
you have no idea.
I think all of them.
We should make a video on Alan Wake.
I'll kill myself.
You can't say that on YouTube.
Oh no. I'll
on.
slip and slide.
Is that what you're
I'll
supposed to?
commit slip and slide. If that's what that's the new TikTok trend because you'll get taken down.
You say slip and
They
slide?
say slip and slide. I'm gonna commit slip and slide.
That's funny.
Isn't
That's
it?
not funny at all.
It's pretty. I'm laughing real hard.
You
Yeah.
gave me a good belly laugh earlier.
I could use a little more oxygen. So there's Max Payne, who's basically a wet brain jackass with a gun. Mm-hmm.
He's hammered already at the party.
Yeah, so Max and Raul Passos are private security contractors who are working for the Bronco family. And Bronco family is a rich, very rich. They're socialites. They're the head of the family is Rodrigo Bronco,
The oldest brother.
who is a wealthy real estate mogul. He's essentially just the head of the family.
Yeah.
And the way it works, the oldest brother is the one with the wealth.
And the control over like the family decisions.
The
Yeah,
estate.
Yeah.
he's the father figure.
Now Bronco seems like he's a good guy. He's got a little bit of he knows some stuff about his life. Some of his wealth was afforded by means that he does not support, but overall he's philanthropic. It seems like he's tried to be a good guy as much as he can, but when you're in that position of power, a lot of bad stuff happens.
Yeah, he's conflicted.
Yeah,
He's a human being. There's a
doesn't-
lot of very
He doesn't want to be a bad guy.
Yeah, there's a lot of very human characters in this game.
Right.
Yeah.
There's his brother, Victor Bronco, who is a local politician.
Mm-hmm.
There's Fabiana Bronco, who is Rodrigo's wife.
Trophy wife.
Trophy wife, sure. There's Marcelo Bronco, who I think is Rodrigo's son. They don't really. I don't know if they say exactly who he
he's
is.
the youngest brother.
He's the youngest
Oh,
brother.
they're all
three
brothers.
Yes.
It's the Bronco.
That wasn't
brothers.
clear to me because the age difference seems
It's a big of a
like
jump.
It's pretty,
a
it's
decade
pretty
or two.
staggered. But it's also, if you think about it, it's like if Rodrigo were right now to have a child with Fabiano. You know what I mean? Maybe and he's like 60 or something. I don't know how old he is
yeah.
really. But maybe he had a couple kids when he was 30. And now he
Yeah.
has his trophy wife who he gets pregnant. You know what I mean? And
He's
then
just firing off.
that could have been what
loads in her.
Grandpa Bronco did.
Right.
You know what I mean?
He's-
So
Fill her up.
so real quick, I want to make sure we get these names right. Rodrigo, head of the family. Brother Victor, who's the politician. Brother Marcelo, who is just a party animal asshole. Like
He's a party dude.
Yeah. Party, party, party. I want to fucking party. Yeah, they kind of represent like the
Marcelo is a party dude.
like the three different types of wealth.
oh wait,
kind
what are
of.
you doing?
Two Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, what was the second line though?
Marcelo is a party
No,
dude.
I said what's the second thing you said?
I just said it again, but with Marcelo.
I thought it sounded like I want to sit alone in the party tube.
Oh, hell yeah.
I was like, that's
lied.
not a line from the
I
song.
want to sit in a party
I don't
too.
know what Ninja Turtles song you guys
But
listen to.
no, they kind of represent the three different types of wealth. You know what I mean? To a degree, or different like
Yeah.
archetypes
That's kinda
of
cool.
people who have wealth. You know?
Yeah, and then there's also Giovanna, who is Fabiana's sister. That's like the main players in the Bronco family. And then, of course, again, I've mentioned Max's partner is Raul Passos. And we'll discuss more of their origin and their history together as we get to it.
Yes.
So this is a party at, a nice big house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the fucking like a $200 million estate. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? fucking multi-levels, multiple pools.
And then the party is crashed by members of the Commando Sombra, which is Shadow Command in Portuguese, which is one of the several enemy factions that you'll face in the game. And they attempt to kidnap the Broncos, being these rich people in this kind of, there's a lot of issues with crime and corruption in the area, and they're targets.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and they're just people of power in a corrupt nation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think, I don't know why you'd be watching this without already playing Max Payne 3, but if you haven't, I'd say definitely, I didn't take good enough notes on the different groups that you encounter and their ties with one another, and it did kind of like dull the experience for me because I didn't really fully understand until afterwards the complexities and nuances of these relationships.
It is a little hard to follow at points like, wait, which group is that and who? Because because they come and go so freely, and then like if you're like me, you might find a piece of evidence that ties it all together, and you don't get the fucking audio cue.
Yeah.
I have to wonder if that's a bug or not. That seems
don't know.
so
It might
fucking
be,
weird.
because that does happen.
The camera will hold for like 10, 15
the
seconds
full length
sometimes.
of the audio. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what it does make sense? It kind of makes sense is that that happens if you because I had this happen. I tried to listen back to whatever a note was, and if you've already seen it, the same thing happens. It just the camera stays on it and you get to look at it, which almost makes sense. But what if you didn't hear it the first time? What if your refrigerator fell in the middle of him talking about a photo of Serrano and you don't know who he is? But the Commando Sombra, they are the largest drug gang in Sao Paulo, and they're known for kind of like kidnapping high-ranking political celebrities and stuff like that. That's how they get their money. That and drug trade.
And not to,
but not so much trafficking.
I think to touch on the point where you said it's kind of it is for sure confusing to keep track of all the different like militant groups, you know what I mean, or whatever, or drug groups, cartels that are like you're fighting against. And I think we'll touch on more aspects of this later, but I think that's just a good bit of storytelling too, and like actual atmosphere, because Max is, and we'll touch on this more too, but Max is hammered most of the time. Just drinking his way through everything.
And if he's
numbing
not,
himself.
his brain's kind of fucked after years of being here.
Yeah.
And you are experiencing the story as Max. You don't have like a third person like God perspective on the whole thing. Like you're seeing it through his eyes.
In all of the cutscenes, there's never like a cutscene where you're like, here's what's going on over here with these people. It's always you're Max. You're in the same. You know what I mean? It's only what he's experiencing.
Which is also true to how the first two games work. Even we talked about when you're playing as Mona, those cutscenes still are from Max's perspective, where he's like
talking to her.
It's like So
maybe this is a good time to mention that a lot of the game is in Portuguese. Like a lot of the game. So even like if
with no subtitles.
If you turn on the subtitles, they are in English, and it just they're not in English. They just are.
No, they're not in English.
They're
That's
not
the
in
point.
English. They're not translated, I should say.
Yeah, you're just hearing Portuguese. You
yeah.
can't understand what they're saying unless you know what I mean, have a little bit of an understanding of.
Yeah.
And if you do,
language.
some people have criticized some of the accents are incorrect, and some things are like, maybe I think they got like Spanish speakers to. People who knew the language were like, well, you cut some corners, but good for trying.
It's also fair to say that in a lot of the scenarios that they're in, where most people you're speaking to are like cartel members and stuff, they're not all from Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Right.
It would make sense that a lot of them are from all over South America, you know what I mean, or potentially from other
That's a good
areas,
point.
you know what I mean? So like maybe, I hear what you're saying, where like maybe it's just like, I know how to speak Portuguese, you know what I mean? I'll do it, you know what I mean? And they're like, yeah, do your best Portuguese accent.
Like, oh, okay.
And I'm like,
geez.
okay.
Yeah,
and then,
that is kind of what happened.
Okay.
But also, I think there is room for it to make sense within the story.
And I think
Sluggo, you are buck wild today.
while we're on the subject, the last thing I have for it is Jordan. You were like I remember you took Spanish in high school. Jordan and I, full disclosure, did go to high school together. Sorry if that bothers anyone at home. But you're like incredible at Spanish. I really like Spanish. I wasn't the best student, but I retained a lot of it, surprisingly. Did you find yourself able to kind of, especially with the context of knowing what was going on, were you able to understand a lot of it?
It's similar to like when you're like, because obviously it's not Spanish, it's Portuguese.
It's Portuguese,
But
yes.
like Portuguese and like Italian, They're both love languages. They're all
Yeah.
root Latin languages. They're similar to each other. There's a lot of bleed over and crossover in words.
Lots of,
so you can
word
follow
borrowing.
what's happening
Yeah.
to a degree, but there's still going to be words that pop up where you're like,
Sure.
I don't know. You know what I mean? And I'm by no means fluent. You know what I mean? I could not die if I were in a Spanish-speaking country with no
Yeah.
one to help me. You know
Kinda
what I mean?
same
I
here.
could not. I could survive.
Yeah.
I wouldn't thrive. You know what I
Right.
mean? But
Yeah.
I could get by. And like I found myself being able to be like, just like context clues as to what they're talking
sure.
about. But that's also, I'll admit, it didn't really give me much more awareness that
Overall
like
of the
context
story.
clues just like physically weren't already giving.
It was mostly.
You know what I mean? Like what they were showing you could kind of lead you to what they're probably, you know what I mean, kind of talking about.
I also took 6 years of Spanish.
Did you?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I had no idea. I thought you. I feel like I had a memory of you saying that you've never taken a language.
Unless you maintain it, it's hard to really hold on to a lot of it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Unless you practice
Did
it.
you feel the same way?
Yeah, I understood bits and pieces,
Yeah.
but I also didn't have this. I think if I had the subtitles on,
Those were
and was
critical.
seeing the text, I
That
would
was-
definitely catch a lot more.
That was
But I
Yeah.
don't know. I almost always play with subtitles on,
Me too.
and I didn't on this
well,
game
you
for
can't,
some reason.
if you don't turn them on in like the menu, you cannot turn them on for like the first 5 minutes because until you actually get into gameplay,
Oh, no kidding.
you can't pause the game to go to the menu.
Yeah, and so
Mm-hmm.
that's actually a complaint about this game is that there are long loading screens hidden
In the cutscenes.
under cutscenes,
I-
and so that's
I
why
had
you
this
can't
happen.
pause some cutscenes or you can't access the menus.
I had to restart
And-
a chapter, and I like the cutscene was so long.
You have
to
I
just
couldn't
wait.
Skip it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a common complaint about this game.
But to make our kind of understanding it a little bit less cool, we're not superheroes because if a guy's pointing a gun at your head and he says "Gringo merda," you know, he's calling you a shit gringo. It's kind of easy to understand. So you're not super lost, but it's interesting to not know what everyone's saying around you.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah,
It's just another, in the same way where you're like, as Max Payne, you're like, what the fuck's going on here? Who are these
Yeah.
people storming in here? Somebody's like, it's the
There's-
Commando Sombras, and you're like, who, fucking who?
And then they're like a gang, and he's just like, "Oh, okay,
I gotta
whatever."
kill him. All right.
well,
just
also
kill 'em.
it kind of goes to show that like Max is not totally aware of like all the levels of corruption
Yeah,
that are
yes.
happening in the air because just culturally, he's not tuned into the culture. Like he doesn't
No.
seem to care to be.
Yeah, he talks about like Jesus,
Yeah.
like, just who do I got to point a gun at? You know?
Yeah, and we'll touch on it in the future chapters, but it really does a good job of making you aware of that.
Yeah,
fully
for
that,
sure.
like, and because he goes through a bit of self-reflection in the game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But to the point of what I said earlier is that he's really not even like, even if this was New York City that he was still in, he wouldn't really be that aware of what was going on because he's not fucking, he doesn't care anymore.
Yeah, no, he's
like-
very broken.
He's dead on his feet pretty much. He's just coasting. He's just kind of gliding through his
So-
life.
Yeah, he doesn't so much care if he lives or dies. He just doesn't. He's not going to commit suicide.
Essentially, this party, Max does thwart the kidnapping attempt, and the game basically, this is just a little intro mission where you kind of get to walk through, and
Cap guys
yeah, and
teach you how to do everything.
I don't think this one is timed.
I don't believe so.
This one is not timed, no. But it
But-
gives you. Go ahead. Sorry.
I forgive you. He is saying like if I don't get to like Fabiana, like she's gonna be fucked or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's a
like,
lot of those, and I find that they started to follow a pattern. You'd be like, our chances of survival were slim to none.
Yeah.
right. But here's the
He
thing:
keeps saying that all the time.
the
Is this your big gripe?
I just want to say
Excuse me.
that this mission, he's telling you like, I had to get there quick or something.
Yeah.
I bet no consequences.
No.
Next mission,
Consequences.
consequences.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And there's no visible. There's an invisible timer on the second mission.
Yes.
And so I'll talk about that later. But I just thought it was kind of weird because like on this mission I was exploring and it was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
So-
it didn't matter how long
It does that often when you're exploring, though.
Right. We'll talk about it. We'll
Yeah,
talk
yeah,
about it.
yeah.
But
I got a
the
whole
opening
piece.
in this game is so fucking inconsistent.
Yes.
So
Because I think it's trying to. I think what it successfully and unsuccessfully does, because I think its goal was to introduce you kind of to the different mechanics or like the different things you do throughout the game. Like in the opening mission, you slide down, you know what I mean, and you have to like go into bullet time and like shoot a couple people.
That was so sick.
yeah,
Super
that's a cool little
And then that
trick
will-
shot thing.
And that comes back up multiple times throughout the story. You know
Yeah,
what I
those
mean?
are great
You do things
sequences.
Similar to
Yeah.
it. And I feel like the second mission too, it was like We won't get into it, but it introduces you again to a few more things. It was almost like the
Right.
tutorial, but
There's just so much that it feels disjointed.
disjointed, and it doesn't work in the story because it feels like this is the only moment where a few things felt a little ham-fisted.
Yeah.
Where they're like, we gotta show you doing this, and it's like, okay, that was cool, but like, what's going on?
Right.
Like, why am I-
Totally.
Yeah, like,
So, I mean, is there anything else you guys want to say about this? I mean, basically it is. You run around the building, and then eventually he's on the top of the balcony, he sees, I can get the shot, and he jumps over the balcony.
I do want to
Yeah.
talk about that, yeah, because at this point in the game, it's only like the first hour or so, maybe even
Yeah.
less.
Not even, yeah. It's,
As you first learn the controls, he feels a little slower. It's a little bit more weighty. I don't want to say clunky. It's more weighty, like Gears of
fucking
War.
like 50 now, you know?
But that's that diegesis or whatever we talked about in the last thing, where it's the reality of the character dictates the control of him, and I think that's fucking genius. But it was that moment when you slide down and you land in the pool, but you go into the bullet time and you cap the guy that's holding Fabiana. That I was like, who?
Yeah.
I was like, Max Payne 3 might have something for me.
Yeah.
And then those action sequences, the over the top ones that we have throughout this game, are so good.
Yeah, with like one or two exceptions, they nail every one of those.
Wow,
feel
I
like.
can't wait to talk about every single one of them. But yeah, that's when I knew that this game might have some greatness within.
Yeah, but no real other notes on the first chapter.
yeah, it's really like an introductory chapter.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
you said, it gives you all. Here's the characters. Here's kind of what's going on. There's
Right.
people after these people.
And
You're gonna
so
protect them.
we'll move on to chapter 2,
Electric Boogaloo.
nothing but
Yeah.
the second best. And
And
so
disco.
Max and Raul are accompanying Marcello, Fabiana, and her sister, Giovanna, out to a nightclub. And Raul is piloting the helicopter, as he is wont to do. And you're at this, like, pretty obnoxious nightclub. You're in the
Yeah.
VIP section.
Trap party.
And, what?
Like they're playing like trap music.
EDM.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're playing trap music at all.
Yeah.
You guys know
trap
that.
music is like 2 Chainz makes trap music.
Oh, really?
Technically.
Maybe I'm confusing
Yeah.
it for house music.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Yeah,
Max
probably.
say house music?
He says house
does.
music a
Oh,
couple
okay.
times. Yeah, some shitty house music.
Remember you're thinking of the trap house.
Yeah, that's it.
Combine them together.
So yeah, I mean, and Max is just like getting fucked up, and you know he's supposed to be on security detail. He's a personal bodyguard.
There's that really funny sequence on the penthouse in that first mission where Passos is like, what's your drink? He suggests something. And he's like, and Max says, no, I never mix my liquor. And then Passos is like, well, yeah, not while you're on duty, right? And it's just this funny, like,
Yeah.
I'm drunk all the time.
Yeah. But even this is like kind of like another point that like they get into more and more with like they focus so much on Max's personal inner turmoil later in the game as a result of some of these choices that he makes here. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? As they do in like the same way he blames himself for everything in the first game where had I gotten home sooner, had I listened to my wife, they wouldn't be dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Had I done these things. He's constantly doing that to himself even in this game. And this is one of those moments where I had the moment where I was like, you see Fabiana and Giovanna? Giovanni's not her name. But Giovanna
Right.
they're down on the dance floor, and you and Passos are both up like at the bar, hanging out in the VIP section.
Yeah.
And in that moment,
In the second mission,
yeah, in the
Yes.
second mission.
I don't think Passos is there.
Oh, is he not there?
He's like he's waiting in the helicopter.
It's Marcello who you're with.
Yeah.
And Marcello walks away from you while you're
That's right.
You're standing at the bar. Marcello walks away from you. Your back is to the dance floor through the windows. And I had that moment where I was like, didn't they just all almost get kidnapped?
Right,
yesterday?
like he's not on high alert
yeah.
at all,
He's just a fucking. I was like, what the fuck is he doing? Kind of.
Yeah.
and he should have been on high alert because almost,
Instantly.
2 minutes into this, the Commando Sobra show up again
Start blasting
and
fools.
are just, it's a nightclub massacre.
Yeah.
And then Max says, not again!
and this is where they try to kidnap the girls.
And Marcello.
Oh yeah, Marcel, yeah.
I was behind the pace a decade ago.
And he's like, I had to get to them. And if you don't get to them, you just fail the mission.
Yeah. They just die.
And it's like what's frustrating about, and this is like minor gripes, but it was like what got me when I was first playing the game. I was like, well, what the fuck? Because this is like really poor design to me that I think does need to be called out. The first game gives you those same first mission chapter gives you those same warnings, doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Second chapter,
And by warnings, you mean Max saying like, "Oh man, I got to get to that next spot."
right?
No, like,
Urgency.
No visual cues.
There's
right.
nothing like there's
Nothing.
no
and there's
indicator that says get to the next thing.
or if it was like, even if the enemy was like, if you don't get to her in the next 90 seconds, you'll lose. I know there's no like great way to do it, but like, a little meter or a timer or something, because there is an internal timer that you don't see.
Yeah.
There is a timer mechanic being played there, and so what sucks to me is that what you would do instead of showing a timer is you would have the character say, "There's great urgency. If I don't get there, she's fucked."
Yeah.
That happens through the entire game. Anytime you are around an NPC, they're like, "Max, we gotta go."
Yeah.
It's imperative that we keep moving. Max, what are you doing? We gotta go now.
Like every 20 seconds.
and
Even
it,
when
and
it's a
it,
lot.
and this is, I think, one of the only times in the game where there's actually consequences
Yes. Yeah.
for not going. And it sucks because in the first mission, you're like, "Oh, I get rewarded for taking my time and exploring the levels."
Yes.
This is
And you get
conflicting.
punished for it in the second chapter.
Because right away, I went to start like picking up guns and ammo after I killed those guys in the nightclub. And
it
then
goes,
suddenly
"Failed."
it was like, failed. I was like, huh?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
in the rest of the game, even when you're alone, I noticed like there's a couple times where you're like, you're in the jail.
Yep.
And you're like, I'm looking for the extra pieces of evidence I didn't find the first time. You know what I mean? So I'm walking
is
around
like,
the
"I'm
room.
gonna
Max
need to
is
get-"
like, they're all coming for me. If I don't get out of here soon, they're gonna come pouring in. I'm not gonna make it.
My
out."
ass is
And I'm
grass
like,
if I didn't start moving.
yeah. So like the first playthrough, there were a handful of those moments where I was like, maybe I do need to.
Right.
Is another wave of enemies gonna come if I
It's
don't?
so conflicting.
It is,
It makes
yeah.
no sense. And I don't think they give you an actual like invisible timer ever again in the game.
No,
I'm
not
pretty
that
sure
aware
you
of.
don't at
I
all.
can't remember a time that I failed a mission.
So
It happened once. No, I think Passos might have just gotten killed. I don't think it happens again.
there is one where if you don't rescue Passos in time, he will get killed. But that's like you clearly see guys walking up to him with guns. Like
Yeah.
that's not
Yeah,
like a
you're
timed
right.
thing. That's just
Yeah.
well, he was in danger, you didn't help him thing.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
So
What happened here?
I don't. It's just so fucking weird, and it's weird too that. And this is the last time I'll speak about it because we could go on and on, but that they would choose to reward exploration, but verbally detract you from exploring.
Yes.
It makes no sense in terms
Yeah.
of design, and I can't think of any way. I've said the same exact thing in our original review of this game. I just can't think of a way to justify that. I think it was just kind of like
Maybe
a bad
oversight?
design choice that like it made sense to them, and they, I'm sure it was play tested. I mean, this game had a huge marketing campaign, and it was delayed for years to polish it up and get it in
Yeah.
great working order. So, to me, that it's one of the only like flaws of the game is I think it could be very confusing or off-putting to new players who are like, what the fuck? You're telling me one thing and then telling me another thing. I don't know what to do, and that's frustrating.
That experience was a major part of me feeling like the game wasn't teaching me how to play it.
Yeah, and it felt almost because
At
of
first, it does fix itself.
because of the way that never happens again. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
But
It
you kind
almost-
of feel like it will. You never know.
It almost feels like it was something that they just forgot was there.
Yeah.
Because as they play tested, maybe because like there's certain things where I think they're blind spots for developers, in the sense where
Totally.
they go into that room, they know there are no collectibles in here. There's nothing for me to explore, so they just continue to move through the room, and they never run into the issue of the timer. Whereas us or anybody else playing the game is going to explore because they're like,
Especially,
maybe there's a golden gun part in here
again,
hidden somewhere. Because there's so many.
The first two games where that's what you do. You explore.
And there's so many like rows, you know what I mean, of like
Yeah.
the step stuff that you're like, I'm looking through all of them trying to be like,
And
who is it under here?
then there's like 6 clues in this level, and also, did you find the cop
buddy?
in the bathroom, the retired cop?
buddy cop, yeah.
He's great.
Great
Character, yeah, but like Jinx, it's like not only like are you like supposed to explore, you even like meet a guy and stop and have a conversation.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't make any
exploration-
fucking sense.
The exploration is significant, and it is throughout the rest of the game as well.
So
It was very strange. I'd love to know what
Whatever.
happened there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll move on. I'm sorry, guys.
Again,
But
like it's
just have
super...
to bitch about because like the rest of the game, very few complaints about the rest of the game.
Yeah,
Genuinely.
man, it's so good. I would consider it like it's great.
But because it's so early in the game, I could see it being a thing that people are like, oh, I don't know if I'm really in for like fucking 12 more chapters of this.
That's
Yeah.
exactly how I felt, and I was just like, oh man, please don't.
Yeah, well, I think you were on chapter 3 for like 5 weeks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I just kept like it just kept not clicking, and I was only playing short sessions, but it just kept not clicking. I was like, I don't love this game yet. I don't know. I'm worried I'm not gonna like it, because you know when we commit to playing the games, like it is kind of like, what if it sucks? We played all the way through Bioshock, and we had a hard time with it. And it was
Sucks
just
shit,
like,
loser.
yeah. So it was, but it was totally any hesitance or like uncertainty that you have in that first third. Totally blown away. Like there's a
Right.
hard cut where you're just like, this game rocks.
So you fight through the nightclub, and you know you find that Giovanna and Marcello are okay, but the kidnappers have gotten away with Fabiana.
Yes, and you are blasting their ass trying to save her.
Yeah, you're in a helicopter, like you're like Passos is flying, and you're like sniping guys on the rooftops. It's a great action sequences.
Yeah,
It was just
yeah.
you know a little marred by the invisible timer, but I mean that's pretty much this chapter. You get back, and you're like, well, fuck, she's been taken.
You go back to the Broncos.
And which brings us to chapter 3, just another day at the office. So the kidnappers have sent the Broncos a ransom note.
Yeah.
They're demanding $3 million in cash, and they send you to an old football stadium.
Yeah. Football.
Well, it's not old, but it's just not being used at the moment for some reason.
Yeah, I believe it's the old Olympic Stadium, or something to that effect.
I didn't look.
I
into
could
it.
It's
be
just
wrong.
weird because it looks like it's
It looks
being
brand new.
used. Like
Yeah,
the
it looks-
electricity's on inside.
fresh.
Yeah.
You know?
Maybe it's being restored.
Yeah.
Maybe it's under
maybe, yeah.
restoration. Maybe it's just
Is
the
it
off
always
season.
football season? I don't know.
Yeah, no, they definitely have off seasons, like
Really?
any sport. Yeah, well, because everything builds up to the World Cup.
Right.
World Cup
yeah.
happens, it ends. There's an off season, then you start again. You know what I mean?
So
Kill each other.
you're there with the Commando Sombra, and you're gonna give him the money, and somebody starts shooting.
yeah,
And a mysterious force, you don't know who it is.
This was a frumpy chapter as well for me.
Right. So so you just got off the first mission is a nothing burger. It's just like walk through a building.
You have gun, you shoot, you
Yeah.
jump.
You're like, okay, cool, I get it. But like even story wise, I was like, Max
None
is
of it
kind of a
matters.
loser. Okay.
Yeah.
Second mission, it's like, well, this is kind of frustrating. I don't like. Is it gonna be the kind of thing where it's like each mission has like a weird fucking annoying thing you have to do?
Yeah.
Third mission, you get shot by like a sniper rifle in the opening cutscene.
Yeah.
And then you're like, as if you're like fucking injured Solid Snake. Like you're just like drugged and dopey, and like you have almost no health and no weapon, and you're just like
You're just
holding your wound
hobbling
and dragging
along,
yourself along until you
following
can
Passos.
eventually, like a quarter through the level, you find some painkillers and. But I was like, oh man, this is fucking weird again.
Yeah. There was a lot of that. And I don't know, if I had like playing the game now, I bet if I like on your second playthrough, did you play the opening chapters the second time?
No, I had a pretty solid. Those weren't really that like you get introduced to characters, but I just reread up on the characters so I could remember all their names and shit.
Yeah.
But so story wise, because not a lot happens.
Right.
You know what I mean? I didn't really. There wasn't anything where I was like, oh, I don't really remember much from that. I'm like, this happened. She gets kidnapped. The kidnapping, like the ransom exchange gets fucked up.
Yeah.
You get introduced to one of the other
suppose-
militant groups.
In those opening chapters, no giant story beats happen
Yeah,
so much.
I mean,
as
like
the
they're
broad
big,
strokes.
they're big points, but it's like they're pretty.
Yeah.
There's nothing like that sets those apart from a standard story. So,
Totally.
Yeah.
So you know, in the previous chapter, there is like an area where you like jump off some scaffolding, and it's like fall like a window cleaner scaffolding or something. Like
Yeah.
it falls, identical to a scene in Max Payne 1
Max
or 2.
Payne 2, yeah. You're right.
You know, that was a fun little throwback. The fun little throwback in this one is a section where Passos, Raul Passos, your partner, is on the other side of the stadium in the bleachers, and you're on the opposite side with a sniper rifle trying to cover him.
Yeah.
You've incapacitated, you've killed the sniper that got you, and now
Yeah.
you're using his sniper to keep Passos safe.
This was also like a mildly frustrating part for me, where he was
Didn't like this part.
He was like, "Oh, over there, Max," and like you can't zoom out, so you're stuck in the sniper scope. So you need to just like find the guys, but they're they're encroaching toward him the whole time, toward
Yeah.
Passos. If you don't find him in time, they'll kill him. But like, also he has a gun.
Yeah.
He's perfectly capable at
I don't-
any other point in the game except in this situation.
Does he have a gun? I thought he didn't have a gun. That's why you're saving him.
No, because he shoots. I thought he shoots at them a handful of times.
Yeah,
I don't remember him shooting them at all.
he
could
gets a
be
gun
wrong.
in the opening cutscene.
I thought for some reason he didn't have a gun at that section.
He didn't have a gun when he started the game or when he started the mission, and then when you walk into the building after you've been shot, he incapacitates a guy and grabs his pistol. And Max is like, well, at least now we had a gun. Because you didn't bring
right.
any guns to the...
But I thought for some reason at that point, I guess maybe we'll have
well,
to
if he
double check the
didn't, I
footage.
mean, that's fucking stupid because you've been killing
guns
guys.
all
You
over.
picked up a gun from a guy you shot or punched out.
Yeah.
You shot more guys, pick up their guns. That's
His
how the game
body's-
fucking works.
yeah.
And it's just like in any other situation, he's so capable, except here, he's incapable. And then again in mission 4 or 5 or 6, it's in the second flashback mission where you're trying to protect him. There's a moment again where he's like on the ground. He's like, oh, I can't shoot back at anyone now.
Yeah.
Little weird.
There's a couple of little forced moments like that.
Yeah. So anyway,
I hated, with the sniper, with that moment, where you're protecting him. I also kind of hated, it's one of the least interesting environments in the game.
It's just bleachers.
and it's at night.
And it's
Yeah.
frustrating because, like you said, he's just kind of like, they're over there, Max. And you're like, okay, he's here. And you're like, do I have to now go to here?
Yeah.
Or do I have to go to here? Or do I have to go to here?
Yeah.
And it's like up and down the bleachers. You're like, then they're coming from every, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I had to just trial and error it and
Yeah.
remember like, okay, top
Yeah.
corner, bottom left corner.
Yeah.
All right, top center.
Yeah.
And there was nothing in the game that was giving me context clues. Even though
Yeah.
he was trying verbally to tell me,
Yeah.
some of his clues were
They're too vague.
Sometimes
And
he
you
was
could
like,
say-
they're coming up, Max, or like, they're coming
Right.
from behind the gates. But every now and then he was just like, they're over there.
Yeah.
They're coming at me. And
feel
you're
like
like,
you
yeah,
could-
they happened the whole time. Like, they're
The
always
entire
over
game,
there.
literally. The game, you could say like, oh, it's realistic. Like you could only see through the sniper rifle. You open your left eye, you could see where the guys are coming from. Close that eye, go back into the scope. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
get
it would make sense.
Like you would any time you use a sniper in any of these games where you're like, you can stop and then be like, okay, back up.
Because you would look in real life and see where they actually are, then look in the scope to get a good shot. It was such a weird scene. That was turning me off.
very weird scene. And again, this is where I was first introduced to the concept that I don't want to talk about again, but where I was looking for collectibles and Passos is like, Max, if we don't go,
Yeah.
we got to go. Well, come on. What are you doing,
weird,
Max?
like-
Max, what are you doing over there?
Yeah, he's being very like, what the fuck, are you hanging out right now, Max?
Yeah.
Come on, bro, let's get up there.
Weird gaslighting going on. And
And I believe this is like one of the, in this level, I believe once you're not sniping anymore, you know what I mean? I believe Passos defends you for a moment.
Yeah.
And then there's like another moment where you're separated. They kind of push the cover on you more in this level.
Yeah.
It's also one of the worst levels for the cover because of the angles they can come at you
bleachers.
from.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter whether you're behind cover
Yep.
half the time.
Yep. I
Yeah.
found that to be extremely frustrating as
Yeah,
well.
where you're like, okay, so I get behind this, the only cover that's available right here.
Yep.
But there's 3 guys down here, and all those guys are shooting at me.
Yep.
But the 2 guys in front of me, at least they can't shoot me.
Yep.
But there's no
Great.
cover from the 3 guys down below. You know what I
And
mean?
then like, also like when you're in the bleacher area, there's like like a chain link fence separating the sections.
Yeah.
Just shoot through it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh cool. I'm just out in the open with like the shittiest cover, like
Yeah.
and
With a
I'm
bunch
being
of-
like flanked.
with a bunch
Yeah.
of guys that we can talk about their organization more, but they are a paramilitary group.
Right. So what you come to find out is that the group who interrupted the money exchange and took the money did not take Fabiana, but they took the money.
They just took the money.
Was the Cracha Preto. It's the Black Badge in Portuguese. And yeah, they are an outlaw paramilitary organization. And
Do you know why they're called a black badge, Matt?
To wear black badges.
yeah, is it because their badges are their badges are back?
Their badges are black, yes.
Guess
They,
who's black?
I guess they got the name.
Badge
This
is
was just.
back.
It said it in the Max Wiki. I guess
They said it in the Max Make. I'm trying to do the verse.
Is that
Do the
Eminem?
Pete
Yeah.
Davidson version. What the hell's an NFT? It's horrible. It made me want to throw up.
Is that a real thing?
Yeah, it made me want to throw up.
I'm not gonna look into that. Yeah, they got
Now what the hell's an NFT?
they got the name from they put a black patch over their badges when they're committing their crimes, so that they're not. as
Okay, because they're
identifiable.
actually half of them are.
Oh, it's like when I
Yeah.
put the Gorilla Tape strip over my body cam.
Yes, yes,
over your badge,
just
or
to
your
keep
badge
it
number.
Yeah, keep it secure.
You keep a bunch of pens in your pocket so you can't actually see the badge number. You know what I mean?
Jesus. Yeah.
Stuff like that. Yeah.
You know, just you might need some pens.
I might need 7 pens today.
So
You don't know. You're on the job. You're in the field.
you and Passos are not having a very good day at work.
No, you're kind of shit in the bed at your job.
Fabiana is still captured.
Yep.
She wasn't even. I believe she wasn't even at the stadium.
No, I don't think they brought her to it.
No,
It didn't seem like at any point she was actually there for the
I
exchange.
didn't see her. Yeah.
No, and even the other group is only ever going after the fucking dude with the bag of money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Crotch
The
and
whole
Prado
time.
got the money.
Yeah.
So
You're
fuck
also
me.
introduced at the end to two more of the major villains who are standing in the stands who let you, in this opening scene, live.
Yeah.
I don't remember who they were.
Really?
I believe it's isn't it
It's fucking Brock, not
Bachmeyer?
Yeah, it's like I almost said Brockmeyer, which is that fucking Hank Azaria show or whatever.
Is it Bachmeyer and Becker?
Yeah, it's Bachmeyer and Becker who are standing there as you're taking off in your
I
helicopter.
didn't realize that was them.
He's
Okay.
holding the fucking
got
rocket
like a-
launcher
yeah.
at you, and he's like, "Do I take them down?" He's like, "Nah, they don't fucking matter."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't give a shit about those guys. Let them go.
So
Bad move, guys.
we then get our first of several flashbacks, and I don't I'm not gonna say it's a 1-to-1, but like there are no nightmares in this game.
Yeah.
No,
But you get flashbacks, which I think almost serve a similar function, where it's like the nightmares in Max Payne 1 and 2 are like a look into his psyche and often a look into his past or
Yeah.
how he views past events and things. And I think this is a much more, literal look at that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So the first of several flashback missions is called Can Anyone Buy Me a Drink? And that is Chapter 4. Max is drinking at a bar in Hoboken, New Jersey.
Classic. Billy Joel, baby.
You guys ever listen to Operation Ivy?
Yeah.
No.
Hoboken is one of my favorite Operation Ivy songs.
Oh, okay. I don't think.
Does it talk about Max Payne?
Well, I think it was written in like 1986 or something.
Yeah,
so
like they're not.
yes.
A little bit before,
They're like an
that
old school
time.
punk band.
I'm in the business, you bet for you. In a situation, I don't know what to do.
He's
So
at Walton's Bar.
and is that a location from the old games? I don't remember that.
No.
I was like, it didn't seem like it had me.
I did see Kong and Casey.
Yeah, you
throughout
get
the game.
The Kong,
They did.
The Kong,
They brought
what I
that.
liked about Kong was that Kong is not only the like it looks like a Jack Daniels bottle.
Yeah.
But like he not only drinks Kong by like the case at home, but Kong is also what he gets served at like the high end clubs that
Oh,
he's
yeah.
at the bar and stuff like that, which I thought was funny.
He likes his Kong.
Uh-huh.
No, Walton's Bar, I said that because it's this sequence that we see in the game is exactly what you get in the comic, in the Max Payne 3 comic. That's right there.
Right. So there is a tie-in, the Max Payne 3. This is the complete series hardcover edition here, which is a little comic book that. Well, I remember we just did a flipping through episode on this that's going to be coming out very soon. So stay tuned to the channel. You can see a full 4K flip through of this comic.
More curious about it.
And I was like, yeah, it gives some backstory, but also it is kind of like a graphical representation of this flashback.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But with way, way, way more context.
Yeah, a lot more going on. And as you can see, it was co-written by one Sam Lake.
Oh, there you
Yeah,
go.
so that is the real connective tissue here between Remedy and Rockstar is this comic. And basically, Hauser, I think, came to Sam Lake and was like, do you have any ideas about, Max Payne's past? And Sam Lake was like, well, actually, yeah, I have this character
course he
fleshed out.
does.
There's
Yeah.
some stuff I didn't get into. So
Sam has written everything that's happened in Max's life since he was born. Every second he has written out.
So yeah, I mean that is if you search for it online, there's a bunch of really spammy comic scan websites where you can find it. It did used to be hosted on the Rockstar website, but it's no
For
longer
free.
available. You might find it on the Wayback Machine or something.
Yeah.
But it is easy to find, and it's surprisingly good
Yeah, and the paperback is cheap too. It's like $15.
Yeah, you can find it used on eBay for very little.
I'd say check it out. It's cool.
Are you mean the hardcover or the?
Yeah.
Oh,
I said paperback.
I don't know if there's. I was wondering if there's like a second edition of it.
No, but that very book there, it's like not very expensive.
No, I got mine super cheap because it's a little beat up too.
There you go.
It looks like shit. Yeah.
You can't see the back. It's just there's just cum
Back's
all over it.
fine.
It's
Yeah.
just
Cum?
a bunch of
I
water
blasted
damage.
on it.
Water damage is from the cum. But
So as Max is drinking, a bunch of Jersey Shore looking guys come in. One of whom is Tony DeMarco, who is the son of Don Anthony DeMarco of the DeMarco crime family.
Tony Anthony.
And the DeMarco crime family did originally operate under the Punchinello crime family, but as that family dissipated, other
whatever
families
reason.
went on and did
They
their own
just
thing.
stopped. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
they just
They
hung
just
up the
moved.
jackets. Yeah, they were done.
So they come in, they start harassing Max, but they're eventually scared off by Raul Passos. Raul claims to have gone to the academy with Max back in the day, and Max is like, I don't fucking know, I don't remember that.
Whatever, buddy.
He's like, yeah, I guess maybe. He's like, Max, you don't remember me? And it's like, I don't know, man, I don't remember
couldn't tell
anything.
ya.
You see how drunk I am?
You're talking to me right now.
So they're having a good time, and there's like a lady there. She's a good time woman, you can tell. And they're just they're she is.
Good time woman,
So,
yeah.
so they're all having a grand old time when Tony and his boys come back with a gun. They're like, I'm pretty sure like, Max, you fucking cop, I'll kill you.
Yeah, like they're
Yeah.
like they're
It's
like
like,
throwing
Jesus
some.
Christ.
It was aggressive. Yeah.
Like, they're gonna kill him.
And they struck a couple nerves too, where they were talking about like I don't know, they're taunting him about his like.
They were talking about his wife.
saying
yeah,
it was-
everyone knows his past, basically.
How
you know?
could you not? Yeah.
Right. And so what happens is he like the chick that you're drinking with is like, hey, you fucking no cock motherfucker.
That's what she sounded
And
like.
so he like smacks her, he pistol whips her, and Max is like,
Had balls.
I'm triggered. And he fucking goes into bullet time. And this is what's brutal about this game. Is
makes
like
you-
when you go into those moments, you need to pull the trigger.
You gotta
Just
do
like
it.
when you can do these like execution style moves on guys, you like disarm them or whatever, poof, poof, poof.
Dude, I didn't know
and
that.
then you like just hold it there until you pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the tensions, he's like,
Did you guys have we all played through all of the Dead Space games?
I didn't play through 3 yet.
You and I did, but
Actually, I haven't finished part 2 either. I
Okay.
started it. We're gonna do it
I
for,
played one
for
Dead
the
Space
live
game.
stream.
Yeah.
I'm about halfway through it, and I was like, I'll wait. I'll restart it for the live stream. Then we stopped streaming because no one fucking cares.
No one cares about the streaming.
Yeah.
Maybe they will eventually.
I doubt it.
I don't
if you
remember-
want us to, tell us,
Yeah, but also
please, genuinely, because
Yeah.
we're not going
it's gonna be about like this. We're not gonna. I don't know. Whenever I look at even low-level streamers who have even a moderate success, they're horribly obnoxious. I feel like it's just like people. You're performing in such a way that I could never bring myself to do that.
Yeah.
I get that.
And the people
yeah.
who don't do that have a pre-existing following. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? That then it's not as though they created their following through streaming.
Through the streaming,
They
yeah.
had a streaming somewhere else. I mean, a following somewhere else, and have now brought that following
Right.
to them streaming.
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
when people.
Like,
Oh whoa! Oh no!
like in Max Payne.
Oh, this is crazy! Oh my god!
In this scene,
like-
we'd have to like turn to Tony DeMarco, and then pull the trigger and be like, "Oh my god! Oh, that was brutal, dude. We just fucking blew his head off. He just hit that girl that's hit, and he just fucking shot him. Oh my god! Oh, we're going. You know, rock hard."
That shit's lame.
And that just made me hurt.
Yeah.
Like,
I imagine those people like turn off their webcams and then like just
Cry.
beat off and cry.
I'm
Yeah.
anxious. Like that made me anxious doing that right now. Like
I'm
my
anxious.
heart rate is increased, and I'm like, I can't. It's exhausting. It's exhausting, and
You guys hate streamers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say in general, I think that they are, if I were to put like internet people in a sort of like class system. Yeah.
So yeah, and Dead Space.
Darman.
A couple sequences in particular that I remember horrible things happening in like it's like a QuickTime event, but you don't have to do it. It's just of your own volition. You got to press the button to do the terrible thing. And I don't remember
You
which
gotta,
game.
you gotta put a needle in your eye.
That's what I'm talking
And
about.
it's
Oh,
like,
yeah,
it
yeah.
opens it up, and then
Yeah.
you have to like,
Oh,
it's
you-
just
actually,
sitting there,
it's-
and it'll just wait.
Yeah.
And then you have to like guide the needle,
Yeah.
line it up,
You gotta make
and
sure
then
it's in
like
the right
you all
spot.
then have to like
man.
use the thumbstick to like slowly lower it into your eye, and then it
'Cause-
like
and I-
stops again right before it hits your cornea.
Yeah, and I think Isaac is controlling it.
He
That's
is,
why
yeah.
you're controlling it. And
Yeah.
It's just like, ugh, it's brutal.
I'm so pumped for their new game. Not the Dead Space remake, but the Callisto Protocol.
Yeah.
Man, we'll have to do that for the show eventually.
I can't wait.
Uh,
So you
did you not shoot him? Is that an option?
I don't believe it is an option because there's a lot.
I'd shot
there's-
him.
Yeah, there's.
But there are some other moments
there
that
are other moments
you do not
where
have
you
to
don't
shoot
have
somebody.
to.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, because inevitably, obviously, we're going to talk about the rest of the chapter. Regardless, you continue into a gunfight. You know. What
Yeah,
I mean?
shit goes down.
Yeah.
Basically, you shoot the Don's son, and you have the entire mob after you, and so you guys are fighting your way through the bar, city streets. But did you kill the bartender and the girl?
I didn't.
I
You
saw
said
this-
you did, and
I saw
was
this in your notes, and I was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" No,
Kicked by 6 sailors on shore leave.
Shit!
I'm pretty sure it's a. I think it's. I think
you
it's.
killed all the hiss in fucking Control. You're killing the bartender.
They're
What's
just
wrong with you
floating. They
guys?
were loud.
I'm pretty sure one of them goes, "No, not you too." I'm like, that felt. And then their
fuck?
bodies just slump over like so. Just
I-
unceremoniously.
Like, I killed a couple civilians in the favela, admittedly. Like, there's one you walk into a house and this woman's, like, doing the dishes, and she's like, no, please! And I was just
No.
like,
That's you killed.
I let her like run away into the bathroom.
She hides in the
fucking, like-
bathroom. That's the house where you see the news broadcast.
I'm pretty
with
sure I
Max
was just
face.
like, can you shoot NPCs or not? Because some
Yes.
games will like not let you.
Yeah.
Your weapons just don't fire on them or whatever. You can't like lower your weapon when you're aiming at them.
Yeah.
I was like, well,
some of my favorite parts.
guess you can. I didn't feel good about it afterward.
No, there's a lot of like I can't wait. There's a lot of scenes later on that you can choose, and I love the sequences in this game where you can choose not to shoot people. I thought that was very cool. Because in the first game you don't get the first two you don't get them. You kill everybody.
So basically, you go through Max's apartment building after you get out of the bars. You're going through the alleyways. You go onto the rooftops. It is very reminiscent of both Max Payne 1 and 2. Like Max Payne 1, the rooftop scenes.
Yeah.
Max Payne 2, the slums and everything, and even Max's apartment complex
like
in Max
yeah.
Payne 2.
Yeah.
this is one of my favorite characters. Like, little cameos. in it.
The Bomberman neighbor.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
yeah.
paranoid.
I almost
fucking-
forgot about him.
So cool.
Because he's at Walton's bar with you, and he refuses. He doesn't really like talk to you. He seems like he was like dismissive. Remember that?
I didn't see that. No.
Yeah. Oh, that might have been in the comic. I'm sorry. I think it was in the
I don't
comic.
It is in the comic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I
he's in
have
the
no
comic.
recollection.
Yeah. And
No, but
he kind of just like there's some sort of interaction, and Max is like, oh, he's my neighbor. He's crazy.
Yeah, like, you guys are clearly aware of each other.
he's very aware of you.
Yeah.
Well, also
Like-
because you're, like, the cop who's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but so he's talking about this like cleansing fire and everything, and you go into his apartment, he's got like clippings of you, and like he knows your whole backstory. But he's basically been like watching you, and then like when the mob guys come in, he fucking suicide bombs himself just
Yeah.
to help you.
Yeah. It was just a funny little...
Without more explanation. Like,
Yeah.
why was he? Like,
Well, the explanation when you go into his apartment, you get all the context.
Yeah,
he
he's
has
just
all the
an-
stuff there, but like he just like worshipped Max for some reason.
Well, it seems to me, I mean, like, this is all speculation, because obviously he doesn't, like, get more into it, but it seems as though he's talking about a cleansing fire, you know what I mean? I imagine he's some sort of, like, Unabomber type, you know what I mean? A Unabomber type, you know, where he's just holed up in his house building bombs and being like, we need to cleanse.
Seems
the
like a
evil."
PTSD case as
yeah.
well. Like he
And-
definitely looks ex-military.
Yeah, like a nom vet or something, you know what I mean? And fucking, like,
okay.
and Max is somebody who's kind of been doing that. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
He's been cleaning
He's a
things up.
vigilante
Yeah.
type character, and
To a
so like
degree.
he basically, if you can read some of his writings on the walls and stuff, like you can tell he's got this like he's like almost like a targeted individual type mindset,
Yeah.
and so it definitely is left open to interpretation a little bit, but
I think at that point in the game, I wasn't sure if spending a lot of time reading stuff was going to be worth it.
right,
It's 50-50,
fortunately,
because some stuff you just can't.
Yeah.
right,
Not even being in Portuguese, but it's just like unintelligible, blurry.
yeah,
Right.
but
I don't think I spent a ton of time in that
I
room.
think he says something like, "Oh, I wish I met this guy sooner. We could have been friends."
Yeah, yeah.
I don't really have a ton to say about this whole section.
You're just getting,
But
yeah.
it was really fun. Like I think this is the first section where I think the game starts to become what it will be.
Yeah.
And I think that really opens up in chapter 5, the next chapter. But
Yeah.
this chapter 4, this first flashback, it's
Because you're at your apartment, right? Yeah, you're in your apartment building, and then like Passos comes to get you, and then there's all the guys with the snipers in the hallway, like aiming at you from the building across the way.
that's kind of what happens.
Yeah.
I'm just remembering the intensity of that.
Oh yeah, well,
section.
essentially, you guys get into the shootout at the bar, and Max is like, "I live a couple blocks around the corner. Let's go to my place and hide out for a minute," and then you keep moving.
DeMarco shows up.
What I really liked about the flashback scenes too, because like you said, they're similar. Earlier, you mentioned the dream sequences or the nightmare sequences from the first 2 games, and I like this because it's not just a direct pull, and they're like, "Here's Max passed out drunk or took too many pills. Here's his nightmare sequence," but it's also like in real time. There's been actually 9 years between these games. You know what I mean, and obviously in the game, and it's nice to go. Okay, the last Max I knew was in New York City as his cop, and now suddenly he's like a hired gun in Brazil.
Like
you know what I
security
mean?
guard?
You're
Like, what
like,
the hell?
where's the in between?
Yeah.
So it was really good, I think.
Also-
to have this and the flashback that comes later.
It was
but-
a sigh of relief when I had the flashback. I was like, thank God.
The other thing that's very interesting to me is that like these flashbacks are flashbacks. Like he's standing in present time.
Yeah.
In 2012, we'll say in real time in the game,
Oh,
and
you're
he
right.
zones out and thinks and has this whole fucking flashback in his mind where he's going through this whole situation, and then he's like, "Whew," and he comes back to reality.
Yeah.
But like I interpret that as like him probably drunk and just like zoning out and just thinking about the past in such a way where he's,
Yeah. Or maybe it's like his mind trying to connect pieces. You know what I mean? But because everything's so broken up and hazy, that it's just like this comes into his mind, and in the moment he's like, "Oh, what was that about?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like it's his mind kind of trying to be like realize some shit. You know what I
Oh,
mean? Like,
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. I also really think that Rockstar did a great job at just capturing the atmosphere of the first games in these
felt that.
levels.
I really
It
did
really
feel
felt
that.
very good. It felt I mentioned it when we did the last one too, just the outdoors areas in Max Payne 1 and 2.
Yeah.
They look so fucking cool. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's something about just that like the skybox and the weather and everything. It's like
You
so
posted that video
nightmarish.
of the rain the other day, and
Yeah.
it really was like, it holds up.
Yeah.
It's got
It
some
holds up.
It's got like a
heavy-
real vibe.
heavy atmosphere there. And it really felt like they carried the torch. I loved how, since it's been so much time since the first 2 games, and that was early 2000s compared to like 2010, the environments were so detailed, and like everything was there. It was worth looking at. You know what I mean? It wasn't. We talked about. I think we had a very similar discussion on how like in 007 there's like some beakers on a table, and that's how you know that you're in a science lab.
Yeah.
Whereas in this game, there's a forensics laboratory that you go to later. It's fully kitted out, man. There's like
Yeah.
there's like
It's not just like this room is white.
yeah. But it's always world building, and it's stuff like that like as a kid playing games, I'd be like, oh, it's the background, it's the setting, whatever. But like that is fucking crucial to your experience.
Yeah,
and like
it's-
seeing what the world
It's
is.
true aesthetically too, because
I spent forever in Max's apartment looking around.
yeah, and it makes sense for it to kind
got
of bring you
ramen and
back to
pizza
that
boxes.
aesthetic from the original games, because
Yeah.
sorry, I'm getting a phone call that I'm trying to silence right now.
Stop.
There we go. Because it's never important. But because you're in Brazil, you're in South America. You know what I mean? It's bright, it's sunny. It's supposed to be a paradise. It's not. You know what I mean? Because Max is there, and he fucking ruins everything. But
kills
but like
everybody.
the other places, you're in fucking Hoboken, New Jersey.
Yeah.
Which like not to shit on New Jersey. Sorry to any fans from New Jersey. Bend to New Jersey.
Unsubscribe.
It's an okay place.
You went to a
Aesthetically.
festival there, didn't you?
No.
No.
No, it was Long Island.
Okay.
Different, but similar. They're both kind of suck. They're weird places.
That's what because
They're dark and grimy a little bit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like it is just it's just darker. There's buildings. You know what I mean? It's rainier.
Sometimes Remedy refers
Matt's
to-
yawning.
Matt's really bored over here. I think Remedy has
Nostrils were like-
referred to that the New York City of Max Payne 1 and 2 as Noir York. Like, and maybe I'm mistaking that from another place, but this is the same idea. Like, Sao Paulo is not exactly a one-to-one recreation. It's this fantasy, high crime, ridiculous noir kind of place. And when you do see New York, it's kind of the same deal.
Yeah, in some ways. I don't know. I have read some people being like, oh, they kind of nailed it. Like,
What's that?
The Sao Paulo parts.
Okay. I'm
sure that's not all of Brazil, you know what I mean?
Right.
But I'm sure,
No,
like,
there was some criticism too where it was like, don't think that the whole country is like this. Like,
Yeah.
It's
don't
not
represent us as being this
my
way.
response is that, well, the New York in Max Payne 1 and 2 is, I mean, yes, there's elements that are like that, but like the crumbling buildings and fires, the full of mafia guys, I'm like, yeah, there's definitely some bad shit
especially
going on.
in, like,
There got some Detroit vibes,
in
but
the
it's
90s?
not all like that, yeah.
There's definitely sections in New York that were
Not
like
great?
that, you know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the flashback ends, and it brings us directly into Chapter 5. And the chapters are often very seamless transitions.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's like Max goes to his apartment and drinks by himself for a minute, but a lot of the time it's just like, and we're here.
Yeah.
So Raul and Max in Chapter 5, alive, if not exactly well, are going to find where Fabian is held. They're going to the Commando Sombra headquarters, basically one of their bases nearby.
This is where it gets good, baby.
And so, yeah, Chapter 5, which is basically, I don't know,
3 hours in? 2 hours in?
maybe 2 hours in. Yeah, I mean, because the first few chapters are kind of short.
Yeah, none of the chapters are really all that long. You know what I mean? They all feel like about the same length, more or less.
Very manageable.
Yeah, it's about a 9-10 hour game, I'd say.
It's not a super long game, no. It's about half hour, 45 minutes for most of the chapters.
Yeah.
If you're not fucking up. If you're not horrible.
You're kind of like in like a boat dock area. You're on the water. And you guys separate, and you're trying to find out where she is. And so to me, this is definitely where the game really opens up. One of the first areas you go, you're like, I got to find a way to quietly take out these guys.
Yes, I love
And there's a
this.
truck with a little wedge. You can shoot the wedge out, and it knocks the truck.
It's on a ramp.
what the fuck?
It's on a ramp.
You didn't see that? Yeah, it's on a ramp.
I didn't do that.
They're like they're like going to bring something into the water, or they're taking something out of the water, and there's that little wedge, just like in Max Payne 2.
That's cool.
And yeah, if you pop it, it like kills.
Is that in 2 or is that in 1?
That's in Max Payne.
That is one,
One.
isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, guys.
But I feel like they found a way to, in every single mission, I think, put in some direct callback, or like usually in the shape of like a gameplay mechanic or environmental thing.
Yeah.
That's like, all right, I gotta admit,
Yeah.
I like it.
That didn't feel like, just remember the thing
Yeah, it
you
was
like.
like-
Remember
No, it's
the
always
thing you like.
it's always subtle enough and works in the context of the world where it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's a callback, but it's not. I don't know. It's not like sticking out.
There's a couple of advertisements that Max sees for a hotel called Hotel Mona, and I didn't do my research on this, but I remember after the ad plays, I think it's as he's shutting the TV off, he's like, I'm losing my mind. Or
Yeah, because it's in Mona's voice.
Yes, it is. Was it? Okay, that's what I wanted to look, because I was like, I think that's Mona Sachs' voice doing the narration for that
It is.
commercial.
It's like, yeah, it's the little Mona Easter
That's
egg.
awesome. I love that shit.
Yeah, it's nice.
I love Mona Sachs.
But I didn't notice the wedge because in any mission where he says, gotta go in here silently, you don't have to.
No, there's no. So like the first time I did it, I did shoot the truck and like it just knocks the guys into the water and it's great.
Okay.
But this time I forgot about it and I just like, I think I'm just gonna kill everybody.
I tried. You know what? I wish. I know I could probably just play Hitman, but I wish this game had a little bit more stealth elements.
Which they just put the Hitman trilogy on Game Pass.
I saw that. Yeah. the
I've
definitive
heard that
edition.
there's a lot of complaints about the PC port and everything, and
yeah?
people are not liking. People are not happy with how it's
Oh, it's a bummer.
how it is right now.
Not to get off track, but
Weird, don't see that a
Is
lot.
it the original 3? Is it like Blood Money?
No, I think
Silent
it's the.
Assassin?
I thought it was like the new
the
Hitman game that they
modern ones?
released episodically at first.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I've never played a Hitman game actually.
They are
You
well
might
worth it.
love it.
Yeah.
because I
They've
really
grown to a very unique and creative thing.
that's really cool because I know that you said you generally Matt's not a big fan of stealth in games.
Same.
I'm not very good.
I'm
but
bad.
the-
I'm not good at patience.
I spent
worst,
this is
yeah.
so dweeby to say, but I spent a couple of years playing World of Warcraft as a rogue, which is a stealth character.
Yeah.
So I developed a big love for it. And when you could do this, because there's times in Max where it wasn't a ton, but like a
No,
character.
in this level especially, you could. I think you start off. He like duct tapes a soda bottle to the end of a pistol.
Yeah, he duct tapes the water bottle and he stuffs it full of a bunch of like garbage and like.
Yeah.
a bunch of-
Is that not at the hotel? Did he do it here as well?
No, he has a silencer this time.
Oh, you're
Water
right.
bottle's hotel.
Makeshift silencer later.
Yes.
Right, but yeah. So like, I guess what I just mean to say is like I think you can get away for a while
Yeah.
with the stealth approach.
I
in
almost
this level.
wish, and it's not, maybe it's not for Max Payne. I almost wish they leaned more into that because I really enjoyed those elements where I could like kind of like wait until the guy walks by and then.
Especially at this period, you had like, I never got into any of the Tom Clancy like Splinter Cell games because I'm similar to you. Like I don't have the patience. I can even like Metal Gear Solid 2.
I wouldn't want
was
that to
like
be
there
the
were
only
moments
option.
where I was like, I don't want to be in this fucking box anymore. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I don't want to crawl. I'm gonna freak
sure.
out. Can I just shoot this guy?
I don't want to be only. I
Yeah.
want to have to wait 15 minutes. To
yeah,
die,
but I'm
you know
sure
what
they
I
were
mean?
kind of like that's not Max's number one. That's not Max's style.
Not
you know what I mean?
no.
As a character, as a character, just
Just
isn't.
kick down the door, kill everybody.
Yeah, like if you were like fucking Splinter Cell Max Payne, you're telling me that guy can squat for more than 3 minutes?
He's not that fit or smart.
He can't.
Yeah.
So it's like,
So
That makes sense.
you're fighting your way through. You find that they definitely have had Fabiana there.
yes.
Yes.
You find evidence that she's being abused, and you fucking follow the dudes out onto a boat, and then you get into a boat chase.
Yeah.
When you first start off, when you and Raul Passos, when you split and it's just Max by himself, that was so fucking nice. Because up until that point, you did always have like Passos with you, and he was constantly doing the "we gotta go, Max," you
Yeah.
know, doing his thing. So to have him not be there and Max just on his own, I was just like, thank God.
Yeah, this is the first like really good mission, and the game is just up
And let me
from here.
Let me clarify with that. Just because that first third of the game was kind of rocky with having Passos with you, other parts of the game where you have a partner, awesome.
Well, I
Yeah.
don't even mean to say we're shitting on it a lot. It is not a bad first
No,
four
it's
chapters.
not bad.
No,
or
it's just
three.
like it's not at all what the game becomes. So in
Yeah.
retrospect, you're like, wait, what was
like the
that?
Playing through
Maybe-
the first 3 chapters, I'm like, this is going to be a good game.
Yeah.
By the 4th and 5th chapter,
You're like, "Let's go."
okay, but then by like chapter 12, you're like, fuck, man. Like this is, I need to tell people to play
It's
this
like the-
game. You
it's
know
like
what I
the
mean?
baby
Like, I need
giraffe.
to tell people who I know will enjoy it.
Yeah.
You have to play this game.
That's
the-
why we're making these
Yeah,
videos.
so you have to play this game.
The newborn giraffe falls out of its mom. It's kind of stumbling for a minute, but then it's good. You know what I mean? It's great. That's why.
It's double jointed knees.
Max
lock.
Payne 3 was a animal.
What did you guys think of the boat battle?
Fucking
I thought it was
Boat chase.
awesome.
I thought they did a really good job
It
because
was
there's a
so
lot
cool.
of sequences like this in games where it's just kind of fucking like janky and frustrating, and you're like, there's too many, you know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
you're like, okay, I really can't get at this guy. I thought it was fun, it was fast paced, it was good, it was cool.
Yeah.
And this
love
is where
that.
like the action movie thing really
Yes.
kicked in for me. I was like, oh, okay. I hope I'm in for more of this.
There's a couple-
you
Oh
know?
my god, and oh fucking yeah, you are.
It's a little bit one of those.
Like-
It's kind of one of those like forced kind of sections that we talked about, where like there just happens to be a kick-ass gun with like almost unlimited ammo on the boat. But fuck it, it's cool. It's fun.
Yeah, it works there. So, unfortunately, though, they get away with
They
Fabiana.
do get away.
Again.
But I just want to mention that one set, like you fly up this ramp and like through a building
Yeah.
and land on the other
Yeah.
side. It's so cool, and yes, it's over the top, but it feels real.
They're also
and
both like,
badass.
oh fuck, right before it
Yeah.
happens. They're like, no.
So good.
Yeah.
Yes, they do escape with Fabiana.
And it brings us to chapter 6, a dam. A dam? There's supposed to be a dame.
Adam is what? Are you trying to say?
There's
Adam?
another part in your
I
notes
think I have a typo on my notes.
where you meant you I got confused for a second because
Giovanna?
No, you wrote Sam enters, and I was like, I had to go to.
I started saying Sam
I had
instead
to
of
go to the
Max.
Max
I
Payne
was
wiki.
I was
and be like,
playing
"Who's
Sam and Max."
I was going through all the characters of Max Payne 3 on the wiki, and I was like, none of these guys
There's
are
no
named Sam. I was like, what am I forgetting?
fixing that right now.
There's also there's 3 sections where you wrote Giovanna and you didn't use a space after her the next word.
That's because I tried to because I
Is that a joke?
No, it's not. Yeah, that.
I thought it was a
how's
weird
that funny?
joke. I don't know because
No, because I didn't write Giovanna. I called her Gianna, and so I did like a replace for the word, and like the spacing didn't work out. And I was like, I don't fucking care. This is just for reference.
Yeah, it's just to jog our memory.
Anyway, I have notes here. That's what we're talking about.
I was pretty upset. Yeah.
So I think this is a dame, a dork, and a drunk. I think it's just a typo
right,
when it says
yeah.
a dam.
Some beavers, a dork, and a tree.
So Max and Raul, they return to the
Bronco
Broncos building, the Bronco Buster building. It's
compound.
Rodrigo has like a big office complex, basically. And we meet Armando Becker, who's the leader of the UFE, which is a Special Forces Police unit.
Yeah.
Becker, who was with Rocket Launcher Man at
Brockmeyer.
Brockmeyer, at the
Brockmeyer.
Brockhampton at the fucking stadium.
Yes.
And apparently, I guess he was at the party as well.
Which way?
Becker.
Ooh,
Oh no, he said De Silva was at the party.
De Silva was there for sure.
Did you say Becker was at the party in the opening?
I don't recall Becker being there. I don't
Yeah,
think
no.
Becker was there.
I'm gonna have to watch that intro scene again,
Same,
though.
because
There
you
was
told
a
me
lot
the
of
surgeon was there too, and I'm
Yeah.
like, fuck, man.
Because there's that moment
That's
where,
fucked up.
where Max is like,
That's fucked up.
that's fucked up. Max is like, who are all these guys? And Passo's just like, oh, I don't know. That's like that guy's a surgeon, and then that guy's a cop or something. I don't understand.
Basically, the UFE is like special task force police. Like they're super militarized.
Yeah.
They're going out against the like the Commando Sombra. They're like, they're out there to get the drug gangs, and they are big, militarized police forces.
But they
And they
are-
have a bit more creative freedom with bringing these suspects to justice.
Yes, I would say so. And
So they
so
are a battalion of the Sao Paulo police force,
right.
but they've essentially gone rogue, and they're
Well,
doing their
it's-
own shit.
I mean,
like-
that's just how special forces
it's
work.
a classic
Yeah.
trope of like not first world country, paramilitary, police force. There's corruption in politics, so why not also within, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
So much
have these
so-
same forces stationed in other countries. So
Oh, I don't know about that.
And we
man.
even have, you know what I mean? We have them in our own country.
Yeah,
Some of
they-
you guys are
like-
I
crazy.
don't know if you guys ever saw like pictures of
sure.
New York after 9/11.
Pretty sure just Max Payne 3.
I don't know if you guys have ever heard of ICE or the ATF or the
No.
DEA. Or
I don't like to think about that stuff.
Yeah, they're the.
Whoa, that is insane!
That'd be a cool stream we could do.
So Victor, Rodrigo, and Becker are telling, or Victor Bronco. I call him Victor Rodrigo.
I kept doing that too in my head.
racist.
So Victor and Becker are telling Rodrigo, "Hey, let the police handle this. Like, we'll get Fabiana back. Like, we know what we're doing."
Meaning the UFE.
Yeah, they are the police.
yeah, so yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but most people
Yeah.
wouldn't realize that they are their own corrupt, have their own agenda thing.
Well, we get there in the story. At this
Yeah.
point, they're just like a more souped up cops.
yeah,
You know what I mean? They're like
Right. Well, I mean,
Special
like, they're Special Forces Police Unit, and Special Forces units. They can't operate within the law. Like that's why they are the Special Forces. You know
That's
what I
why they
mean?
exist, because they're trained killers.
Yeah. So
that
it's
what
like
the
they,
trained
they,
killers-
they exist outside of traditional means because they take care of problems that other people don't even want to even think about. Not trying to say whether their methods are right or wrong. It's just like at a certain point, it's like, okay, what are you going to do about this cartel? And are you immune to corruption? Probably
Yeah.
not. You know what I mean? It's like it's a fucked up situation. It's horrible. And then I think the game does do a lot to look at how that happens and how easily it is for even innocent people to get sucked into it.
Yep.
Yeah,
Which we'll get into the nitty gritty of that.
But anyway, Victor, Raul, Marcelo, and Becker are all there with you. And they're just pissed. And Marcelo's like, the thing is where he's like, what? Just because we're rich and happy, they have to hate us?
yeah.
He's got a
Marcelo's
couple,
such a fucking asshole.
he's
the
got a
whole
couple
game.
cringe lines.
I like him. He's like, I do a lot of good for this place.
Yeah.
You don't.
He's just like railing coke at like a party. With them.
I think it's also in ananother chapter where Max, like, my wife's dead. He goes, that's good. Well,
Yeah,
it's not good.
But that's not good.
good.
But it is good because I'm going to get you laid now.
Yeah.
He's like, just go fuck.
And then, like shortly after, he says to Passos, he's just like, "What's up with this fucking guy? Why is he a downer?"
Yeah. He's like, he got the railing. He's like, why doesn't this guy fucking party, dude? Why isn't this guy with the dead wife
Listen,
fucking party?
his party move is let me nurse my whiskey in the shadows and then pass out.
Yeah.
But
sounds fun.
Piss my
they
pants.
all leave, and And Rodrigo is like, man, like, well, yeah. So Victor, Becker, Marcelo, they all leave. Rodrigo and Max is like, I'm so sorry. Like, we have been trying everything. And Rodrigo's very understanding. He's really like, he's pissed, but he's very lean. He's like, I get it. I'm just like, I don't fucking know what to do. Like, I'm trying my best to
Max
like be a positive force
Max
here.
has gotten shot. You know what I mean? It's clear that he's
And they've killed a
passing
number
hard.
of people, and that it's a real thing.
They're trying really.
It's clearly
fucking
just
hard.
above their pay grade.
But he's just like, Rodrigo's just frustrated with the situation where he's like, he's trying to better the area.
Yeah.
He's trying to like use his power for good, and he's
a
still
real-
just.
He's a real estate mogul. That's what his empire is built
Yeah.
on. So that's what he knows. You know what I mean? And it does seem, like I said in the beginning, I think he legitimately he wants to be a good guy.
He has good intentions.
He has good intentions, and he's just frustrated at how the situation is not working out, and that his family can't catch a fucking break.
Yeah.
But then,
Then the Cracha Preto, who are the
Black
badge from the stadium, the guys who interrupted the stadium deal, show up. There's a security breach, and so you and the IT guy, who is like, looks like a young Jonah Hill or something.
Yeah, like a.
at first I described him as Brazilian Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah, that's a good.
But then as I
comparison,
looked
too.
more at him, he kind of looks like Rainn Wilson.
There's a
Brazilian
kid
Rainn
who
Wilson.
is
Okay.
similar to Rainn Wilson, who's in some of The Office, and he's been in some other stuff. He's like a
Yep,
younger guy. That's what
yes,
reminded
totally,
me of.
big time.
I don't know that fucking guy.
Yeah, he played one of the interns on The Office.
Yeah, you'd know who he was if you saw him in a heartbeat.
Yeah, he was in a lot of comedies around that era.
But never huge, never a main role. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you basically need to do like an escort mission, to get him to
The security,
consoles.
Console
Yeah,
thing, yeah.
basically to reboot the security system because there's like
someone had blocked it.
Yeah.
Because Rodrigo should have been able to just press
And
Press
initiated
a
the
button.
lockdown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
he just got to press
so it was
the,
fucked.
under his desk, press
Is that
the
what
button.
you
And I
Is that
was
how you'd get at it?
I was really really happy that there was an escort mission where I was like, stay here. I'm going to shoot all these guys.
And he was like, good.
Yeah. And it wasn't like, no, the idiot person's running in front of gunfire and you need to
Yeah.
protect them. Like I get that that's a thing that has to happen in some games as a design choice. Escort missions are often some of the lowest points of action games,
Yeah, they
and this
are.
game did not fuck
Tedious.
that up at all.
No, because
There's another one later on.
Escort
That was
missions-
good as well.
And I was worried about that
Yeah,
one because
as was
that was one where
You
we'll get to it, but
expected?
Yeah.
it's like, whoa, great, she's walking into the line of fire.
yeah, but like
Worked out.
You're fucking stupid, dude.
I'm the dumbest guy alive.
Therefore-
Action games in general, like usually what it does is like those escort missions break up the flow. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Where you're like the rest of the game has been this style, and then just to like fit the story, you're gonna break up the gameplay and totally change the way I'm playing this game.
Yeah.
And I liked it because it was like the only thing that changed was you had to go back and check on him after you cleared the room.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you cleared the room, and then you have to go be like, all right, come on now, man, because he's sitting there like
killed all the bad
I loved
guys.
also at every cutscene, all the gunfire ends, and he's in there, and he's like, Max,
Yeah.
is that? Are you still alive? Like, please, Max, be alive. Like, because I don't. It stopped. So,
Is everyone alive? You good in there? Is it okay?
Did you die too, or? It was
Did I
good. It was
come out
very
now? Is it back?
realistic because he wouldn't want to be running around. He didn't want to
Yeah.
do it. He was like, I don't want to go any further. We'll just stop right now, right? We're good. I'll just.
And you're
Yeah.
really trying your best to like be a positive
It was
figure
really
in this,
cool.
and he was like
Yeah.
fatherly almost. He was like, we're
Yeah.
gonna get through this. Come on.
He's like, you're doing a really good
doing
job.
great.
You're doing awesome. And I
Which
like.
is cool to see Max Payne do.
Well, 'cause
kind of
it-
like
Yeah, it humanizes him in a way.
because he
This-
was a fucking cop,
And he
You know,
was a
detective.
dad.
Yeah.
Almost, you know what I
Almost,
mean?
yeah.
I mean, like he tutored enough where it like maybe started to happen, but like they humanize him so much in this game, and I love how real it is. I mean, like there's always like the narrative dissonance between like here's this realistic character, yet you're murdering hundreds of people.
Yeah.
because that's the gameplay.
Sure.
But like what I really did like about it was the sense that like every time you came across, so even when it's the retired cop in like the second mission, you know what I mean? You're like, don't be a hero. And he's like, you got it, man. I'm retired. Like, I'm not.
Yeah.
And I loved that dynamic, but
That's
he
so
always
funny.
has
I
that.
love
He
the
has this
retired
like protector, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he understands that he's like,
He has this compulsion.
but he has this understanding that you don't know how to handle this situation, but you shouldn't have to.
Yeah.
He's like, I shouldn't know how to handle this situation. Is kind of the mindset he has. You know what I mean? He's self-aware.
Yeah.
He's much more, not that he isn't in the other games, but and then whenever
He's not around a lot of other people in the other games that he's not killing.
Yeah.
So it was cool to see those interactions.
So eventually you do get to the security console and, basically, I don't remember the exact order of events, but you find that you go back to check on Rodrigo.
Door's locked.
Door's locked, can't get in.
No answer. His secretary there.
You see him right before the lockdown happens, because he kind of has a balcony from his office
Yep.
that overlooks, and you talk to him real quick, if I remember right. Then he goes back in. Then the lockdown kicks on, and then you're like, all right, gotta go back up to him to make sure everything's chill. And secretary's like,
He's not answering the door.
So, what happens is,
And Max, he's like, oh, I know a way to enter from the roof or some shit.
yeah, so he goes around. He's been killed. He's been assassinated.
Rodrigo has been assassinated.
Yeah.
And then as you're going through, you also find that the IT kid was assassinated as
And
well.
the secretary.
Yeah, they're both murdered.
And then you
As
have
well.
that moment where you go, just another person who I couldn't protect. You know what I mean? Or whatever. Because that's like been the theme with Fabiana so far.
And
where
what's
it's
great,
like,
these
you
people-
can't stop her from getting kidnapped and stuff.
Yeah, and Max has been working security for the Broncos for I think a couple of years now. So he knows these people. He knows that security. Not security. He knows that IT kid. He knows that secretary. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some emotional weight for him.
Pretty killer.
In the sense that they're at least people he's interacted, they're acquaintances. You know?
Although it is very unclear to me whether there's months or years on this task.
That's a good point.
It's
It's a little foggy.
I don't want to give anything away. I believe it's a pretty tight timeline.
Okay.
my understanding was it might be 6 months total.
Yes.
From meeting Passos to the end of the game.
Yes, for like the flash as like you arriving in Brazil. Wow,
that's a lot of shit to have happen.
There's not a lot of time.
So while he's in Rodrigo's office, he goes to look at the security camera footage. Conveniently, that disc that would have shown him the CD that would have shown him the security footage of Rodrigo's office was missing.
Yep.
So then he goes to check under the desk.
And there's a bomb.
There's a bomb!
And so, very reminiscent of Max Payne, a building on fire that you need to get through.
Yeah, this is a cool
And this is brutal because to get it started, Max has to jump off that balcony in Rodrigo's office down into a little kind of just a nice Zen garden kind of area in the middle.
Yeah,
of
like the entrance to the building or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
a lobby or like the waiting area.
But that's like a solid 12 feet probably.
It's a big time vault.
Yeah, he lands pretty hard, and then the building is collapsing around it.
And so there's the Crouch of Prado guys are stuck in the explosion as well. So you're like, who set this bomb? Like they didn't bomb themselves.
Yeah.
Which is, one level of confusion.
As you're
But also, it's brutal. Like you're seeing guys.
really fucked up.
This is what I meant by like liveleak.com style shit.
Yeah.
When you're on here it's like the game is consistently very real.
Yeah.
Very brutal. You know what I mean? Very it's not like you can call a game like Gears of War brutal, where you saw someone in half with your Lancer. But like ultimately, you're just going through and it's just like, ah, and there's like blood spraying everywhere.
It's a little
This
over
is
the top.
like
This is like
I think you get like a guy you can like mercy kill if you choose to
There
or
is, yeah.
not. You can walk away and he's like, it's not my problem.
yeah.
like,
There's
ugh.
there's a couple moments like that where like the guy's like, you know what I mean, like
yeah.
You know
Smoke
what I mean?
inhalation.
uh-huh.
There was that one dude
They're
that
crushed.
was propped up against a wall. He looked dead, but he starts shooting at you like with his pistol, like barely.
Yeah.
And you have to kill him.
People just like missing limbs.
Yeah, that was pretty
like
grody.
So, I mean, it goes on for a while. There's a cool section where they drive a truck into the building.
Yeah,
and
that was really cool.
Yeah, fucked me
I
up.
thought that was super fun.
That
you
was
go.
cool, though,
That's one
yeah.
of the forced bullet time sections where you need to like try to cap as many guys as possible.
Yeah.
Very, very cool part. But at the end, you're escaping and you see a guy dragging himself out of the fire. You pull him out and you're like, why did you try to kill Rodrigo Bronco?
Isn't he missing a leg?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think
This guy's
he's
he's
very
dying.
fucked
Yeah,
up.
he's not gonna make it.
Yeah. So Max at least pulls him out of the smoke. And he's like, what? He's like, why are you here to kill Rodrigo? Like, why did you do that? And he was like, we were here to kill you because you
Yeah.
killed so many of our guys. And Max is like, oh.
Yeah, they're like, this is just retaliation for the murders.
Yeah.
Which, like, this is the first hint to This is the first direct hint to Max of something like larger going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And this is kind of when it starts to unravel for Max a little bit. I'll wait a minute to make my point till the next chapter. Next chapter, then I'll make my point. Sorry.
Well,
He also what?
I just think it's interesting that this is like one of the first times, like in this game, like that. Yeah, like you have individuals like Don DeMarco or Nicole Horn who are like seeking revenge on Max or whatever, or like even like Lem. You know, there's individuals who are commanding armies
The
and
police
attacking,
force,
but like
the NYPD. That's
Yeah.
when they thought Max was
but
responsible.
this is like one of the first times where it's just like, yeah, you killed a bunch of people, and now we're gonna kill you because you were, you know what I'm trying to say? It's not like he's not targeted for anything other than
just
being a murderer.
His actions,
because
But-
he's so unclear on what's going on, and admittedly at this point we are as well.
was
Yeah,
Player,
but
very
he's just firing on people.
That he is like he's just doing the classic Max Payne thing, and he's not thinking about who he's killing ultimately. You know what I mean?
And he's not-
just killing people to survive.
Yeah.
He's like in the other games, he is pushed by guilt or revenge or a specific motive. In this game, he's kind of just like shoved from one situation to the next and not really understanding like he doesn't have any skin in the game personally.
No.
For the first time ever in these games. So
Yeah.
he's just kind of like, well, I guess I have loyalty to my employer.
That's all it is, though, because it's just the Broncos are just somebody who have given his money
boss,
to
yeah.
protect him. He doesn't know these people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, Passos said that they were in academy or together or whatever, but like Max doesn't remember him.
Yeah.
So it's not as though
There's
like
no
he has
real like.
a care about him other than maybe the bonding they've had murdering
Right.
people
You
together.
know, he basically has severed all ties with his past life at this point.
Yeah.
I guess
And this, sorry?
It's not so weird that the Crotcha was is retaliating and like sending a hit out on him, but it seems like they should also realize that I'll be a little vague here. They went to the soccer field to get that money, so he was just defending himself. You know what I mean? From them.
Arguable because in that moment they didn't know who he was. He didn't know who they were. You know what I mean?
They also don't, didn't know for sure exactly at first, like who fired on the scene. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
I
there's
don't
a
know.
number of issues. The reality is that right now, this is the moment when things kind of start to unravel a little bit. Because until now, you've just been like, you can assume there's some connection between all these things and what's going on.
Yeah.
So you assume all of this violence is just because I'm protecting this guy in power and they want his money and stuff.
And also, technically, they could have been like, look, a third party outside force fucked up the money exchange. We want to work with you. Let us get this ransom money to you.
Yeah.
Instead, Max goes and just kills like 100 of them.
Yeah.
Instead of playing by the rules that were
Yeah.
set, He didn't need to go to their base and follow up after the stadium thing.
That's Commando Sombra.
Yeah, the Commando Sombra are the people who
Oh.
you're giving the money to. The Crotcha Prato are the people who come in and fuck it
Right.
up.
I'm
Yes.
I'm,
you're trying
I'm getting
to-
confused again.
That's what happened to me. At this point in time, I thought I was only fighting one force. I didn't realize that the people that captured Fabiana and the people that I was fighting in the building were two different forces.
Right.
Looking back on it now, it makes sense because the Crotcha Preto is a paramilitary group, whereas the Commando Sombra is they're just a gang. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So they don't have
Yeah.
the same kind of gear. But dude, it's really easy to fall into that kind of trap.
I think I had it backwards here when I wrote it down. But either way, Max realizes like the gravity of his actions, and he blames himself for this attack, for Rodrigo's death, and for the death of the IT kid and the secretary and everybody.
Yeah.
Sobers up. I have my notes. He shaves his nugget,
He does shave his nugget.
and he
pretty
heads
bad
to Nova
He doesn't nail
Esperanza
it, yeah.
to find Serrano, who's the leader of the Commando Sombra,
He's the leader of the bunch. You know him well. He's finally back.
Isn't there
and he's
a-
hoping to find Fabiana with relative ease.
Yeah. Isn't there a moment after now I can't Dominic? What was it? The
Wilson da Silva.
Nope.
What are you talking about?
The guy who just got shot, who just got
Rodrigo?
assassinated. Yeah, Rodrigo, sorry. Where you don't you run into Victor and Marcelo after Rodrigo dies and talk to them real quick? And doesn't
You
Marcelo
like call them.
I thought you come
Oh,
into
yeah,
their
you're right.
office. Oh no, you do call them because it cuts to them in the
Yeah.
office because Marcelo's accusing
He's like,
you.
what do you want me to do? Oh, yeah,
Marcelo's
he accuses
accusing you of murdering.
Right.
Like, why the
him
fuck
from
would
it.
I
He's
do
like,
that?
I understand that you're upset right now. He
You
goes,
got a
"But trust me."
good late era Max
That's
impression.
coming out pretty
Yeah.
good, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't practice it.
But it's very much like he's like, I understand you're going through a lot. That was I wanted to bring it up specifically because that scene was the first moment where like I started to doubt the motives of the people around you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it felt weird for Marcelo to accuse you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it felt weird the way that Victor was like, oh, you're still alive? You know what I mean? Like they both assumed
Yeah.
we were both dead. And that was the first, this was really, that's why I said I wanted to wait until we got this chapter. But this is really the moment where I was like, Max is not paying attention to what's going on right now.
No.
Like Max is not all here.
And I do think we'll continue to explore it. I think, Victor's suspicious, but Marcelo does seem just like a useful idiot. And
Yeah.
I don't think that Marcelo is I think he's selfish.
Yeah.
But I think in terms of like the evil schemes, he's not the ringleader
I agree,
at all.
But I just at this moment, it made me unsure of all of them. You know what I
Totally.
mean? Because at this moment you don't have a lot of information. So while things might have revealed Marcelo to be that later on, just like some fucking party. You know what I mean? At that moment was a moment where I started to doubt both of them, both Marcelo and Victor.
I
was
should
like,
have, but I
"Ugh."
was writing off their emotional, especially Victor accusing, or is Victor? Or are they both
Marcelo
accusing him?
accuses him.
Oh, okay.
Victor is like, Victor doesn't really say a lot.
He was just like, ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just
He's
kinda
trying
like,
to take
"Max."
stock of the situation.
Yeah, he's trying to
still
kind of
alive.
evaluate what's going on.
I-
He's the politician. He has to know how to figure,
But
handle all
I
this
wrote
shit,
that
but-
off as they were just emotional. But
Yeah,
I
which
should
is
have cued
what
in.
Max does, not you.
I keep saying
that's what
Matt,
Max
too.
does. You know what I mean? But that's the first moment where I was like, oh, it's another iteration of you're seeing this through Max's eyes, and Max is not fucking paying attention
Yeah.
until this
And
moment
he
when he's like
realizes
sober
that.
up.
He
So
realizes
he
that he's
gets
a big
sober.
dummy, yeah.
He shaves his head. And this is like he's trying to make a big change in his life.
I gotta
And
shave
so,
my nugget.
Chapter 7, a hangover sent direct from Mother Nature. Max shows up in the Nova Esperanza favela, which is like the slum or the ghetto, and he's seeking information on Serrano.
He
who's
shows up there because the dying Crotcha also tells him that.
Yeah, he's like, oh, they took her over the hill. Serrano has her.
Yeah, just to get us there.
While he's there seeking information,
He gets his ass beat.
he runs into he runs into Detective Wilson Da Silva, who has been kind of keeping track of Max, and
Yeah.
he believes that the Crotcha Prado are tied to Victor Bronco and the UFE, and Max does reach Serrano eventually, but not in time. He has Marcelo and Giovanna there. They're trying to basically buy back Fabiana.
Yeah, they for whatever reason, like fucking idiots, were like, we can handle this.
Yeah.
We'll head into the heart of the favelas.
So they fail. They get taken away, and Serrano shoots Fabiana.
And this is another brutal moment
Oh, yeah.
where they really don't, they like, I think purposely don't focus too much on Fabiana before now. She looks like she is ready to die.
Yeah,
You
she's
know what I
she's
mean?
been beaten
like
severely.
brutally. Like
Yeah.
not like she's black and blue. Like she can't open her eyes and she probably can't talk.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Why didn't they accept? Do we know why they didn't accept the payment from Marcelo and Giovanna?
I think because the Commando Sombra still don't know, and it's like Matt said earlier, they don't know who fired the shot at the, at the ransom
So it's-
exchange.
they have
And
a
then
grudge.
afterwards, the response to that was for Max to come there and murder all of them. You know what I mean? So in their mind, at this point,
Fuck it.
Yeah,
oh, you're trying to
also
give us more money? Fuck you. we'll just take the
Marcelo and Giovanna are like they could just take the money and be like, cool, we got the money now, and we have you. You know what I mean?
They have
Like,
no,
It was a horrible plan by those two.
Terrible plan.
yeah.
But so that's how this chapter plays out.
So this was a cool new thing for Max. He changes his outfit, cuts his nugget. He's sober now. I loved going through the favelas. I thought that was really interesting because it's a non-combat scene. You just like you're
Yeah,
looking
as
around
you're
for.
working through.
He's like, "Fuck, I don't know where she is.
And
I
it's-
gotta find out." And he
I
starts
like-
talking to
yeah.
people.
I like it because it's suddenly like this, it's a very visually stimulating scene. You know what I mean? Because it opens up to Max has got this like, I don't remember if it's flamingos, but it's like the Hawaiian shirt on now
It'd
for
be
the
funny
first
if it was
time.
flamingos. But
And
yeah.
he's walking through, and the favelas naturally are like they're very colorful areas.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The way that like the buildings are painted, you know what I
Cool
mean? It's
graffiti.
like pink, yellow. It's like a lot of pastels,
A lot
and
of
stuff. in the color.
overgrowth.
It's
Yeah.
supposed to beautify the slums, basically,
Yeah.
is the idea. When you
But
look
it
at it from
looks-
afar, especially.
Yeah, but
It's nice for the tourists.
very, yeah, which is gross. But it's a very like I liked it. I thought it was a very like,
Yeah, it's a
visually
great scene.
stimulating
And
looks
also,
beautiful.
you do, again, run into the retired cop.
You do. He's
He's like running a little clinic.
yeah, he's got like a little thing going on there.
like the
I can't remember what it's called.
Earth's Angels.
It's like Angels on the Hill or something.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because it was like he's singing that song, actually. And that's cool. That's where you learn that his like daughter's like coming to like flying over. That he wanted to do some charity work after being a police officer.
Yeah.
he didn't have any leads. And I guess this isn't a spoiler. The cop doesn't have any affiliation with the shit going on in the story. He doesn't know.
No,
I
it's
kept
just-
No,
expecting
he's just a
him-
citizen.
I kept
He's just
expecting him
a
to do something. but
Guy
he-
you run into who like you have a common bond between each
Well,
other because you're
he's
both
from a place
retired.
I
called
also-
Steel. And
I
like,
I think it's a
Georgia?
kind of a funny like twisted mirror sort of effect
Yeah.
here, where it's like this is how Max's life as a retired cop could have gone.
yeah.
Yeah, this he could be
Like-
waiting for his daughter to come visit him.
Oh,
They're
that
they're
kid.
they're
I
all in
didn't
the
think of
same.
that.
They're all in the same situations. Like they're just there for different
Wow.
reasons because Max's life took a very different path, but they wound up in the same spots over and over and over.
yeah.
No, I was aware of that, but I didn't think about the daughter.
It's
and, like,
very-
how it was literally a
It's
parallel.
well, they're both cops, like you said, who retired. Now they've gone to Brazil. They were
Wow.
both at the club. They're both in this favela. There's another time they'll run into each other later. You know?
Right at the
What was he doing at the club?
sex dungeon.
Yeah.
No, so
It's similar to that scene from Pulp Fiction where he,
yes.
he's in the gimp suit and he unzips the mask. He goes, "Max again!"
Hey, it's you.
So you are like, I'm trying to find this girl, and this little kid's like, girls, lots of girls over here. He brings you to
Max,
like
you dumbass.
a party, and some guys rough you up and shove you in a ditch.
Yeah, they steal your gun, and Max says, "Oh."
So you're like, fuck it, I'll go to the bar. You're looking around. You don't drink. Max is being strong. And that's where you meet De Silva, and he presents some evidence to you, and he's like, basically, De Silva's an interesting character too, because he's like, I think there's someone here, but also I'm kind of bound by the law. Like I can't just go in there and
like, he's
break
like,
this down.
I have a family and I don't want to die.
I don't want them
you
to
know what
all
I
be
mean? Like
murdered.
some
Yeah.
big puss.
Giant pussy.
But it's like again another twisted mirror sort of effect to me, where it's like I think De Silva represents someone like Max, who
Stayed on the straight. and narrow,
who's
or,
not got like a fucking death wish.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but there's also like the
But he also had
there's
the
an
desire
interesting
to fix
yeah.
it.
There's also the interesting juxtaposition though with that relationship where they both kind of need each other. To like
Right.
De Silva needs Max Payne.
As does vice
De
versa.
Silva,
Like
yeah.
they complete each other in a way where it's like he's doing the legit work, he's doing the shadow work, and
because it's like
they form one whole
you have
cop.
a drone on autopilot or you have a drone with a
Yeah.
human being driving it around.
And De Silva, not a bad guy either. There's no like. There's it never.
I think the cool thing about this game is all of the characters are very human.
Yeah.
So there is not, you can't be like De Silva's a good guy because you're like, yeah, but he's taking this man who's clearly suffering and just trying to do good, even though he ends up doing it by doing good. He's murdering hundreds of people every time. You know what I mean? But in his mind, he just wants to do good and fix the ills of society.
For De Silva, the ends justify the means.
yes,
Yeah.
but you
And
That's why I should
that's
say he's a
everyone's
good
choice.
guy.
yeah. But
But he
you could be
doesn't-
like, that's fucked up what he's doing to him. You
I
know
guess
what
I
mean?
expected both De Silva and the retired cop to turn on Max in some way, or to be associated in some sort of thing that they would be against.
I mean, De
Max,
Silva's
but
like just willing to let him die.
Yeah,
He's
not-
like, hey, hopefully
kinda,
you make it
but
out of this, but like,
that's with the understanding that Max. I think he says like, you don't have
No,
to do
it's
this,
a-
and he's like, where is it? You know?
no, it's 100%. It's not as though he's forcing him into anything,
Yeah.
but he comes in and he's like, hey, if you're trying to do this,
Here's some shit.
yeah,
Yeah.
So the bar that you meet him in is like a brothel strip club bar.
Full titties.
Full titties
you
in
get
this
some
game.
full tits in this one.
Full
yeah, I
titties
was
in this
like,
game.
I was like, fuck, I gotta pause this, go jerk off.
I gotta
You know
jack
what I
off.
mean?
Great. Now I gotta
And
jack
I like that all the women are kind of busted. It's good.
Yeah, because they're sex trafficked.
They're more
you know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's
more
like-
relatable. More-
Now some guys are coming. They're like, "Fuck you, gringo. We're gonna kill you now because we don't like that you're here." And they probably know who he is. They probably understand
He has
you
some
know,
sort
they
of-
he probably has. Those guys probably have ties to the gang.
Yeah.
He stands out a bit.
So De Silva does give you a gun. He's like, you're
does.
probably gonna need this. And I was like, yes, cool. Back in the combat. The bartender,
He starts blasting you.
yeah, he pulls a shotgun out.
Yeah.
Like basically everybody in the bar turns on you, and the women are very scared.
Yes.
Did you shoot all the women?
A couple on accident.
What the fuck?
I didn't. Like, the look you're giving me is like you killed everyone. Turned
I don't
around and
thi-
were like, duh, duh, duh.
I don't think I did. I don't think I did. I don't remember.
No, but a couple of them definitely died.
But you do find a sex pervert who basically admits to fucking underage girls.
Gross sex pervert.
And I read
EDP 45s in a back room, and
He's just chilling out
I
back
read
there.
that
He's
you
like, "I thought there
could
was cupcakes
kill him
here."
or let him go. And in my interaction with him, he just like ran away. And Max was
There-
like, I don't
okay.
fucking know.
So
Maybe you had the same experience.
no spoiler alerts. You just missed something later that we will bring up to you when we
I
get
had
to
to
that
restart.
chapter.
That's when I had to restart the chapter, and that's when I had the unskippable thing.
It is. Just trust us. Hold on to the fact that you thought you could kill the pervert. You cannot kill the pervert in that scene.
Not in
You
that
didn't do
scene,
anything
no.
wrong.
Incredibly easy to miss later on.
We'll fill you in.
Okay.
I just don't want to. I don't want to jump ahead because it's like
Yeah.
a big plot point.
Yeah,
where you are
the
to get
setting
there.
is
So
pretty-
the brothel scene is reminiscent of Max Payne 1.
You vary.
The brothel scene in Max Payne 1.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
And going through the favela is very cool. Like there's a lot of elevation. Like you know, there's just a lot of like mini arenas and
Yeah.
narrow pathways. It's a
never
very
know.
cool level design.
When you guys were talking about accidentally, quote unquote, shooting
Oops.
civilians, yeah, there's a lot of moments that, especially with the snap lock, like the holding the left trigger to snap aim. Yeah, I would like aim at a guy and then realize that he was just like running out of his house into another house. And was just a
yeah, people
civilian.
like shutting their
And it seemed like-
windows.
yeah.
and-
Okay. So this is when you're running down in like the UFE, right? That's their
Not
name.
yet. They haven't.
No,
released it.
that's
Oh,
chapter
okay.
9.
Like, that's where I'm a little.
Fuck.
I'm a
you
little.
spoiled it.
No, I'm a little fuzzy on where we are.
Okay.
So
that's all I'm
this is where your first you're just like, holy shit, like they're sounding the alarm. I gotta find a place to like lay low.
Okay. Yes.
And so that's basically this chapter is you get introduced to Max, Bald Max, Sober Max.
Bald boy.
And
that happens right after Fabiana is killed. What you're talking about. We're talking about when we just first got there.
yeah, eventually, you
I got
know,
mixed up 'cause
you
we already
do
talked about that.
Yeah. So, we're jumping
was
around.
like-
you do like as you go, you're like, oh, I'm noticing like some of these guys are not like the same street thugs from before. I think I'm getting closer to the source.
Yeah, it seems to be getting heavier.
And then
more
that is when
alarmed.
you come in, you do find the scene where you know the Broncos are trying to save Fabiana. They fail. She gets killed. Serrano gets away.
Yes.
And
Really intense moment between Serrano and Max.
yeah, Serrano's got an intense look. He's like the
Guys seen some shit.
Yeah.
I want to mention that De Silva, when you're with him at the club, he also tells you that Rodrigo. No, he says that Victor has ties to the Cracha Preto.
I said that.
Yeah, he mentioned that.
I just wanted to say it again.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thanks for saying the thing I said 10 minutes ago.
Just wanted to say it. It's fun to talk about, honestly.
Andrew said I definitely didn't forget.
Yeah, I said De Silva believes that there are ties between the Cracha Preto, Victor Bronco, and the UFE. He thinks that all three of the groups have a little love triangle.
Okay.
And he can't quite prove it, but there's pieces there, as in, you know, I think it was Victor who hired the Cracha Preto to clear some land that his brother, that Rodrigo wanted to develop.
Yes.
You know,
And to install some retail space. But Rodrigo, I am assuming, reluctantly went along with that, or just did not ask how that.
I
land
think
was
that that's what
cleared.
he's referring to when earlier in the game he's like, there are things that I've had to do that maybe weren't, not maybe, but that weren't, you know what I mean? That were
that he
bad
was-
things.
that he regretted. Yeah.
Yeah, which is why it's another thing where it's like, you were like, I think he's a good guy, and you're like, kinda.
Yeah.
He's well intended,
yeah.
you know.
He didn't want
It's
to
hard
do anything evil
It's hard to have that much money and that much power
and not fall
without ever having done something morally
Getting some
objectable.
bloody
you know what I mean?
hands,
Like,
yeah.
Either way, even if you're not killing people, even if you're just like using even if it's just like you're Jeff Bezos and you've just let people live in poverty, or
You're
you know what I mean? Like,
profiting off somebody's
yeah,
back
exactly.
somehow,
Like
yeah.
somewhere along the way, someone is suffering in order for you to have this unnecessary and massive amount of wealth. That's a bigger discussion.
Yeah. The whole episode.
As Max looks over Fabiana's corpse, he has another flashback. And
Yes.
just making sure. I thought I didn't attach my mic for some reason.
It looks like you did.
And it's basically a continuation of the flashback he was having. So this is chapter 8 now. Ain't no reprievement gonna be found otherwise.
Ain't
no
no
reprievement. Yeah, then it starts by, it's like Max on a toilet taking a huge shit, and he's like, oh, wait, that's not the right place. And then it snaps to the real,
Yeah, there's a little fake out.
yeah, snaps to
Some
the
of that
real,
Rockstar humor.
real flashback.
So Max is in the graveyard. He's saying his final goodbyes to Michelle and Rose. And
there we go.
Passos is like, I'll give you a minute here. And Max is confronted by more of DeMarco's men. There's a shootout in the graveyard. You go like through a morgue into a church. And at the end, like you get up into the offices, and Raul's like, "Hey man, like I need a ride out of New Jersey. We're being held down. This is fucked."
The whole time you're just trying to find a landline to call his. I got contacts in Queens.
Yeah.
Max
Yeah.
is like, Queens?
King of Queens. I like that show.
Kevin James,
Go, go,
Kevin
go,
James,
go, go, go.
Leah Remini,
I was going to do an impression of Max
you
laughing.
know,
I've
George
never heard
Stiller,
that.
or Jerry Stiller, George Costanza.
You know, that Ramini is one of those scientists.
Are you feeling okay, Max?
So there's a couple things that happen here that I think is,
Bananas.
no, just cool. So there's another section where you're being, held down by a sniper.
Yes.
He's in the clock tower. I basically like Passos will do a thing where he's like, all right, I'll distract him while you move forward. And I didn't realize that.
fire.
I just went.
Yeah,
Did you get killed?
No, I
capped?
made it.
Oh,
yeah.
you can surprisingly. I had an issue with this.
I
section.
fucked this part up, yeah.
Yeah. How did you fuck it up?
So I heard
Well, I
him
should say I made it in 2. I dashed, and then he was like, Max, wait for me and I'll do the thing, okay? And I was like, oh, that cue should have come earlier. I definitely skipped ahead of where the game was, and then you just go to the side and...
Okay, yeah. I went in steps. Every time he did it, I would go to the next closest thing, because I just assumed the sniper was going to kill me instantly, which I guess is not true. But I went up the stairs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the
like-
thing you think you might do.
Yeah, but he tells you even before that, he's like, don't go up the stairs, Max, go to the left. And I just didn't do that.
I was
But when you're on the stairs, he's like, Max, I said not the stairs, you got to go to the left. And I was like, oh, fuck, okay.
I was definitely listening to a podcast while I was playing through this section as well, so I missed that because I stayed behind the cover, and every time I'd advance, and then I skipped the last one where he told me to, and I went all the way up the stairs, and I was
Yeah.
like, is this where I'm supposed to be? And then the doors busted open, and 5 guys came out immediately, and I was like, oh fuck, killed all of them.
I would
yeah.
love some Five Guys right
And
now.
then, oh god, I'd kill.
Burgers and
Give me
fries.
some Cajun fries, baby.
Well, don't worry. He'll give you a ride to Five Guys after we're done here.
I will not do that.
I hope our boys
I fucking
there.
hate getting into that area. That's why I don't go. But anyways, and then I spent a good minute and a half on the stairs and wandering around, being like, "What am I supposed to do here?" Until eventually
He's like, "Max,
Passos
you gotta-
goes,
you gotta shoot the
You gotta
guy."
get from the side and shoot him from over there." And I was like, "I'm a fucking idiot."
oh,
He's like, he said something along the lines of like, "You gotta get a better angle on him." And then I looked up, I saw that half of the building was exposed, and I was like,
Yeah.
It was just I felt real dumb.
This is a really cool sequence. Using the gravestones as cover is cool.
There's
Except for
this-
when they destroy the gravestone of your wife and daughter
Yeah.
as you're trying to hide behind
no,
it. And
even
it just
still-
gets fucking
Oh, that didn't
blasted.
happen to me.
No,
Yeah,
I stayed there for a moment too
Me
long,
too.
and then had to get cover there. And if you get cover behind a gravestone, it'll slowly deteriorate. They'll
Yeah.
shoot off pieces of it, and they annihilate your dead wife and daughter's.
That's what happened to me
Did
too.
you find Nicole Horn's grave?
No.
Yes.
I think you can find graves for Woden and Horn,
What?
right? Am I
Okay,
wrong?
So hold on. Let's-
No, it's not. It's not Woden. It's your old partner.
Oh, Balder.
Balder. It's Balder.
Yeah, Balder and Horn.
wow. Okay, I want to hear about that because I totally missed those.
Oh, there's not much.
It's
You just find their graves.
It's just a quick
Does it say-
aside. You walk by and it's like examine gravestone, and he's
Yeah.
like,
What?
Nicole, he goes, Nicole Horn, name I hadn't heard in a long time. You know what I mean? Like something along those. Reminds me of a past life I
wow.
forgotten I'd lived.
Wish I had a big wizard stored in my balls to release on her grave.
I had a big whiz stored in my
balls.
I love when because when he goes to Baldur's grave, he's like, "Damn, I don't have time to play with myself."
Sound like Duke a little bit.
Does he?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Jesus Christ.
But no, they're pretty innocuous. They're like, if I remember right, I think they're slightly larger gravestones. You know what I mean? Like
Popolo?
like when you go into a cemetery, and some of them are just like bigger.
Ever since Legend of Zelda, one of the first games I ever played.
Ocarina of Time, where you have to pull the graves. Oh no, this happened in.
It's in I think it's in every
Yeah.
Zelda game basically.
Like as I was saying that, I was like, I think it's in every game.
Yeah, no, Ocarina of Time. I had been gaming for a while before that came out. I was a early adopter. I think I was playing games before I even really understood what I was doing, and I've just always been like, "What? There's a secret in the graves." Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just I'll just like check every gravestone in a video game, thinking
anything
like,
you played where,
"Oh,
like, you
you'll
see a
push
dirt
one and
mound.
there'll be like a
Yeah.
fucking
Or like maybe it'll be like dig here, you know what
Yeah.
I mean? Or like something along.
So I think I just
It's a dead body.
just had the
Why'd we
impulse
do
to like
this?
check every grave.
yeah.
So I was hyped up when I was playing this part. I was so thrilled. I had so much momentum. Sorry to back up just a little bit. That sequence of the DeMarco's guys showing up and blasting, because like it's positioned in such a way that when you gain control of Max after that cutscene of the guys showing up, the gravestone, Michelle and Rose's gravestone, is right in front of me.
It's a good cover.
You should use that as cover unless you go straight into shoot dodging. But
I just capped them all fast.
okay. That's some
Finish your
like,
point.
that is like some like profound imagery. I thought that was like I was like damn, that is really cool. Like just like
Snowing. It's nighttime.
and just the symbolism of like Max using their tombstone to shield him from fire. I was just like, that is awesome.
That had
That's some
similar
Remedy
impact
shit
to
right
me.
there.
Yeah.
But I was so I was also drunk while I was playing this part. I was so hyped up. This was such a sick moment. The game had picked up so much momentum. I was having such a good time that I knew that the graveyard was huge, but I didn't really spend a lot of time checking it out because I was like, what's gonna happen next?
With,
I was just so thrilled.
With Baldur and Horn, they're not really off the beaten path.
They don't have like a stat like a gargoyle or any shit.
no, it's very inconspicuous.
Yeah, it's like I remember with Horns, I found hers because there's like a mausoleum, and I just like checked behind it to see if there was anything there.
I looked around a little bit.
And
I didn't see
as I
anything.
walked
I must
by
have blown it.
a tombstone there, it was like examine to interact. You know what I mean? Like interact.
Yeah.
I was
Did
like,
it
oh.
just really? They just blended into the other ones.
Yeah, it's just a fucking graveyard.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were there specifically were bigger than just like your classic tombstone. They were like a cross or whatever on a thing. But there's multiple of those that aren't
Yeah.
of note throughout the graves.
One section,
bitch.
one section I really liked was when you like basically saw a bunch of the gangsters like all around a bunch of cars, like talking about their action plan.
And you and Passos work together.
Yeah, but you could just fucking shoot the tanks, the gas tanks in the cars, and just blow the cars
you
up
can
on
blow
them.
all the cars
right.
out. Yeah.
It rules. Blowing up cars in this game, great.
works
Love
very
it.
well.
It's very good.
Yeah, because Passos like starts like shooting at them direct on, but you flank them and just
Yeah.
So this,
the whole graveyard's fucking.
it's
sick.
great. The graveyard's great. Like the atmosphere very good. Going into the little mortuary, the morgue area is
Morgue
really
was cool.
cool. In the church, you find a piano, and he goes, "It definitely was the the time, if not the place, to play my dirge." And then he tries to plunk out the Max Payne theme.
Ding ding ding.
It didn't come out right.
And he
Which,
fucks it up.
I will just talk about this now real quick. I don't remember exactly where it happens, but by the end of the game, I think this happens three times total.
There's three
Yes.
interactions.
He gets a little better, and then at the final, right toward the end of the game, he like finds a piano in the room that he's in for some reason. Doesn't totally make sense for it to be there. I guess it does in a way if it's like the ballroom of the hotel or something.
Yeah.
But he gets it, and
Yeah, he
it's just
finally-
like it's a very corny sort of thing. But I was like, all right, that's kind of nice.
He's cute.
It's a little bit of a.
But he's even
It
like,
resolves the story.
he's kind of chuffed. He's just like,
Yeah. I remember on the last one too, he like plays it and he
played
goes,
my song.
He like finally nails it and he goes, "There it was, the soundtrack to my life." You know what I mean? Like then I was like, it was just it was like a meta thing, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
a fourth wall breaking moment kind of where like
Yeah, I think he says like, "Damn, I've got time to play for myself." and he was playing piano for himself.
Sounds not as good.
And so this was another one of the situations where I was a little frustrated. Where you're in like the church area where there's like a a bunch of pews, a little pulpit. It's like a mini. I don't know if it's like an actual Church of God, but
Chapel?
it's like it's almost like a little funeral hall.
Yeah. Matt Hall.
Damn. So Passos is like, oh, Max, you gotta go up and get the guy in the balcony while I, shoot the other guys or whatever. So you go up on the balcony, take out the guy who's got like a heavy machine gun, and then Passos is like,
there's more coming.
I'm on the ground, and now I can't shoot anyone suddenly. After like going through this entire situation,
I thought he was
I'm
still
now
shooting
entirely no.
He didn't shoot guys at all. It was just
He's
you?
just sitting there, and you need to fire on all the guys before they get to him, because he's almost like on the ground, like on his back, like and they're just coming at him like, we're gonna kill you now.
I didn't realize that he wasn't shooting.
Yeah,
because the rest he's so
Probably 'cause I was
capable.
drunk.
The rest of that scene, well, as you're running through the graveyard, he's also killing people with.
right. So I didn't.
know what I mean?
Maybe I missed it, but there wasn't a thing where he was like, I'm out of
stubbed my
ammo. But
toe,
even then,
Max.
it's like he's physically incapacitated, where he's not moving.
Yeah.
And it's like I could see him being like,
No, he
he
didn't
snapped his ankle or something,
God,
or
what fucking.
they didn't do anything to
No,
signify why.
he does get hurt. Because you get shot at towards the beginning of the flashback in general, before this one, and he wraps up your arm or whatever. Something happens to Passos before this point where he gets the shit kicked out of him. Do you remember?
Right. It's because DeMarco finds you and he's gonna make you dig your own graves.
Is that before that? That
And
is
he-
before that. You're
yeah,
right.
and
He
he-
conks his head.
They beat him in the head with a shovel.
We got to talk
So
about that fucking scene.
I think this is him kind of maybe it's just
Maybe it's just residual from that.
Yeah,
But
or
he
he-
was still fighting even after that.
I don't know.
Didn't entirely make sense. But yeah, so I mean, if you want to talk about it,
That was a sick sequence though. When you have that gun, and you're shooting down on the guys coming after Passos. That was awesome. Yeah, I don't know what that gun. I don't know what any of the guns are called. There was just like the super machine gun.
That's
I
called
think it's the
sometimes
BFG.
Oh yeah, you're
No,
right.
it's called an RPD though. I'm pretty sure.
Rapid punching dildo.
It's
know what it
it's
stands
the
for.
Raccoon Police Department.
Okay.
I don't know what it stands for, but it's just a light machine gun.
All right, it kicks ass. But yeah, this was one of my favorite parts in the game. So as you're making your way in the world today, taking everything you got, some of DeMarco's guys show up.
Everything you got.
No, I'm sorry. This is actually in the sniper tower.
Wouldn't you like to get
What the fuck are you talking
They
about?
start singing this.
Cheers.
When you kill the guy in the sniper, you go up into the building, and there's more dudes in there, and they
Yeah.
surround you. They surround you in Passos. And they take you outside, they disarm you, and they bring you up to what looks like to be a fresh grave plot, and Anthony DeMarco's there,
Yeah.
the father of the guy that you blasted in that Hoboken bar.
Hoboken.
And he's distraught. He's legitimately
Yeah. He says the same thing he
Killed.
says in the first one where he's like, my son! My fucking son! My only fucking son! You killed
killed
him!
my boy.
I believe they dropped some more slurs in this one as well.
Yeah.
There was some, yeah.
It's a couple.
Especially to our boy Passos, he gets a. Ooh.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So then I was so this scene tickled me so much. I was telling my coworkers at work.
I'm sure they love hearing about it.
I said it over.
Let me
our
mansplain
walkie-talkie.
this video game to you that you don't care about.
It was our boy Chris. He indulged me. They hand Max a shovel and they say, "Dig your grave," and he says, "Oh, okay." And
The grave diggers start playing in the background. It's suicide. It's a suicide.
DeMarco is led away because he's sobbing, and there's a couple of these sequences where Max he's narrating, and at certain points is when you can do a QTE, but only certain points during it, which is a bummer because I wanted to listen to his whole thing.
I did because I missed the first one.
Oh really?
I didn't what I noticed with a couple of these specific QTEs, because there's a few and they all kind of work differently.
Yeah.
But you have to notice the reticle has suddenly popped up on the enemy.
Yeah.
And is red, and I was taking it in. You know what I mean? So
Just
I'm
watching
not
the
really,
scene?
I'm just sitting back, just watching, because I'm like, oh, he's digging his grave. This will work like the other cutscenes, where something happens. You know what I mean?
And then you press a button.
And then suddenly it's like you're back in.
There's a couple different interactive cutscenes. Like some are like
Kind of
literal
QTE?
QTEs
Yeah,
where it's
yeah.
like press But I don't even know if it's QTE. It's more just like series of button prompts.
There was
Yeah.
one QuickTime event specifically, which I believe you had marked in your notes because you thought it was dumb. You didn't like it.
I think so as well. Yeah.
And I agree, but that
the
is a
next
QuickTime
chapter.
event. This isn't. This one isn't a
No.
QuickTime event. I think it's like a prompt or whatever. But it's
I-
also it's very subtle.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, and I picked up on it quickly, but I was like, oh man, I kind of want to hear what Max is going to say.
He just kind of keeps pontificating on the same ideas.
Yeah, okay. So what he does is, as he's digging, there's a couple times that he'll stop, and he's like tired, and the guy's like, yeah, keep digging your grave. So he's like, all right.
Keep digging your grave.
Keep digging your grave. Wise from your grave. So as he's digging, at one point he gives like, I don't know, him and Passos are on such the same level, like they're mind melded. He gives him like some sort of like invisible cue. He takes the shovel full of dirt, throws it in the other guy holding a gun on you, his face, destroys the first guy with a gun with the shovel, and then I think Passos grabs a gun on the ground and just caps them both. And I'm like, that was fucking sick.
Yeah.
Like, it was just so badass to me.
Yeah. Matt looked like he wanted to say something for a second.
What do you want to say, Matt?
Your
So,
brows
you should
furrowed.
pull your hair off your mic.
Oh, okay. It's like your brows furrowed. Just like put it behind your shoulder.
I just don't want to deal with that.
That's right.
Yeah. There you go.
Looks great now.
You look great.
So that sequence just got me really hyped. Thank you. I got really hyped up.
Is there like a button prompt? Is there?
I think you just press right trigger. This one isn't quite
Well,
a QTE.
I think
Let me
it
finish
might-
what I want to say.
Sorry.
Is there a button prompt that causes you to actually dig?
No.
No.
You're okay.
Max will do a cycle of dig a couple times, then he like pauses and he looks at the guy and he's like, "Oh, I'm tired," or whatever.
Okay.
And it's when you're digging is when you're supposed to press the button to activate the shovel throw.
I feel like I activated it like right away for some reason. I feel like it was. I don't know. I could be
Maybe
remembering
you
it
can.
wrong.
Maybe you could.
I just thought it was a cutscene, so it took me a moment to realize I had to do something. You know
That's-
what I mean?
It'd be funny if you just could go through and not do that, and then you just
And then
like
you
bury
just
yourself to death.
Yeah.
So
I guess I'm dead now.
I was curious about that because I had watched through.
I ain't got time to bury myself.
I forgot how like one character died, so I just YouTube. You know what I mean? Looked it up on
Yeah.
YouTube. This character's death, Max Payne 3, and watched through it, and then started to watch a compilation of all of the failures in the game.
Oh,
if you
shit.
fail all these different things, and I did not get to that one, but I want to finish it to find out.
That'd be interesting.
Because there's one where
Max
Fabiana,
Payne 3 Epic Fails compilation.
you can get Fabiana like shot in the head in the
really?
helicopter.
Oh
scene.
yeah,
You're
yeah,
just
yeah.
chasing
That
around,
one
yeah.
sucks.
I want to mention right here, I found the transitions from the actual cutscenes back to gameplay fucking seamless. To the extent that at some points I didn't realize I was playing again.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Yeah, which was like a not a complaint, but like it was really cool.
Yeah.
But usually though they also like very clearly indicated when you were re-entering combat.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
It never tricks you, but I remember one, we haven't gotten to the chapter yet, but when you get to a new place, Max is just like hiding behind a wall, and that's how it starts. I thought it was still a cutscene. I really did not realize that it was.
I
and like
failed
this
that.
guy gets up to me and he just starts
I
blasting.
failed
me.
that the first time because he just murdered me because I
Yeah.
was just waiting for the cutscene to continue.
I thought it was a cutscene.
And
I
yeah,
don't think I know what you're talking about, but we'll get there.
you
Yes.
will. Yeah, sorry.
All right, so this
No, I refuse.
this ends with Raul getting you guys out of New Jersey, and then you flash back. Serrano has escaped. You're still in the favela, and the UFE is now raiding the neighborhood. So you're running away. You're trying to go through.
And
I mean, a
they-
couple things happen. I'm not sure if this happens in what order, but you find that they're like making drugs
Yes.
in the building you're in.
I believe I think this is before the raid. As you're traversing through the favelas, you
Right.
see tons of drugs.
But I think this is in this chapter. I think it's chapter 9 where this happens.
Yeah, you definitely
Continue.
come across more. You come across more things as you move through the favela.
Right. But this specifically, I think like in the area where they were holding Fabiana, you find they're making drugs. So you like grab a bunch of fireworks
yeah.
and you like rip the fucking gas pipe open.
off of an oven.
Yeah, and you just blow the building up.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what I thought. Did you guys think it was a cool sequence? But I was also like, that's very dangerous for Max to do because that could have destroyed other buildings around it.
Everything's dangerous that he's doing.
I think it's on par with everything else he's done.
It felt weirdly out of character for me. Because I was like, because there are just families living there too that could have been next door, and that explosion could have really fucked somebody up.
He was literally spraying guns all over a neighborhood just moments before that.
They got to get down low.
Just saying.
You can't dodge an explosion.
It was a
next
little
door.
more blatantly, you know, reckless
Yeah.
in a way, but also, is it really any more reckless than spraying a machine gun through a neighborhood where it's like tightly packed, poorly
and,
built
these,
homes?
Probably
these
not.
aren't like well insulated. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah,
He just doesn't give a fuck.
No.
Literally.
And he
drywall.
did think, he was like, well, good deed done. haha."
Yeah. That part was, I was like, eh.
Well, I mean, like, and they also point out that, like, at that height specifically of the favela and on that hill
Yeah.
is where it is primarily cartel members and stuff
Okay.
like that existing.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Because even as the section we're about to get into, once you look at Fabiana's dead body, guy yells at you in Portuguese. You're like, I don't fucking speak Portuguese. Leave me alone. You know what I mean? And then
does
you
that a
beat
couple
him up,
times.
and you leave. I really liked this sequence as you're kind of going back down through the favelas, and it's like getting darker. The sun's kind of setting.
I was gonna say
throughout-
the sun sets throughout the level, which is
Yeah.
a really neat thing.
because it kind of almost moves at the same pace at which you're moving down the favela. Where when you're at the top, it's still bright out, and as you go down, it gets darker.
I did notice that,
and
but
darker.
I looked back on it after reading it.
I didn't notice until afterward. I was like,
that
oh,
was
it's
the-
nighttime now.
That was
And-
one of the chapters I went back and played through today because
Okay.
it's probably one of my favorite chapters.
Very cool.
From the game.
Yeah.
But I just love the whole sequence of running down, and it's another moment where you're not supposed to kill the civilians. It's very easy to, like you said, when you had soft lock on, but even just like you don't know if the person running out of that balcony is going to start shooting at you
have no
immediately.
idea.
They look very different because at this
Yeah.
point you're fighting the UFE, which are
Well,
fucking.
so yeah, let me just introduce that real quick.
Sorry.
You basically you need a place to hide. You lay low.
This raid is serious.
There's some other guys there. You take them out. You got your little hidey hole. You're peeking out a window, and yeah, the UFE is just rounding up civilians and gang members alike and shooting them. And
Just
like,
gunning them
it's
down.
brutal. They round them up into big vans. And it's, you are like, well, gotta get out of here.
Yeah, you're
and
kinda
you
sneaking
see
around.
that the UFE, two officers are like rushing Giovanna and Marcelo out of a building.
That's right. Taking them away.
Yeah, and then as you're going through, you find that the Caracha Prado have showed up, and the UFE basically was like, we'll take that money, here's your vans full of humans,
Yeah.
and you're like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
What is this?
But even at the time, Max
So
is
it's-
like putting a pin in that real quick.
Yeah, so it's like, you are fighting both civilians, gang members, and the UFE, like you were saying.
So that is
You
a,
end up fighting effectively everybody.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's a tremendous plot point.
Yeah. I love the sneaking around too when there's like the troops, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
moving through the streets.
Yuffie.
And he's like, I've gotten into enough clusterfucks today. I don't need to get into another one, you know what I mean?
And these
So
are more
it's kinda
powerful enemies.
trying
Like they have the you can headshot them and their helmets fly
You gotta
off.
get 2 or 3
helmets
shots
and
off
yeah.
of them, yeah.
And shit. So I wanted to ask you guys how you played this part because this is one of the parts that I like the most. You don't have to fight a lot in the first beginnings of this. Like you can wait and they'll move away, or there's like people that are like off in the distance. You don't have to shoot anybody.
Yeah, there's
for
a few.
while.
It does give you the option every now and then with the UFE. Where I was pretty aggressive though.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
too. But like the UFE will take out the gang members and stuff.
Yeah.
In my as I was role playing as Max Payne, I was just like, well, I gonna try to, if they're focused over here, I'm not trying to keep the attention on me. I'm just trying
Yeah.
to traverse this bullshit. But eventually, it does get to a
I may have
point.
played it differently the first time. On this most recent playthrough, I played it on easy because I just wanted to get through faster, just
Yeah.
to. So I was just like trying to get in as much combat as possible because it's just fun to blast people.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. The combat is
I had
consistent.
a question for you guys about combat. You didn't really ever use shoot dodge in the first two.
Not really.
You did kind of.
I use it a lot in the first.
I pretty much relied on it in the first two games to like get through a lot of the combat scenarios.
Yeah, same here.
Didn't in this one.
No, I didn't shoot dodge almost ever. I did use bullet time a few times, a
one
couple
thing that
times.
I use
noticed-
bullet time a lot.
Yeah, bullet
I
time I
almost-
used a lot.
I really didn't.
I used a lot of bullet
I think
time.
you would
but
have more if you.
I
were
noticed with
not
the shoot
easy.
dodge, and I only thought of it because
I didn't.
it was one of those scenes.
Even when you played it the first time.
Yeah, I forgot it existed. The only time I used it was when I was forced to, like when it
Yeah.
like it puts it on for you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I kept forgetting it was even a thing.
Damn.
I found myself.
So
a lot
I had
more-
a very hard time with the game.
I
I did a lot of like long distance sniping my first
Oh,
playthrough.
Jesus. Yeah. But you like in that scene where it's like you come out of the building and there's the 3 guys like running across the roof that you can ignore
Yeah.
But then you go down the stairs and there's the guys across at the balcony who do start shooting at you. You have to fight them.
We have a window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
they
tried to
fucked
shoot
me up.
dodge. The shoot dodging was a little janky in this because it's hard to control where you go, and it either lasts a very long time or it's realistic and it lasts the amount of time as if I just dove to the side and really all I did was just fell down. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like. No, that's not what I mean. I mean in the sense that oftentimes if you're just standing on the floor and you dive to the side, you do not have very much time. You know what I mean?
Oh, midair?
Yeah, like shoot dodge is
okay.
very
You're saying
slow.
like the slow-mo is not
And in
as
this
slow-mo?
part specifically, it fucked me up because I did the shoot dodge and I tried to just dodge by the windows, but I was at a little bit of an angle. I went out of the windows, landed on the balcony, went to get back up, and just got blasted. Couldn't do anything about it. And another time, just leapt off the side of the yacht, like because I was trying to shoot dodge and just
That's
went
great.
right over the edge and just kept going, and then you just go, you know.
I liked it in this game.
It was okay. I thought the forced moments of shoot dodge were really good.
Yeah.
thought
But the
those were-
actual
there's
utilization in
A bullet
game
time,
was
you
like-
mean?
A bullet
Yeah.
time, sorry.
Bullet time.
Actual utilization of shoot dodge though was like not.
Didn't use shoot dodge as much, maybe half as much as I did in the other games.
One thing we didn't talk about though is sort of a
but
bullet time mechanic.
Mostly because I just liked it. I like using bullet or shoot dodge. I think it's cool.
Yeah.
If you have
I
any
force myself to do it.
if you have any painkillers on your inventory and you take a fatal hit, you go into bullet time, and if you can get a shot off on the person who shot you, you'll regain health and you'll get a second chance.
Yes.
It's what's it called? It's called like
The
a
last stand or something.
yeah,
or-
and that's a very cool mechanic.
I liked
It helped me out a lot.
And then you
Yes,
also like
but
after
also-
that you stay laying down on the ground.
Yeah. I
like that.
until you get
That's
back
really
up,
cool.
and then you
That
have to
was
like
sick.
make yourself get back up. That
Two
was
quick,
fucking-
two quick notes. First off, I noticed during those things when you're laying down, lots of great animations on Max. They animated the fuck out of that guy, and like they didn't need to. Like just like the fluidity of like how much his entire body will move while you're aiming.
Yeah.
Just mwah. The last stand thing, man, that got me a lot in a way that like there's so many angles where maybe if I was like shoot dodging and I got hit midair as I was like falling down in slow motion, there's no possible way that I could hit
I
the
can
guy.
see how that got difficult.
Oh well, yeah.
I almost wish it could be anybody, but it's cooler that it's that one person, and they're giving you a free not dying pass. So it does. It's a lot of back and forth.
I guess I just
can't
didn't run
question
into
it.
that because I didn't really shoot dodge very
I
much.
got in
Right.
a lot of positions, or like if I was like, no, it must have mostly been shoot dodging because that's the only time that you'd be actively moving when you went into that mode.
So
Usually
I
you
just,
just
like,
take it and you're
kept-
like,
Or I was like, yeah, crossing
Yeah.
like a barrier or something, and I just could not. There's no possible way to hit the guy, and I'd be like, God fucking damn it.
So at this point in the game, Max is realizing, like, wait a minute, those gangsters and those cops are doing business. What the fuck does that mean? And where are they taking those people? What is going on here?
He said, what the
Then you
fuck
go a
is
little
going
further,
on?
and you hear Shyvana and Marcelo. The Crotch Prado have them,
Yes.
and they're necklacing Marcelo
What
in a
does
field.
that mean?
It's where you take tires full of gasoline and you put them around a person and light them on fire.
Okay, because I saw that in your notes. I didn't know it had a name.
Yeah,
it's
they
like
did
a-
it a lot during apartheid in South Africa.
Yikes.
and they did it because they were trying to. They mention it's like a classic way for the cartels to kill each other and to kill people, and so that takes the. It makes them think everything that happened today was cartel related, from an outside perspective.
Right, and Max even says, but like they're not the gangsters, like they're not cartel.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, but they want you to think they are, Max. Like that. It's funny that even Giovanna, who like doesn't seem like a brilliant woman necessarily, like she's not as vapid as the rest of the Broncos.
Because she's not a Bronco.
Yeah. She's,
Oh, you're right.
And
She's
a
Fabiana's,
philanthropist.
yeah,
she's
but
Fabiana's sister who
But
married
it's funny
into
that like even she, who just seems like a normal person, is like, Max, don't you get what's going on here?
Yeah.
Can
Well,
we?
because if I remember right, she's a philanthropist who does a lot of work in the favelas. Mm-hmm. So
Oh,
she would
shit, I
have
forgot about
slightly
that,
more.
yeah.
She would have like a little bit more, I guess, than your average bear. As
Yeah.
far as like knowledge.
But it just like you'd think like a cop would pick
Yeah.
up on these context
Right.
clues of like, yeah, it's diversion, Max.
It also pushes you more towards the fact that he's just been on fucking autopilot for so long.
Totally.
In the same way that he just shoots Tony DeMarco in the face. That was like when that happened. I was like, what the fuck? I was like,
I don't know
what? You
why.
just what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Like you didn't even.
Even
try
he
to-
was like, I don't know why I did it.
He does, yeah.
but
he
I just
says
turned
that.
around and blasted this 20-year-old in the face in a bar.
Yeah, that's pretty.
I'm not a
brutal.
cop anymore. Like, I just murdered a man.
That's the open and shut of it. So the Yuffie initially are seen taking Marcello and Giovanna, and they give them over to the Craccia Preto, who then necklace
All the prisoners.
Yeah, everybody that the UFD is rounded up, they hand
Yes.
over.
But at that moment, when they give those two over to the Craccia Preto, the gentleman that's there that ends up necklacing and killing Marcello is Milo Rigo. He's like the second in command. He's
Yeah.
one of the higher ups.
He was in the
Craccia Preto.
he was in the stadium when the two guys are like, no, let him go.
That's
He's the one
right.
who's like holding the launcher on him. The other guy's like, no, don't fucking kill him.
There you
know what I mean?
go.
Let him go.
So they recognize one another. Can we, at this point, I didn't know this. Can we explain why they wanted it to look like Cartel, but can we explain why that was? That they wanted it to appear as if it was a Cartel thing?
Well,
Is that what
there's
it
going
was?
to be a big reveal as to why they're trying to
Literally-
cover their tracks.
yeah, literally right
that's,
after
That's like
this.
what the rest of the game is
So
about.
I guess,
Yeah.
yeah, that is safe to just say that Marcello's murder, public murder, and the reasons that they crafted it was for a reason.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was
right.
intentional.
You're
They
get, well, like we just said, it was intentional because, I mean, obviously we're going to get into exactly what they're covering up, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's a diversion.
Like, which
For
is,
what? Well, we'll get into that.
Yeah.
And that's why Giovanna was trying to be like, Max, how do you not fucking realize that there's more?
And
going
I
on?
think that I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure like on the news they're like, oh, more cartel violence, blah blah blah. Like totally, like you can see like every time you watch the TVs in this game, the media is like totally getting the narrative wrong.
Yeah, because
Dude,
it's either
yeah.
100% like terrorist Max Payne, you know what I
Yeah.
mean, or like fucking or cartel violence again in the favelas. And I wanted to bring up. So this was the first real actual QuickTime event here, and
Yes, you're right.
And I don't. Was it a quick time event? This is one of the
Yes.
ones I thought was more like button prompts because it seemed like there was so much time where it's like press, and it even said like press Y to kick.
I think it was because this was the only borderline QuickTime event in the game.
They're
that
just generous?
Yeah, they were generous with it. But I also felt like it was a really fucking lackluster way to like. It's a boss fight.
It was like a non-boss fight.
Yeah.
It should have been like your friend is burning.
Yeah.
His friend is like scared and screaming and like, oh, what
Yeah.
the fuck? And then you need to fight
Yeah.
whatever his name is, Miles or whatever.
Yeah, Milo Rigo. You have to fight him. Yeah, it would have been better if you had to fight him and like a few of his goons or whatever.
You brutalize him, but like
Yeah.
it doesn't.
No, it's still it was a very like it was a. It still looks good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It still worked for it. I just wish I had been more involved in it than just like,
I felt the same
why
thing.
now? Right trigger now. Left now. Like,
So
I always feel like I'm in the minority on this. I like QuickTime events,
it just didn't feel like a quick time event. It felt like
just like a
a
slideshow.
yeah, just like a prompt, yeah, because like
I love Azura's Wrath.
yeah.
I don't know
game
what that is.
Rips shit. It's a primarily QuickTime, and then like outside of the QuickTime events, it's like a Dante's Inferno style.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like just combat.
I
Button
just
mashing.
borrowed that very disc that you played back in the day from
Yeah.
our old roommate. I haven't
Oh,
played
there
it
you
yet.
go.
Yeah, I can't
Man.
fucking wait. It looks
Just
I
sent
really
me.
want us to play Heavy Rain. It's mostly quick
I was
time
just reading
events.
about Heavy Rain.
basically
today,
the same
actually.
game. But you were saying
That was it.
You like them?
I like QuickTime events.
I like them when they're done really well, and I just don't
Yeah.
think this one was done well.
No,
I
because
thought
I
this
didn't
one-
feel
I
any
like this one.
urgency.
Yeah.
Because like I like the quick time events where it's like there's an indication of how much time I have left, or there's some urgency. Where it's just like
Yeah, I think
press this to do this.
I think that could sauce it up a little bit for sure.
Because it didn't because quick time event like the quick time part was lacking for me.
I like quick time
Sure.
events where like when it comes up, I go fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh shit.
where it didn't
I
feel
think,
that way here.
because of the severity of the situation of Marcello burning. The urgency of the plot was enough for me. In
I
that
think you were
moment.
just drunk. I think
Was
you're.
this also
I
when
think
you
you're
were drunk
wrong.
playing
You were
it?
just drunk, and you were like, "Holy shit!" oh.
I can't refute that. I don't have an
I
argument.
mean,
but I remember
it's
enjoying
definitely
it.
badass.
Yeah.
And in general, yeah.
But it is
I
very.
don't mind
They are
QuickTime events.
super generous with the button pressing.
Yeah.
That was my thing. And I think it's because it's the only
Maybe
one
I
in
was
there.
really
but-
hammered and I was like,
yeah, maybe it seemed like regular pace for you.
really suppressing them
Your
very
reaction
slowly.
time slowed, so you're like, holy
I
shit.
enjoyed it. But no, he kicks his ass. Like
Yeah,
I don't remember all the little
Oh,
shuffles.
he fucking
but
he blocks the machete, gets him, fucking kicks him, trips him on the ground,
And
has
puts
the machete and fucking just
Max-
puts it into his neck.
Yeah.
shoves it right in there. Yeah, and I was like, yes.
And Giovanna's like, what the fuck? This is horrible.
But okay, so you can do those little. I kind of mentioned this a second ago. You can do those little melee interactions with if you get close to bad guys. That didn't happen to me until like the third to last chapter. Did that
Here's
happen?
why.
Did you guys know?
It doesn't tell you can do it.
There's
It
nothing
never,
that
at no
tells
point
you.
it tells you. The only reason I found out you could do it is because I looked at the grinds, saw the
and it
challenges
said
you had,
there's
and one of
a-
them was like get 50 melee kills. And I was like, what?
How? Yeah.
I was like, melee kills? I don't have a fucking, I don't have a knife or like a baton or a crowbar. I can't,
No, that's
there's
what I
no
noticed in this
melee
game.
weapons.
There's no melee weapons, no grenades in
No.
this game that you can use.
You can shoot the grenades as they come at you. You know what I mean? That's like a thing that they...
Yeah, but the first two games had tons of grenades and stuff. It was weird that we couldn't.
Yeah, but
use
you
any of
also
those.
have... They're different settings. We also talked at the beginning about how you have like 8 weapons plus grenades and Molotovs, you know what I mean?
Grenades wouldn't have worked in this game, I don't think. With the way the combat is, like a lot of the guys, you would have just been like, done. You know what I mean? Maybe limited grenades in certain scenarios. But if you had grenades accessible, also there's so much close quarters combat, like in
especially
hallways
in
and
the
shit.
favelas
Yeah.
and stuff.
I could see there being some missions where they could be really fun.
Yeah, man.
Like potentially in like the airport, you know what I mean?
Graveyard would have been great. Like, those open areas, where
Even
it would
in the
have been
office
cool.
building,
Yeah.
it would have been good.
There's
but-
little cap on that. There's so many moments in this game that make you just feel fucking badass, or just like
Yeah.
even normal fights. If you just happen to just like press the button the right way and just headshot, headshot, and then they're all dead before
Boom,
the fight even
headshot.
starts.
Boom,
Boom, headshot.
headshot.
There were so many. I keep saying this, but there's so many times in this game where I was just like, yes. I was like, you fucking bastards! I kicked your ass.
I like games that do that. I'm playing through a game right now that I'm hoping to have you play it on soon.
Boogerman.
Yeah, Boogerman, the classic. No, my friend Pedro.
A pick and
yeah.
flick adventure. Oh, no, that's
Which-
Boogerman. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're still thinking of Boogerman.
Boogerman, the goal is you're just trying to create a ball of boogers in your closet that's, you know what I mean, big enough to eventually roll like a Katamari ball.
Yeah.
No, but
That's not what Boogerman's about. Have you even played Boogerman?
no.
You're drunk playing Boogerman.
It's just shut up, guys.
I remember renting Boogerman, and I was like, even though I was like 9, I was still like, I don't know, this is fucking gross. He just
Real
like,
game?
yeah, he
Oh, I thought you guys were fucking.
he like burps and farts and throws boogers. It's like an okay platformer for the Super Nintendo and
super hard thought
Genesis.
you
Never
guys were
heard
fucking
Boogerman.
with me. Yeah, I've never.
No,
heard
it's Boogerman, a pick and flick adventure.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I thought you guys were.
I know
really,
exactly what you mean.
You were really nailing the bit. I thought you guys were just like crushing that bit together
I
like
can't act that
seamlessly,
well.
and I was like, "Fuck, these guys are roasting me right now."
Like pick and flick adventure.
Didn't
If
know
you
that was a
improv
game.
that'd
But
be
yeah, no, my
amazing.
friend is Pedro has those moments where like it makes you get those combos off because it also has
so
bullet time
fucking
in it.
cool.
It's so
Where
satisfying.
it's
And
like
if-
super hot, and you're just like,
It's very similar vibe,
And-
yeah.
But and then if you fuck it up though, you're like, I'm restarting the level. I gotta restart the level because I fucked it up, and I have to nail this.
I found that Katana Zero had a very similar combat loop
Yeah.
where it's like, I think that's another Devolver
Even
game.
like fucking Anchorfoot
oh
has
yeah.
a similar feeling. A lot
Have
of
you
those
played the
games-
latest update?
No, it's still, I have to.
It's like an entirely different game. They've
Yeah.
they've upped the production and the content so much.
up the foot, up the.
the foot is
anger.
high res now. You can J off onto it if you want to in the game.
can
But
F
no, I
off,
just thought it
go
was I thought that was worth mentioning in the sense that there are some games that nail that.
Yeah.
And when they do, you feel you're like, oh, you like you feel like you've achieved something.
I know
Yeah.
it's
I
silly,
mean, like
but
in the moment,
it
even though
kinda
you're
feels
even
like
though you're
you're
just sitting
Max.
there like
yeah,
you're like oh look in the
it's like passing out in your chair. Yeah, haven't moved an inch in 7 hours. But yeah, like
ignoring
more
your
s-
heartburn because you don't want to stand up. Like,
more so than the first two Max, because I had those moments in the first two Max games for sure. But this one just sets up so many of them.
so stylized.
Speaking of great moments, this next chapter is again, I don't want. It's hard for me to say what a favorite is because you twice have like thrown your hairs onto my leg today.
Unintentionally.
I know.
Sorry. I'm trying to get them
He's
away
doing it
from
on
me.
purpose. Trust me.
Sabotage the whole recording.
I can't really pick a favorite chapter because every time I think, oh man, I go, oh well, also this one.
Yeah.
But this chapter, prime example of like that like over the top action movie shit.
What was that movie did?
It's Drive or Shoot, Sister, Chapter 10. Max and Giovanna attempt to escape the UFE and Commando Sombra. They arrive at a downtown bus station, and Giovanna reveals that she is pregnant with Raul's child.
He
I
fucking
didn't realize they were
nutted
fucking.
raw, no rubber, baby.
Yeah, so this is where it was revealed.
Okay, was there any points previous to that like hinted?
No,
I really don't think
No,
so.
not really.
Caressing one another? Yeah, I was just like,
No.
oh shit. And I think that's what Max says too. He says, oh shit.
I think there's like one moment where like you rescue all of them, and Raul's like, oh, he like
he
goes
does
to
grab
her.
her.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
But like that's just you're all like, are you guys okay? You know what I mean?
Right.
Then they start making out.
And also, at that point when I first played it, I was like, is he like kind of like touching Rodrigo's wife? I was like, wait, no. That's her
that too.
sister.
Yeah, I thought he was fucking. I thought he was
Because
fucking.
you're introduced to so
Fabiano.
many characters
Yeah.
right away that I'm like, I don't fucking.
I was like, oh god.
know or care these.
Yeah,
assholes.
and like, even though they do have some distinct personality traits, like, they're all kind of like rich, vapid people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
they're,
I'm like,
Do you
I could
guys-
give a shit about.
Do you guys think Marcelo was banging Fabiana? 'Cause
yes.
They mentioned a lot.
sure.
That, like
Yeah, it seems
those
like-
two were always hanging out, and Rodrigo they didn't really talk.
I'm positive.
Yeah, it seems like that's that. Like,
He says like I'm in love with the wrong woman, or like he talks
Yeah,
about
he
being in love and
mentions-
and it's like not right. And
That's
I
right.
think he says it even like in multiple scenarios. I think he says it both in the club and on the yacht, which we'll get to eventually. But I want to say this. Giovanna calls Passos and he's like, okay, I'll come get you. So they're waiting for him to pick them up via helicopter.
That guy always has a helicopter.
that's his job.
Well, he has a pilot's license.
I have a driver's
So
license. You don't see me owning a car.
I didn't say he owned the helicopter.
Okay, you're right.
You don't see me driving a car.
Car all around town, getting
So-
five guys.
This is like a crazy, crazy scenario where you're just out. Basically, you're like in a downtown area. There's like and they're just shooting on you.
Yeah,
And,
there's a quick moment of we got to try to disguise ourselves, and like Max takes his shirt off, and he's just down. Is that the point where he takes his shirt off and he's just?
I think
down
so.
to
He's just wearing the wife beater.
down to the wife beater.
They're like
Maybe the
wrecked.
super
They
loud
look disgusting.
Maybe the loud Hawaiian shirt you've been wearing all day. Like,
But still instantly they're like, it's Max Payne.
well,
And he's
you're,
just like, fuck.
you're a man who still has the gun holsters on his fucking thing,
Covered
you're
in
bloody,
sweat. Yeah.
sweat and blood. You're like,
Yeah.
you're looking around like,
So there's a crazy shootout like at like a gas station. You can blow up the gas
Yeah,
pumps
it
and
was fucking
shit.
sick.
You go to like an industrial garage. Like looks like where they would like work on
vehicle.
buses and shit.
Yeah.
Just crazy set pieces. And it's an escort mission. And again, she holds her own. She stays out of the way.
yeah, she doesn't really ever.
It's not a nuisance in the slightest, which I just really appreciate.
It's drive or shoot, sister.
And so yes, then you have her drive the bus. Well, you shoot out the window, and
sick, yeah.
it's a
You have like
great
a super,
chase scene.
super Uzi or whatever.
And there's like guys. You don't need to hit everybody.
No.
There's just like, but there's just like walls of
I
enemies.
wanted to though.
I wanted
You know
to so
what I mean?
badly.
I tried so
Every
hard
guy.
to get everybody. Like especially
we're starting the chapter.
I'll get into it more in the train scene, but the train scene I was such a stickler for that.
Oh yeah.
Where I was running backwards on the train to get to a guy that had like slowed down or passed around. I was like, fuck, I didn't get that
I got
guy,
them
so
all.
go
It
up
felt
and
so
down
good.
the train.
So eventually, you do after this crazy action scene, the bus crashes, and
the whole
it's like,
time she's like, I don't want to do this anymore, and he's like,
Yeah.
what do you mean you don't want to? You have to.
Yeah. But
Like, I'm scared, Max. I'm so stressed.
so like,
Again, he was considerate of her.
He does a
emotions.
super
Yeah.
good job of being like, you just gotta, you know what I mean? You got this. You're doing
So-
a good
Oh,
job."
can I interject one more time?
No.
I'm sorry. In these sequences with Fabiana, with Giovanna, I just wanted to say I don't know if they were given incredible direction or if just James is the best fucking actor in the world. And I don't know if you guys picked up on it, but it was so fucking realistic. When he was exerting himself, like crawling over the thing while also talking to Giovanna, he would like the way he would deliver the line would be while exerting himself how you would actually sound like if you're climbing a ladder. And I don't know, maybe it just stuck out to me. Maybe
I think that's just good direction.
I think it
because
was.
I think a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah.
times they're like, okay, here's the line, and they don't say, here's the physical action you'll be doing at the same time. Because
I think it was incredible direction.
I don't think that's how. It just, yeah. If I don't know, the
like
little
it's-
bit I know about
yeah.
voice acting in games is basically like a long while back, they didn't pay people very well. You got like a flat rate. You didn't have any royalties.
Yeah.
and like they would get like amazing talent, like the celebrities and stuff,
Dude, the first
for
Fallout
almost
game,
nothing.
The first Fallout
the
game,
fuck?
you
How'd
look
they-
at the voice acting thing, like it is.
How'd
like,
they do it?
You're like, what the fuck? These were big names at the time.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean? You're
And like that's definitely changed now. There's a union, I think, and like
Yeah.
there's just way more attention to it. And I think there's more people now who,
Take it very seriously.
well, I think there's better direction. And it's not just like
there's a better template
okay, we got
now,
like
too.
so and so for a couple
Yeah.
hours. Let's get him to do these lines on the mic, and like
Yeah.
you know, it's like there's more. It seems like there's just more. It's more
Yeah,
connected,
like,
more fleshed out.
and it's got to be more than you like. You have to have a good storyboard. You have to have the concept
Yeah,
art. You
you
know what I
gotta
mean? Like
know
you
where
have
they
to have
are,
all of that because
spatially.
it's hard too. Where like you can blame whatever you want, but if the game's like barely in development, you know what I mean? And they're just like, we need you to say like, you're playing this guy, villain number 18. You just need to say these 30 lines. Half of them are just you going, oh, or hey you over here,
Yeah.
hey stop. You know what I mean? Like that's a lot of it. You know, and I feel like they start treating all of it like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like you have to. I don't think there was a template, and I think now they have a good template, which some
sure.
people still fuck up hardcore.
Yeah.
But they nailed it in this. And obviously, also, he's just a great voice actor.
Yeah.
On top
Yeah.
of that, he's a talented artist. You know what I
Absolutely.
mean?
But it was just so cool to like to give an example if somebody doesn't understand. Like there's I don't know what he said in the sequence, but there's a sequence where he lifts Giovanna up into the air to grab a ladder.
Yeah.
That she's gonna try
It's
to
in
drop
this.
down.
It's in this part.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she's
in
getting
the-
up on the roof
this chapter
to
we were just going through.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't remember exactly what he said, but say he was going to say, you got it, like ask her if she's got it. You could just say, do you got it? Like, you got it? But like he says like, you got it? You know, like he
Yeah.
like exerts
There's,
himself
like-
in such a way that it doesn't even sound like he's saying the line correctly, but it's so much more believable because that's how Max would be speaking
another
while
moment
lifting a
that,
person
like,
up in the air.
Clicked for me where it was like at first I thought it was overacting, where like he gets cuffed at one point and his arms get pulled back.
Oh, and he goes,
"Ah!" like really loud, like more, and I'm like, he has a gunshot
Yes.
in his arm, like he has a bullet maybe in his arm, at
And
least
he's-
a hole in it.
How many days into this
Yeah,
fight is he?
Yeah.
and like they pull his arms back, and he goes, "Ah!" You know what I mean? Because you would. I was like, wow, that was kind of over the top. He's a tough dude. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? They didn't. And then I was sitting down. I was also drinking while playing through some of this game.
That's just
and
deplorable.
And I went. I can get my arms up pretty high. I was like, that doesn't hurt at all. I was like, it's weird that and then I was like, I put more
also, like,
pieces together.
50.
Eventually,
I'm not flexible.
Giovanna gets onto the roof and is picked up by Passos, and he leaves you.
It's so funny. We're just like, Max Payne has that moment of like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like you were trying to like cover her to make sure she get up there, and she gets away.
Do you remember that last fight? Like while like you're like I think the bus crashes and she's heading upstairs or whatever, and you're just like, you have like the back window is totally blown out, and you're just killing like thousands of crotcha guys.
Yeah.
So sick, so good.
It's a great action sequence, and then afterward, Silva is like, Max Payne, get in the car,
Yep.
just like your buddy Vlad, always there,
Always
just
showing
always
up.
there just to pick you up. I don't know, just interesting. Like they. Again, it's just like maybe that's of course a character picks another character up in a car, but it's just that it does seem like it's a little bit of a nod to that
Oh,
that
for sure,
dynamic.
Whereas the motivation's clearly different in this one because
Oh, yeah.
they're both just using Max at the end of the day, but the motivation behind it is different. Whereas
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, especially in Max Payne 1, where it's like, oh, Max, you're crazy enough to like go onto this ship and like clear out all these bad guys to get
Yeah.
the stuff I want inside. It's very similar to De Silva. So
Yeah.
basically, what happens is De Silva shows up and he suggests to Max that he may be a fall guy. De Silva did a background check on Passos.
another Devolver Digital title,
Do they make that noise?
yeah.
Fall Guys.
I think I've like kept the sound down while I was playing.
Because you're
Yeah, it's
afraid
very
somebody's gonna hear it.
obnoxious.
No, I was just like, it's just like, I don't know. Games like Binding of Isaac and like Fall Guys and stuff, where it's like gameplay. I'm just like focused on like gotta do good shooting or platforming or whatever. It's like no story. I usually just turn the sound off so I can focus better.
Yeah.
But anyway,
So you just dropped a big bomb there. De Silva lets us know that Passos is not who he seems.
well, yeah, he ran a background check on Passos and he goes, "So who were you hired by?" And he's like, "Rodrigo Bronco." He goes, "So did you get paid by Rodrigo or Victor?" He's like, "Rodrigo." He's like, "Well, Passos got paid for Victor,
6
and
times.
he also paid for his trip to New York." And he's like, what? Why?
Max says, "What the hell?"
And this is a moment where Max is starting to have like he acknowledged earlier, obviously, when he shaved his head, you know what I mean? He had the Pedro from Napoleon Dynamite moment.
Yeah.
And then he was like, I got to get sober because I've not been paying attention. Mm-hmm. But this is when it becomes clear where he's like, everything's his fault in Max Payne's world. You know what I mean? Like everything, he blames himself for everything. But
Yeah.
this is a moment where he was like, wow, I actually should have picked up on these things and like been aware of this and probably could have stopped a lot of this. Still killed a lot of people, but like prevented a lot of this.
Yeah.
Had I just been sober.
Yeah.
Or
Because
just
then it
paying
cuts
more
to the
attention.
yeah.
Well,
'cause this leads
that
into
goes
the,
hand in hand.
Yeah, and then this leads into the next flashback scene, correct?
Right. So the next flashback scene is chapter 11, and that's basically the end of the chapter. Is
Bankruptcy.
him being like, you know, he's like, maybe they just need some dumb gringo, and like,
Yeah.
maybe you're the
'Cause he's
dumb
like-
gringo.
He's
Yeah.
like, think about it, and the cutscene ends with you sitting in the car being like,
Yeah.
and then it goes to the cuts to the flashback.
I'll put up the
yeah.
screenshot I sent to you guys earlier, but it's like it's when he says like, maybe you are the dumb gringo, and he's like, so
kind of, we haven't mentioned it yet, but bald, powerful, like wife beater Max, little Heisenbergy, little Heisenberg
know what that means.
vibes. What? The guy from Breaking Bad. He's like a bald. I guess he doesn't have glasses and he doesn't have a goatee.
I disagree. I disagree.
I guess he's just bald old white guy.
and we are going to
think-
put a side by side here for everybody to judge.
I kind of from the back.
I think what you're
kind of
saying.
think he's,
I think you saw a
Heisenbergy.
bald, distraught, broken white man who's
Yeah.
older, and you were like, "Those are the same guy, right?"
There's some.
Show me a scene with Walter White in a
Fair.
wife beater.
It's in season 3.
No,
I'm pulling up the side by side for us right now. So chapter 11
Similar vibes. He's
is
got a gun.
is suntan oil, stale margaritas, and greed. And this is the kind of writing that I think is, you know, as much as I love this game, the writing is very dumb and hokey a lot of the time, where it's like, life was fucking in the ass and wouldn't even give me the reach around. You know what I mean? It's just like,
life went in dry, even though I'd left a bottle of lube on the nightstand. You know what I mean? Like
God.
stuff like that. Yeah, little just. Sorry, I was trying to think.
Life
of more
was like
gross.
2 flat Lego pieces that were stuck together, and I didn't have any fingernails.
No, but that's why the text on the screen came across to me initially as just
Yeah.
like cringe and cheesy.
Yeah.
And it became more impactful at moments later. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
Tarantino.
But still, a lot of the time he was just like another washed up old cop, drunk on his own, sad, nowhere to go, trying to figure life out.
Kind of weirdly
Yeah.
romanticizing.
that
his
was bad, but the worst
situation.
part was the idioms for me. Just
Yeah,
like the,
sunshines, margaritas, and fucking
yeah, and greed.
Yeah.
It's like,
or a dame. What was
yeah, a
it?
dame, a dork, and a drunk.
Yeah.
It's like,
which I think is supposed to be kind of like a weird
and
homage
bad,
to like
yeah.
the noir style thing.
Yeah.
Because that's part of that hokey kind of style. You know what I mean?
it
But
is, but I feel like,
it's also dumb.
but there's a humor to it in the original Max Payne games that they even, you know, are open about,
Aware
you know,
of.
the humor of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so over the top, whereas this is like the same sort of like metaphor laden writing, so gritty, taking itself so seriously, barely any like real humor in any of like the humor is always this external stuff. You know what I mean?
I think
It's
that's
never
the-
in that gritty writing or the gritty narrative.
I think that's the Michael Bay aspect you referred to earlier.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where
So it's like
it has
it
that
works,
blockbuster action
but
feel.
like just
yeah.
saying like
Yeah.
suntan oil, stale margaritas, and greed. It's like,
could-
oh wow, so edgy. You know what I mean? It's just like, I just even saying that sentence feels corny.
You could still use that, but if you arrived there with a different
You
method,
could just as easily be like cocaine, whiskey, and blood. You know what I mean? And it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
it's like
my
all
life-
three of those things are also themes in this fucking scene. You know
you
what I
could
mean?
say
Like,
if my life had been a cheesy action flick at this moment, it'd probably be called Margarita's Greed. You know what I mean? Something like that.
Yeah, or when he was like,
I keep forgetting what it is. You and
care.
I cannot remember.
I don't want to remember
the three
it's
words.
smoking margaritas and greed.
damn, I ain't got time to suntan oil myself.
Don't
So-
waste it any time.
Max and Raul in this flashback are working security on a private yacht party in the Panama Canal, and this is basically one of Max's first gigs after leaving. You know, after the shootouts, they're like, there's Marcelo. They're partying on the yacht. There's a bunch of young, beautiful people. The yacht is attacked by pirates. So Max Payne is
Wang Chung, what are you talking about?
No, it's a Van Halen song.
Oh, okay.
Panama.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said. So Max is he's like, I'm going down to my bunk, and so he's like, or cabin or whatever.
Well, because he's
kinda
like gonna throw up hammered drunk.
He's
Pass
black.
or
He's
something.
literally blackout drunk.
Yeah.
I'm blackout.
Middle of the day, and like, this is where you were talking about. Like Marcelo's like, what's up with this guy? And the red flag here for people who are thinking about this stuff. Raul's like, don't worry about it. He's good. He's like basically like just completely dispels Marcelo's concerns.
Yeah.
Because
Why is it okay for
Max was handpicked for the job. You know what I mean? Like,
Why is it okay for this security guy we're paying $100,000 a year to be passing out drunk in the middle of?
Yeah.
And why is Passos not concerned? Yeah, why is he not
and
concerned?
it's like, why did Passo say, oh yeah, Max, you need to go pass out? Fine, that's
for
good.
it.
Yeah, like you're here working security, but
Go take a nap.
also like Passos is telling Max, don't worry about it. This is the easiest gig in the world. Cushy job. Nothing matters. Look at this. There's nothing better. This is so easy.
Right.
Max wakes up. Everybody's getting fucking shot up by pirates.
Yeah.
And it's brutal.
There's a clock on the on his like right above Max, but I don't remember how long he was out for. Do you guys recall that?
It's like dusk at this point.
It hits 0, but it's military time, so I don't remember how long he was out for. But yeah, he wakes up and all hell's broken loose. This is another good example of like I didn't realize that the game had transitioned back into gameplay. And Max, he stands like he's like up against the wall in his
Little bunk.
in his
Little
bunk,
cabin, yeah.
looking down a hallway at a guy with a gun coming towards you. I was just for a second I was just like waiting. And I was like, oh, I'm playing now.
Yeah, you can suddenly move.
Which I'm not criticizing. I'm thinking that's really good. It's awesome to have that be seamless.
Yeah, it was smooth. So it's fun to explore the cabins and stuff. And, there's a little puzzle where, like, there's, like, gas leaking in or something. You have to, like, turn all the valves off.
Oh,
and,
that was cool, yeah.
Because you're getting lightheaded and shit.
yeah.
I couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of evidence in it. It's cool. Like you go into each person's cabin.
That was awesome.
You have like Passo's cabin. You have Marcelo's cabin. You know what I mean? And it's like it was cool to like. There's like little personalized.
Yeah, in Passos, there's like a note about where to meet Max.
Yeah,
bar.
and when
Like-
you read it, I'm like, you missed the prompts this time. You missed the dialogue
Right.
this time when you found the clues. But he says something along the lines of,
I should have known.
maybe if I had been a little more clear-headed at that time, I could have put a couple more dots, connected a couple more. Like something along the line of like, maybe if I hadn't just woken up from being blackout drunk,
Yeah.
I would have put 2 and 2 together right here.
So,
The entire point of this flashback is to pick up on some clues that
Well,
Max
it's
Right.
to illustrate how willing, like, if Max like thinks he's doing the good thing, he will just go through and murder everybody until he's done,
yeah.
and then he'll be like, "Did a good job, guys, right?"
Yeah, we got
They're like, "Yeah, great job, Max." You know what I mean?
You
He's
killed-
like, "Cool, man, you and me."
killed-
Glug, 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 you know what I mean?
So, like, you go through, you're trying to figure out, like, what's going on. He's like, it's, the ship's, first of all, the ship's, like, completely desolate, and then, like, you're getting shot up.
These
and-
dudes are in fatigues, but you can't exactly place who they are or what they're doing.
Yeah.
Clearly they're
No,
killing
these are
everyone.
just pirates. Is here.
Yeah, these aren't.
genuinely-
Yeah, these aren't any of the enemy groups that are introduced later
Yeah.
on.
So there's no clear indication of what they're doing there.
But they do see that there is
Initially.
valuable cargo on this ship because there's a bunch of rich people partying. They get
Sure.
So eventually, you do make your way all the way through the ship, which is a great level to explore. Very good design.
Oh man, yeah. You find a piano.
You do find a
This is
piano,
where you get your second piano scene.
and then eventually, you see that like a safe's been like busted open or like a safe is emptied out, and then you do see Marcelo and Passos.
Yeah.
And they're loading stuff into the back of a car.
It was a truck.
Okay.
Yeah, and you've gotten off of the yacht at this point, and I believe you're like approaching them as you're leaving the yacht.
And when you're talking to De Silva, before this flashback, you're like, he's like, what about the yacht in Panama? What do you think happened there? He's like, I think it was like one of the passengers on the ship, like she had some like bad blood, with somebody.
It was the owner of the ship.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, what was her name?
Oh,
I can't.
fuck.
They said her name. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
She wasn't a big
Marcelo hits on
character.
her at one point or
He
whatever.
hits
Right.
on her. Her name was like Donna. She was just a wealthy, I think, white lady.
And
she's just
he
some
was
socialite.
like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, and they were saying like, oh, her husband like probably pissed someone off, and they're like,
Yeah.
her husband works in New York. You think he has like ties to like these like Panama Canal pirates and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
you think that that's connected at all? Like,
Yeah.
where's the connection, Max?
And they're just like, oh, we don't know.
And so he's like, oh, what was going on that day? And the thing that the game doesn't ever stop to explain is like, what was being like put into the back of that truck? Like, what was going on? And they're like, oh, Max.
I know what it is.
So we'll get into that in a moment. Max is like, well, shouldn't we go check on that woman? Like,
Gonna go try.
and they're like, and Raul was like, yeah, if you think that's the right thing, let's go do it. I'll go with you.
Yeah.
But even
And I think this.
Marcelo is like, I don't know what he did, but it seemed like he was communicating like hesitance for that.
Yeah, Marcelo was like, let's just fucking go.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
He didn't. He was like, I don't care.
What I love too is like you get there and like clearly a lot of people have died. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And Marcelo's just like, Max.
oh, yeah.
He's like, hey.
Over here.
He like slaps the side of the truck and he's like, hey.
Max, hey.
I wonder. I couldn't tell if they expected you to live or not.
It
seems like
there was a little.
I
Air,
think that
little
they-
space in the air.
There's like, it's the same reaction that Victor has to you when you call after
Yeah.
after his older brother
But I
dies.
feel like Victor kind of expected you to die.
Yes.
Whereas I don't know if Passos and Marcelo expected you to die in the
Yeah.
yacht.
Maybe you had or something.
I thought maybe they thought you had because you just went and were asleep at the bottom of the yacht where now they assume everybody's...
And they would have left without you
yeah,
possibly.
they were getting ready to just bounce without you.
Because it was.
But
kind
also
of,
that if that were the case, then it doesn't totally make sense because like
Well-
how would Sam or how would Max play into the rest of the?
Because Passos, it seems, isn't privy to everything.
No, he's not.
Yeah, so I think that's why. I think that what happened on the yacht interrupted something that they were having Passos do for them. The pirates are unrelated entirely. Those were just pirates robbing a
Yes.
yacht.
I
You
do
know what I
believe
mean?
That's true.
So-
And I think it just threw a wrench in the plan, but I think Passos just thought you would have died, which means that had you died, it would have fucked up their whole plan.
It would have fucked up the plan that Passos wasn't totally aware of.
Yes.
That makes sense. So
they've kept him in the dark. He is in the dark on some things, but I question how much he is in the dark on. Some
he
things.
knows. I think it's the kind of thing where it's similar to Rodrigo, where he's like, I don't like how this is done, but I got a kid. I'm trying to like, get some money together and live my life. I just got to kind of accept how things are, even if I don't like it.
Yeah, I think he's just doing his job.
So
And
essentially,
until now, he hasn't really had to do anything.
you see like a humanized sort of like, Passos is like, okay, Max, if you think that's the right thing to do, I'll go back into the ship with you.
Yeah.
We'll check it out, and we'll go look for her.
And it's not reluctant, but it feels firm. Like he's just like if you're insisting, yes, but it wasn't a click like yes, we got to go find her.
No,
like,
but
it-
it
for
shows that
him-
he's like a good guy. Where he's like,
Yeah, where
okay,
he's like, fuck,
if
okay.
if I'll
If
follow
you
your
think that's
lead
the right
because I'm
thing to
gonna
do.
trust you because
Yeah.
we're partners. And so you go back through, you go onto like a dock, you go through like a fucking like a museum, like for,
Yeah, like
That's
just some
right,
sort
yeah.
of like welcome center or something. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like welcome to the Panama Canal.
and yeah, there's like
Gonna
little
get
like
clogged up in a couple years. It's gonna be a huge fucking mess.
isn't that the Suez Canal?
That's the
You're
Suez Canal.
right.
That's in a different part of the world.
But it's a
not
very
here.
realistic. Like it is like one of those like highway welcome centers you see here in the
Yeah,
States
exactly.
where there's like little exhibits about the history of the area, or the nature.
Don't give it to you.
And,
there's a spider.
That's
That-
DMX.
yeah, that's not exhibit.
What's Exhibit's song?
He doesn't have very good songs.
What's the
Yeah,
Pimp My
exhibit's more
Ride
like a
theme song?
rapper. Like he doesn't have a lot of hook heavy songs.
What's his one hit that he had?
It's the Pimp My Ride song, right?
I can't remember how it's like.
So you want to be a player, but your wheels ain't fly.
I don't know about that, but he was the host of Pimp My Ride.
Oh yeah, it is. It's like X. And then he's
Don't.
X. Like,
Rearrange the whole game with my rugged sound. Won't even say your own name when I come around.
That's a good hook right there. That's
that's what I
solid
mean. It's not.
He's more of like he's a
good
great
bar.
Yeah, good bar is not like the hook man, whereas like DMX could write hooks for days. Anyway,
Suddenly on a tangent.
Matt always has to take a moment to talk
But
about
there's all of
X.
these little exhibits and stuff in there where it feels, like you said, like
just
a highway
great
department
design.
kind of thing. Yeah.
It just
Really
felt so
cool.
realistic, and it was a crazy place to have a battle because like you're like going through these hallways. There's stuff obstructing your view. You're like,
Yeah.
is there?
Oh, and you find like the literal like if you went to like the wildlife center, you find
Yeah.
a little spot where there's like the mannequin standing there, and it's
Oh,
like these are the
yeah.
two men who built the you know what I
It's
mean?
like-
Yeah.
It's like
Americanos. Yeah.
That was cool. That was very cool.
So eventually you do like get back onto the
Max has a funny
the yacht
joke
and
for
everything.
that.
You have to like I don't know why you had to go through all that area.
Well, you go through there because you're trying to find all the hostages that they took
Oh,
off the boat
right.
and find her, and then
Oh,
you
damn.
you do, And this is like you walk out and you're like, what the fuck? And then Passos comes out and he's like, holy shit.
Oh,
and
with
his
all the-
words are, because I dwelled on this a lot, because I really don't know what he meant by this.
You turn the game
He
off
co-
and you hit. You're
Yeah.
just like, oh, jeez, man, God.
But no, Passos walks out and he goes, oh my God. He goes, this wasn't how it was supposed to go.
Yeah.
It wasn't supposed to be this heavy.
I picked up on that too.
and I don't know if he just meant the job.
Yeah, all right. So so what was happening was Passos and Marcelo was aware, but I don't know how aware he was because he's also just a drunk idiot.
Yeah.
They were laundering money for Victor.
Yes.
That's what was on the
Sending
ship.
it to Panama.
So like I don't know like how they expected the job to go, but I think he thought it was going to be like a just some under the guise of we're going out to party. Actually we're going out to launder this money. The pirates interrupted the thing and killed everyone.
Yeah. Presumably trying to get that money or something. God only knows. You know what I mean?
Right. I think they were trying to get the money because Marcel left with the money, like trying to be like, okay, pull out of this.
Do you guys know more? I just have a quick clarifying question. I don't know a lot about crime. When you're laundering money, you're getting rid of it because if somebody sees that you have it, you're in trouble. But right?
It's
getting rid of funds.
No.
it'd be like let's say I have like $1 million, but I don't want people to know I have it.
Yeah.
I have a construction company that I'm tied to, and I hire them to do some frivolous construction work, and I pay them $1 million contract to do the work.
Yeah, and like
and then
the
I
work they did was,
falsify.
like, put some stairs on your back deck.
And so it's like I don't have the money. The construction company has the money, and I've obscured my ties to them, so I'm able to.
But
it's moving money around so
You're
that
taking it's called laundering because you're taking what is dirty money, which if you were to like report that in your
you're
income
cleaning
or
it.
spend it, and you're turning it into clean money.
I never
so you're
understood that concept.
Laundering the money, you're cleaning it.
I was under the
You're
impression.
finding a way to make it so that the IRS won't be like, "Where'd this come from, huh?"
All right,
you know
so
what I mean?
I grasped it.
Which now they're letting you do. You can just tell the IRS, "I got this money because I sold weed," and they'll be like, "Well, thank you for reporting that income." No, it's a new tax form they have for There's a lot of new things they're doing. Tangent. There's a new tax form for you to report illegal income that you've made, so that you don't get audited.
that's good because I've been dealing in a lot of illegal pornography lately, and I felt very weird about it.
Yeah, well, now you have your form.
Thanks.
I've been letting people eat pieces of me for years, and now I have to stop.
It's the W69 is the form for you. Yours
so does that
420.
clarify, or do you?
Yeah, I was under the. I understood that laundering was getting rid of money that would be bad.
And you're not getting rid of it. No,
I know.
it's
making it so
okay.
you don't have direct possession, and you still do. I grasp
it-
that. But
it's-
like,
yeah,
if you just
it's-
suddenly, if Andrew Taylor just put $1 million in my bank account, then I
They'd be
didn't
like,
win the
"Where
lottery.
did that
They'd be
come
like,
from?"
yeah, it's
"Hey,
basically
buddy."
making like a clean path for the money.
So afterwards, it's kind of like, is it almost like burying money? Can you go back to that construction company and be like, "Yo, I need that money back now," or
it was yours all along. Usually,
It's never been their money. Generally, what happens in that
that's why I
scenario-
said I own a construction company
Yeah.
that I have obscured my ties to. Like it's a way to like
they don't know you own it.
yeah.
Yeah. Or
So
it's a
like if
scenario
someone
where-
has like somebody might do a money laundering service of some sort where they might take a cut.
Yeah.
But you would still always get the money back.
Like they're
Okay,
like,
that's
okay, I
what-
need you to
that's where I was
launder
lost
$1
on,
million
'cause,
for me. I'll give you get to keep 200,000. You know what I mean?
that's what I was wondering. Like, how do you still?
Well, 'cause it's
benefit
all
from
about-
It depends on
that
how large you are. Like you could launder money yourself, possibly if you, depending on your ties, and especially if you have different types of,
Yeah,
and different types of corporations, different types of bank accounts. Like some places report things, some places don't. Places have different like caps on transfers that you can do. There's a lot of different ways to go about it. We don't know the
Breaking Bad-
specifics of this
yeah.
deal.
In Breaking Bad, it's like that Los Pollos
start
Hermanos
the
and the
washing.
laundromat, the giant industrial laundromat,
Yeah.
are the two fronts that because Gus is so big, he can obscure. He owns Los Pollos Hermanos, but then people don't know he also owns all of these industrial laundromats that provide cleaning services for these big corporations, and that's where all the money is moving through.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Okay, that makes a
He
lot
has
more sense.
the real
to me.
front to make it look like he's a legitimate businessman. The other one to move all his shady shit through.
So
Interesting. Okay.
as this flashback ends, you're still with De Silva, and he's saying, Max, if you want to do something good, here's something you can do. I think these busloads of captives wound up at this abandoned hotel. So Max is pointed toward this hotel. I can't remember what it's called, but it's,
Palacio Imperial.
thank you. Which we find, as Max is exploring this
Probably should have
place,
said that.
it's grim. It's got a very grim vibe.
It's fucked up. Very reminiscent
Fucked up, dude.
of Max Payne 2. Mm-hmm. The what was that building called? It's where where Vladimir was all holed up. All his guys were at.
The under construction vodka club.
Yes.
Similar to that, and also it did remind me of parts of like Blowing Up, too, like where you're at the construction company.
Oh, yeah,
place.
yeah, yeah.
So just reminiscent of a lot of Max Payne 2, I
That's what I meant
guess.
to say, yeah.
Yeah, so you find that the Crotch of Prado is running an organ harvesting program here. So they basically, the UFE, the police, the corrupt police, which is led by Becker, who was there with Victor in the office being like, let us handle this. We know what we're doing.
Second-hand man is Bachmeyer.
Yes. Bachmeyer, who looks a lot like, I think he looks like young, like Yellow Man to me, because he's like albino, isn't he?
I think he's albino
yeah.
because he has blue eyes, but he's clearly a dark-skinned individual. But he has light skin.
Young yellow man.
If I could be, I'm gonna put up a side by side to see if I'm crazy on this one, but I kept going like, who does that look like to me?
He looked familiar to me too. I'm not super familiar with. I mean, you've shown me a
yeah.
picture of Yellow Man.
You've heard some of his music.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah,
But,
I'm
I was like,
not
that guy
aware
looks
of like what he
familiar.
looks like as like a young man. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
He was always very fit, so
Yeah.
and Bachmeyer's huge.
Yeah, he's a big
Yeah.
guy. Yeah.
He looks like a Street Fighter character. He looks like
he
he's
kinda
like M
does.
Bison kind of.
Right.
So basically, the UFE round up people, sell them to
Crotch of Prado.
the Crotch of Prado, who then harvest the organs. The doctor who's running the organ harvesting program was there at the party in the beginning.
Arthur Fisher.
Yeah, and so you fight through the building. Eventually, you find, oh my God, this is what's happening here.
And you run into on the way up. You run into some of the Commando Sombra people who were captured.
Yep,
In the
and
previous
Serrano.
missions. And Serrano,
Including their
you run into
leader,
Serrano as well.
Serrano.
Yes.
And
Who
you
looks.
he's
fucked up.
yeah, he's like had
Also,
like an eye removed or something.
Yeah, he's a broken man.
You let Serrano out, and you unleash him on the doctor. You just close the door and walk away. And you're like,
Such a good scene. It was such a good moment because the doctor's in there, like trying to explain to you, I help people, and Max is like, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I've got money. I help people. I can help you. And he's like, what the fuck are you doing here? Because it's all clicking for Max that he's like, these are just opened up bodies all over the place.
but here's the thing, that money is funding Victor's,
yeah.
run as a politician.
Yes.
Political campaign.
Has Victor done some good things as a politician? Have the Rodrigos done some good things for Sao Paulo?
And it can be argued that
You know what
like,
I mean?
even though you're illegally harvesting the organs, those organs are going to save somebody. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like, there's a lot of ways
It's like,
you can morally.
If you're
justify what
in there,
doing.
yeah, you can be like, look, I'm doing good. I have, I can quantify my good done.
Yeah.
Max is disgusted with what he's found here, and he basically finds a bunch of C4 because the building was condemned.
Yeah.
And he, and also the guys have a enormous arsenal,
Yes.
Yeah.
and so you get fucking.
This is the Crotch of Prado's like HQ. Like this is their
Basically,
Yeah,
yeah.
this is their home base, more or less. They're operating.
So you just get like all suited up. You blow up the fucking building, and as you leave, you get confronted by the leader, or the second in command or so, of the Crotch of Prado, whose name was
Alvaro Neves. Or
yes,
Neves.
and he's about to kill you. And he's like, Max, don't you get it? Like, you stupid American, you come in, you don't understand what's going on here. You think that you can just kill everyone and blow stuff up and fix stuff. You don't know the deal. You don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
You don't fucking get it, and you think you do. And Max is like, I don't care.
He's blowing a bit of a gasket at this point in the game.
Oh, Max, yeah, Max.
Yeah.
Well, because it's like
he's lost it a
the
bit.
moment with the doctor too is very reminiscent of in Max Payne 1 when you're on Nicole Horn's computer. I believe it's Max Payne 1.
Yep.
And you start
Yeah.
looking into more stuff, and he's like, I had to stop looking at it. He goes, because there were certain things I was starting to become aware of that I didn't want to know about.
Yeah.
And I think that's like this moment is the type of thing he's referring to, where he walks into there and he was like, I don't want to know that this is happening.
Yeah.
I don't want to like think about the fact that this is, even though I'm a murderer who's killing a bunch of people, like I think that's the kind of, I don't mean directly. I'm not saying there's like a connection between like the universes, but like that's the kind of thing. And so I think
It was just a similar-
it broke him.
Yeah.
By the time he's lying there, he's like, shoot me in the fucking head. I don't
Yeah,
even,
so
I'm just going to keep killing you until I die.
He's about to be murdered by the guy whose name I can never remember.
Alvaro. They don't say it a lot. It's Alvaro. It's Neves, which is
Neves.
Neves. But
Neves.
you'd say it with a B, I believe.
Yeah, Nebez, because V's are pronounced
Nebez.
So, he fucking gets capped in the back by Passos, who's like, I came back to rescue you. And Max is like, you came back to stab me in the back,
Yeah.
you son of a bitch.
You came back.
Fuck you came back to save me, bitch.
Came here back to save me, my back, but by stabbing me in the back. Get back.
That's basically what he said. He was like, I don't have time to back with myself. And
Fucking A, dude.
I'm killing my throat.
Mine feels fine.
He's just like,
this all the time, though.
I do. Pretend I'm Duke while I'm playing every video game.
he's
I
like, Max,
narrate it.
you can accept it or not, but like, I did show up to help you. I'm here to rescue you. I'm leaving. You can come with me or not. I tried.
Yeah.
I fucked up. I'm trying to help you out. I would at least like to see you live.
Yeah. There's a lot to unpack from that chapter. I did remember though there was from a couple chapters ago, just to mention them quickly, some of the bullet time moments, like when you're with Giovanna, you grab that like you jump off the ledge in that kind of like garage place and you grab a chain, and as you're falling down you're shooting the guys.
Oh, yeah, that was fucking...
Totally badass. You do a similar one way earlier in the game where you grab a chain, unleash it, it pulls you up, and you're shooting
Yeah.
guys. I just thought of that. I wanted to mention it. Really sick. Not at all related to this chapter. Sorry. So Arthur Fisher, did you guys see the commercials with him?
I didn't
didn't
watch
real-
a ton of the commercials, I'm going to be honest.
Oh, I watched everything.
I had
yeah.
another case of I didn't know what was going to be pay attention to. I couldn't tell if because it was shown to you
You had to
as
like
if it
turn
was,
on the TVs too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like get it
That's
going.
true.
And then I was like, I didn't know how much of it I was supposed to watch.
or
You know
what to
I
retain
mean?
because some of it was just throwaway ads. But there's the commercial.
Well, they were all references.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they were just, some of them were more like, oh, look at this cool reference. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And some of it was more like story.
There was some baseball bat
So
boy
it was
too.
like,
But yeah, there was
In Portuguese, yeah.
There was the commercials for Arthur. He is a plastic surgeon.
Yeah.
yeah.
So like his face to the world is that he's this hero guy who's giving people bigger dongs and big
Fixing
titties.
cleft palates and...
Yeah.
No, it was like butts and cocks.
Oh, it wasn't like,
Yeah.
he's not like, oh, okay.
No.
He's not like
did
doing
show,
like
like-
reconstructive surgery and like,
No.
no.
But it's funny because like, you know, this is like, it's good. It's also the kind of like, do you see the media lies? The guy who's the happy face plastic surgeon is actually running a slavery thing. It's like,
yeah.
it's a little on the nose, it's a little edgy, but
Yeah.
it's the kind of thing that Remedy handles so well.
Yeah.
Where it's like the same shit where like the Acer Corporation, you can see their ads all throughout the game where it's like a bit closer to heaven and like they have the same imagery.
Yeah.
But for some reason it feels so much more tactful. I think it's just the skill of
I think
Sam
it's-
Lake
yeah.
and Remedy's writing.
And I think it's 100% the rating.
A little
Because like
bit
you
more
mentioned in
believable.
this
Yeah.
rating's a little more, I guess cringe is the word to use.
Yeah.
A little more cheeseball, you know what I mean?
and
Yeah.
it works. It's just like, yeah, it's just like the kind of thing where like,
It's
damn,
just not quite as well.
it's crazy how you can do the same thing in two games. You know, we'll say Max Payne 1 and Max Payne 3. Like, you know, the media and advertising portraying these monsters as good people. But one just feels, more tactful. As the other one just is like,
I do think, and maybe it really, because we talked about this a lot in the other Max videos, where how, and I mentioned it earlier.
it could, I don't know, I'm just real quick, that could have been partly the animation of the penis going, vroom, and
yeah,
like,
literally growing bigger in the butt and the tip.
yeah.
How we went back to talking about how Sam Lake has probably written every single second of what's happened to every single character, regardless of if it matters to the story. I have to assume Rockstar didn't do that. So maybe that's the strength that you get from creating all that additional backstory. Because like I don't think Arthur Fisher has much of a story outside of.
no,
the
yeah,
game.
it
They
is the
didn't
kind
write
of
out
thing
his
where
life.
if you have like a fully fleshed out background for a character, it informs their decisions in such a way that even if the viewer is never aware, it helps to build more believable writing.
Yeah.
The Sam Lake creates worlds. He creates universes, not stories.
Yeah.
The stories exist within the universes he's created. You know what I mean? Or
sure.
in this position, specific example, he creates the one universe that all of these things, all of these separate stories exist within that big universe.
And
Whereas
those
this
stories are just
feels
kind of like a microscope. And
Yes.
You followed the line for a while.
but there's constantly stuff going on outside of those stories.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Whereas in this one, it very much seems like it's just kind of like, this is the story. This is as much as we fleshed it out.
Yeah. And I think it's not
Yeah.
bad to do that. Fine, that's how most stories are written. But I
Other
do
than
think
what
it's
was
a,
established, at least.
Yeah, I do think it's a boon that they, it improves the overall when they do go above and beyond. But I did notice, I was reading the Wikipedia for Arthur Fisher. His name, Arthur Fisher. Artificial. That was a joke that they made. That intentional. And there's a woman. There's a Brazilian actress. This is one of the things that I appreciated that Rockstar went above and beyond. That is something that's totally lost on us. There is a famous Brazilian actress whose last name is also Fisher, who is famous for having a lot of plastic surgeries.
That's also, I wanted to mention it earlier, but it's not that important, really.
I think her name's Vera.
I know, obviously, doing things like reconstructive surgery and fixing cleft palates is the more, heroic thing to do as, a plastic surgeon.
Yeah.
But culturally in Brazil, breast implants, butt implants, penis enlargements, physical perfection and beauty is it's part of the culture. Mm-hmm.
Is it?
There's a massive
common,
stress
yeah.
on it. It's very normal for, it'd be very normal for, most of the women we know to have gotten some sort of plastic surgery done.
Really?
We'd be getting Botox, you know what I mean? Semi-regularly, to a degree, you know what I mean? They're very concerned as a culture with physical appearance, physical beauty, physical perfection.
Matt could get his ass enlargement that he's been talking about.
Uh-huh. And maybe he could take a couple of inches off of the girth of that dick, you know what I mean?
A little bit too big.
It's not perfect. It'd be perfect if it was thinner. Right now it's too big.
No, there is such thing as too much. So, we're kind of just blazing through, but this chapter 12 is brutal. It's just a fucking brutal. It's a great level,
Yeah, I can't...
The action's just ramping up to where you're going to these more and more intense locales and just getting into very intense firefights.
And it does what
it's
the...
satisfying action gameplay.
Max Payne,
Oh, this is where you
the
first got a
two-
sniper, too.
Yeah, but it does what the first two games do, where in the sense of you can feel the intensity building, not just because of the story, but the enemies are getting stronger and more difficult. They now have, whereas at first everybody just has one pistol.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Later they have Uzis. Now everybody has the fucking semi-auto shotguns or the ridiculous
rifle.
double drum magazine
that thing's
fucking assault
brutal.
rifles. They all have those. They're all lobbing grenades at you pretty consistently. Smoke grenades, you know what I mean? And it's the intensity picks up.
Yeah.
And obviously it's later in game, but
Difficulty
it's
jumps
something
up
they
a
do
bit.
in both games where some games sometimes you get towards the end and you fight a couple people who are you've been fighting a bunch of really difficult, just generic people, and then you hit a boss, and then it's oh, I shot him twice and he died. You know what I mean? Or everything else is getting harder and the puzzles are getting harder, but the enemies are still just these mindless zombies you're killing.
Yeah.
I like when it's
Solid
it
progression.
feels like you're making progress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're taking all of the skills you developed until now. In this level, level 12, chapter 12 and this next chapter are so fucking high, and in chapter 14,
You're using
obviously.
everything you know.
But high octane. You're I can't miss a beat. I've got to use cover. I've got to use bullet time.
you're gonna
I've
get
got to
capped
fucking, yeah.
if you fuck up. You get maybe one chance. You get
And they
one
were all
bullet
wearing
and
so
then
much
again.
armor.
Yeah.
It's like you said earlier, where it's you got to get him 2-3 times in the head. If not, it's a full clip into the chest.
Dude, there's times
you know
that
what I mean?
the auto pistol that we were just talking about off camera. We were saying some really bad stuff, so we had to be off camera for this part.
Maria's calling me, so I'll be right back.
All right, fine. Maria can just call whenever she wants, I guess.
So you may notice that some of us are wearing different clothes.
It's time for it with God Forgotten Nudity.
Jordan's wearing.
So what?
Jordan is wearing the same stuff that he did.
We had to stop unexpectedly last time because Jordan's home broke.
Yeah, my home just straight up broke. It just broke in half, and I had to get home, tape it up. You know what I mean? Make sure it stayed together.
So in case you're wondering about this jump in continuity, that's why.
Yeah.
But when we left off, we had just completed talking about Chapter 12, which was the great American savior of the poor.
Yes.
Max was about to be killed by the leader of the Croce Preto, and he was saved by Raul Passos. Just clearing my throat. Which brings us to Chapter 13, a fat, bald dude with a temper.
Yes.
So the scene opens up with you are on the street, kind of cleaned up.
Yeah. You got like a suit jacket on.
A little bit of a Pee Wee Herman suit.
Okay. Yeah, a little bit of a Pee Wee Herman suit. It's a little small on you.
Yeah. Well, and the color scheme and everything.
Yes.
And Giovanna is hugging up on you.
Yeah, she's embracing
She's thankful for you, saving her life.
It's not like you made it sound weird.
She's grinding up on
yeah,
up on Max. He's like, oh, man.
The real takeaway should be that her and Raul are leaving.
With the baby on the way.
Yeah,
Baby's
so
on
the
the way.
baby survived the car crash, the bus crash. I was like so
Fingers
sure the
crossed.
baby wasn't gonna.
Do we know they've seen an OBGYN since then? You know?
Can't confirm that the baby's all right.
No, I'd imagine they were probably in a rush to get out of there.
She dropped that on Max at one point during the escort mission, I believe.
Yeah, we've talked about it.
Yeah, all right. So it was like oh shit.
Pretty much what you said
It
about 24 hours ago.
That's what
It
Max
increased the
said.
severity.
That's what Max said. He said, oh shit.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
He said, oh man.
I think what he said was, "Damn, I ain't got time to deliver a kid."
That's right. Yeah, I remember him saying that. Yeah.
So Passos is kind of like, "Oh, I wasn't sure if you were gonna kill me or kiss me," and Max is like, "Hey, no hard feelings."
I took the heterosexual oath.
So,
Friend.
they're leaving. They're going to. I think they're going to the U.S. They're going to like Colorado or something.
I thought they were going to Argentina.
He
He leaves it kind of vague. He's like, we're either going to Argentina or back.
Oh,
to,
right.
Yeah.
They weren't sure where they were going.
Yeah.
they're just
Getting the fuck out of there.
not Brazil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he mentioned 3 different spots, maybe,
Right.
which would leave the game open to a great sequel.
So, would it?
Yes.
Playing as Raul Passos.
Playing as family man Raul Passos?
In the Colorado mountains.
New life. Max Payne sim.
Let's put a pin in that because I do want to talk about the possibility of a Max Payne sequel because it comes up all the time. And it's something that I've been giving a lot of thought lately. But De Silva's like, all right, we got a plan. You ready to do this? And Max is like, okay. And so what the plan is, and it's not, I don't think made clear to the player, and even Max is kind of like,
oh yeah,
this is kind of a dumb thing that I'm going to go ahead and do.
Yeah, he calls it a suicide mission. You know what I mean? He's like,
I was lost, as you're probably supposed to be.
yeah. He
When I
like
was
says,
listening,
all right,
what?
well, that's a lot. You know, like De Silva implies that like what you've learned in the hotel, you know what I mean, has like influenced what he's going to do now a lot. And he's like, all right, so here's the plan. And then I think it's like suddenly you're like walking in like, this is a fucking dumb idea.
Yeah, I was.
Very similar to when we discussed in Max Payne 2 toward the end, when Max just walks into vodka through the front door and is like, all right, I'm here.
Right.
Even the guys are like, what?
Yeah, what? Huh?
He mentions that like in the game here, just like, well, I guess I'm just gonna walk in the fucking front door again. You know, these last 2 missions. So the idea is to get arrested by the UFE, and because they're all corrupt, it's not really. It doesn't totally hold water for me. Where it's like, okay, so you're going to get arrested by the cops, kill a bunch of cops, and then use the power of the law to prove that they were part of a corrupt thing. Like it's risky.
Yeah. It's a big move.
You need to trust that power.
Kill first and then justify later.
Yeah, like you need to trust that the corruption that is allowing the UFE to operate as it is
Isolated.
because if it goes up the next branch, it's like you're fucked. Like you need to trust at some point that somewhere up higher the justice system is willing to look out against corruption.
And even still, like, while we know, like, Max has faced insurmountable odds and come out on top in other situations, going into this gigantic police department full of hundreds of police officers, unarmed, effectively.
Yeah, militarized
Probably-
police too.
Yeah.
They're tactical special forces.
Probably
These aren't just
one of
like
those-
uniform cops. You know what I
No.
mean? Like these are like, they all have like assault rifles.
Yeah, I mean, so the idea is Max walks in with a gun and gets arrested, and they're like, "You fucking idiot!"
Yeah.
And so they're beating him, they're interrogating him, and he breaks out.
Yeah,
And,
I thought the interrogation was kind of funny when they like hit him in the side of the head a few times and they keep yelling at him and he's like, I can't hear you. You hit me in the ear, you idiot.
That's a good one.
That was really funny. And then he like a proper cartoon, he grabs both of their heads and conks them together.
So I mean, essentially, you go from the interrogation room through the cells, through like the offices, the armory, the firing range.
Dude.
There's a
course. There's
like a training course, like
like a tactical,
like an urban.
Like the thing you've seen, like
environment
the videos of Keanu Reeves, like running through, like Keanu Reeves preparing for John Wick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's in like the little tactical training.
And so you go through the entire, police headquarters. It's a very decked out building.
Yeah.
And this entire mission is just like fucking chaos. The prisoners have also escaped, and there's like infighting again. I think the game handles that really well. Where there's like the same thing where the UFE and the gang members and the civilians were all fighting in one of the previous chapters. It's pretty cool here where it's just like the prisoners and the cops are going at it, and it's brutal.
Yeah, and you're just trying to kind of not get caught in the crossfire for the most part.
Yeah.
Until you run into... I like that also you really at this point, it's just kind of like I don't know, I just like it. But you're only fighting the cops at this point. You pretty much avoid any fights with like the people, like the prisoners who have escaped. You don't have to avoid, they're not fights. And you're smiling at me, I'm like, you can just murder some of them.
I'm smiling because you're like, I like that I'm fighting only police officers. It's my favorite part.
Well, because he does say at one
Just
point...
like the fantasies that I have in my mind, I get to live it out in this virtual world.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, oh shit, like, they have no idea that I'm not one of the cops.
Yeah,
like, I look like a fucking cop.
He's a white guy. Like,
Yeah, and he still has his little gun holster strap.
yeah, they're just holsters, they're shoulder holsters or whatever.
Of course, he looks like a
Over the
police
boulder.
officer.
Over the shoulder, boulder holders. Sorry.
It was in the beginning. This is the other time that I mentioned earlier that that transition scene from when you're getting interrogated to when he first leaves the room after incapacitating to the two guards. I didn't realize I was playing again. Because it was one of those, another perfect scene where Max just like hangs up against the side of a wall as a man is coming towards you through the hallway. And I didn't realize there was gameplay yet.
It's funny because...
I know I sound like an idiot, but it's just so smooth.
Yeah, I do think also... it could be because every time you played it, you told me you were drunk. and also...
One time I wasn't drunk at this point
I think
anymore.
you did like space it out over like almost 2 months, like playing through this campaign.
Kind of. The way I played it, there was,
I mean, just mean like from the day you started
yeah.
to the day you finished.
But I never made it past like what I'd consider the first like 2 hours.
Right, but what I
until-
want to say is I believe that this mechanic is introduced in the very first chapter, and they do it in almost every other chapter.
What where you like
Where
the seamless
Max
transition? Or
gets
he's just
covered against a wall
Yeah.
at the end of the
Yeah,
cutscene.
it happens a lot for sure.
It was just, I think there's often a more like drastic pan. You know what I mean? Like it pans away from you. And like I feel like when you're crouching, it's usually like right on your shoulder and then it pulls back. Whereas this one, it's like kind of your whole upper body. And then, because I kind of like,
It's the same. Well, it's the same thing when he's in the parking garage.
Yeah.
In the first mission, he's up against
that's
a
fair.
pillar.
Yeah.
It's the same exact shot. I mean, we'll do a side by side. I could be misremembering it entirely, but I feel like they do that in
yeah, well,
almost
it
every
definitely
single
happened
mission.
beforehand.
It wasn't
Yeah.
the first one. I just remember that in particular. I was
This
just
is
like,
similar,
oh shit.
very similar to the yacht one, where you wake up on the yacht.
Yes.
And the same thing happens, yeah. And both of those kind of,
And
it just
both
took
of
me
that
a second,
happened
but
to me.
it's because it didn't click until I realized that suddenly my like body's there with like the painkillers, you know what I mean? And like
Oh,
my
yeah.
gun, and I was like, oh, okay.
Because
Because the reticle's so small and white, you know what I mean? That half
just
the
a little
time-
dot?
Little tiny dot,
Which
so
I
you don't
kinda-
realize it.
Like, why make it complicated? I kind
I
of like
did,
that
though.
it was just like,
How did you guys feel about whenever you used like a laser sight weapon?
oh, I hate
There were a
it.
lot in this level.
I turned it right off every time.
So I didn't even really notice it until the next chapter. Mm-hmm. And I didn't realize that until the end of my second playthrough of this game, you can remove them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just said that, and it kind of pissed me off because I didn't
really?
know I could do that. You're like, I just turned it
Yeah.
off, and I was like,
Because way earlier in the game, I accidentally picked up a gun that had a flashlight that was turned on, and I was like, I hate this. It doesn't really provide a benefit in this game, it seems, because there's nothing that's
Yeah.
ever dark. It
The only
doesn't seem
thing that
to
really
affect
helped
your
is if you're
enemies.
like firing around the corner, you can kind of see where it's going to go.
Oh, that makes
you know
more
what I mean?
sense.
But-
Yeah, blind firing.
So in the next chapter especially, there's these like, I don't know, they're like light machine guns with the laser.
Yeah.
And I'll show footage here. It's the most wildly inaccurate
Yeah,
weapon.
The kick, yeah.
It just goes like this the whole
Yeah.
time.
Yeah,
it's
it's horrible.
fucking insane.
I found-
and it's only because of the laser.
Yeah. When I turned the
What?
laser...
That's one of the other. I forgot to mention this. Why? That's a horrible design.
Yeah, I don't know why you'd get rid of the reticle. I feel like it's better
Oh,
to have,
yeah,
you
'cause
could
it would
leave both, because
substitute it
suddenly
out.
you just get rid of the existing reticle when the laser is on there, and then suddenly, rather than having it hold steady, like the reticle moves a little bit with the kickback,
A little bit.
but never that
not a
wildly.
ton,
You
no.
know? What
no,
I
it
mean?
seems like the actual physics of the gun changes when you don't have a laser on.
Yes.
It doesn't
That's what
make
it
any
feels like.
sense at all.
I remember when I turned the laser off, it felt to me as if the gun was much more accurate, like similar to what you're
I
saying.
mean, I'll show the footage here, and it's,
remember,
it's
like-
fucking crazy.
The kickback is crazy.
And I remember the first time I played this game, I played it on like a harder difficulty level, and I was, I was challenging myself. And in the airport level that we'll cover eventually, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but it's end game. It's the most intense combat. It's the
Yeah.
highest level enemies. It's the hardest part of the game, basically. And all I could find was the laser guns.
Yeah.
And it took me
Yeah.
forever to get it to the point where I was like, basically just had like this like whole tactical like, okay, get 2 shots here, go over this area, wait here,
Right.
let these guys pile up, shoot out their legs, then try to
Yeah.
headshot like with like the 3 pistol bullets that I have.
Yeah.
because
really,
those
really rough.
guns were not really working for you.
No, I mean those guns just don't have
Yeah.
any accuracy,
I found
and you're
myself-
and you're going across close quarters. It's fine because you're just spraying on them, but in these later levels, like there's a very long like
Yeah, there's
arenas.
distance between you, yeah.
And
like
so you
the
need
high levels and-
accuracy.
yeah.
I found myself doing that. Matt, you mentioned earlier that mostly you never really like swapped out your weapons. You just kind of
I
like
just grabbed what was on the ground.
Whatever's on
Yeah.
the ground, it works pretty well for that environment. This is the only time that I was just like, damn, I do have to think differently. And so maybe in that aspect it was kind of intentional, because I did have to switch weapons. I did have to plan my tactics. There wasn't a weapon around me that was very useful. I started to run out of ammo at parts towards this part
Yeah,
of the
this
game
is
too.
the only part of the game
Yeah.
where I really started to run low on ammo every now and then.
Yeah, there was a handful of times in the game where I ran out of ammo, and I was like, oh, I guess I need to like find a fucking gun fast.
And before we get too far away from it, we already kind of mentioned this, but to reinforce it, like I said at the beginning, I didn't pay enough attention to what each of the groups were. So, or like I wasn't, just wasn't keeping careful track of everything. So when I got to the police station, I guess I expected it to just be kind of like a police station. I didn't realize that the UFA was military police that was corrupt and everything. So as it kept getting larger and larger as I was moving through this base, I was like, what the fuck kind of police station is this? But no, it's like a military installation. That's why they have
It's also
those
like a
rooms for
training facility, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? And it's
Which makes
it's
a lot
the
more
headquarters.
sense.
It's like the home base, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
makes a lot more sense for probably is the headquarters of the 55th Battalion, which is the UFA. But yeah, I remember thinking like, why is this police station so large? Had I paid better attention, I would have realized that, of course, it'd be that large and that densely packed with guys.
There's a lot
Yeah.
of fucking cops there.
So we talked about this off camera, but the sex pervert.
Yes.
Sex
So
pervert,
for
this
me,
is where it
and
all
we
comes
discussed
back.
why this may have happened, but for me, I could hear him talking to me as if like,
He was close by.
as if he was like, it was like as if the
Yes,
interaction
yep.
was happening,
That happened to me
and
too.
his sprite didn't spawn, or his character model. I guess not a sprite in this game, but
Yeah.
he didn't spawn, and I was like going crazy because after you were like, oh yeah, you can like find him. He's a little bit off the beaten path. I was like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, I did that in my first playthrough, and I am wondering if like because I did that in my first playthrough, much like the some of the like evidence or clue stuff,
Yeah.
is I don't want to say it's bugged, but it doesn't.
Play
you
any
know-
audio, yeah.
Yeah, when it still plays the video.
Outside
I was
of
wondering
the-
if like there was something similar to that happening here.
Because outside of the retired cop interactions, even when I went through and replayed some of the chapters, none of the evidence gives you anything other than just like a quick pan that you can't skip,
zooms
where it
in.
holds for like 15 seconds.
Right, and some of them are
cuts out.
long.
Yeah, some of them you're like, come on, dude. Like, let's just keep
Yeah.
it moving. If I
That's
can't
why
hear
it feels
anything.
bugged because it is still timed to the length of the voiceover.
Yes.
Whereas it could just go, you got it.
Yeah.
You know, just like 2-second flash.
But even that's unnecessary because it tells you how many clues are in each mission and if you've gotten them.
Right.
So it doesn't it wouldn't it, that doesn't operate, that doesn't functionate that doesn't that doesn't function as a method of letting you know that, oh, I already got this one. It's just
No,
like,
you even like have a
you already
list
know.
of the ones you've got.
Yeah,
I
with check
believe.
marks next to them, and
Yeah.
they go in chronological order.
Yeah.
So, like they go
Yeah.
like as
Yeah.
you move through the level, you
It-
should find these. If you've missed one,
It is
Gotta
like
go
a
back.
9 out of 10 for me, this game
for
overall.
sure.
But all the flaws are things that I'm like, what the fuck were they thinking with the design
Yeah.
of this?
and I
Maybe
and
it
I
was
do
just-
question a little bit whether it's we all played it on PC, correct?
Yeah.
And so I don't know if it's just that we didn't. There's patches you can download for it that fix certain issues. You know what I mean?
Probably.
I didn't do it. You didn't do it. I assume you didn't either. None of us really.
I didn't look up anything on
Yeah.
like, community mods or patches or anything.
Yeah,
We gotta
but like
talk
we
about
all
our
had
controller
the
issue.
we all had the pause menu issue. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? We
Oh,
all
yeah.
had that,
Well,
and
we
so-
didn't talk about that?
No,
At the
I don't
top.
believe- I
We
don't
had
believe
talked
so.
about the pause menu issue in general, but I don't think we mentioned the like looking into
Our
it
processes
for
for it?
fixes or anything like that.
Did we talk about it on the video, though?
I don't think we
Oh,
did.
I don't know if we did.
Basically,
we did.
there's a very common bug with this game where the game will just, on PC, where the game will just randomly pause.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if it's a cutscene or you're in the middle of combat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You've gone into bullet time and you're like about to get a headshot and then pause.
The game's like, oh wait, hold on. You're
And,
like, oh.
there's no rhyme or reason as to why it might happen. It seems like looking online, it happens so much to some people that they can't play the game.
There were
It happened
a
like
couple-
10 times to me, maybe.
There were a couple moments where it would be like on off on off on off.
Yeah,
you know
really.
what I mean? But for the most part, they were pretty spaced out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I looked it up. There's dozens and dozens of like suggested bug, fixes for that
Yeah.
and like workarounds. But they're so inconsistent. Like it's not like one works for everybody.
There's not one patch.
And it hasn't ever been addressed by Rockstar, so it is kind of a shitty thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to discuss our differences in how we handled this. I assumed I used rechargeable just Energizer, not sponsored by Energizer, unlike Alan Wake. I use just rechargeable AA batteries for my Xbox One. I don't know whatever the newest Xbox is. I have one of those controllers for my PC.
It's a Series S and X.
There you go. Probably one of those. I thought it was just the batteries were shitty. Like they had finally, how like rechargeable batteries.
Certainly one
eventually-
of those.
Certainly. Of course it is. I believe everything you say. I just thought they were dying. Like I know rechargeable batteries do start to shit out eventually, but I'm like, I haven't had them this long, so I just kept getting pissed off. But it seems like every time I would switch like batteries or plug the controller in, plug that cunt in, it would just start. It was the. Is that a no word? We've said that before,
up to us.
right?
I don't care.
Yeah. keep going.
Like, it's kind of
I just thought it was
big
funny.
reaction. Okay.
I was like,
It would just, the issue would stop, and I was just like, okay, I must have fixed it, and then it would just happen again. I'd be like, fuck, and I'd just do another thing differently. But you tried you tried a keyboard and mouse and stuff.
well, I was playing on my controller, and I have a wired controller. It's a 360 controller, and I was like, this
as
thing's
did
old.
I.
You know what I mean? I bought it from Walmart. It's not like it's a high quality thing. So I was like, oh, it's probably just a little shitty. So I switched to mouse and keyboard, and I was like, oh, it's still happening. Okay, you know what I mean? Then I was like, I'll try my other controller. Tried that, kept happening. And then I kind of felt stupid because I was playing like Halo Infinite and a few other games in between.
Yeah,
and
they're
it would
fine.
it would never pause for me.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, this is clearly a game specific thing.
And when we talked about this, Matt was like, did you guys look it up? And we were both just like, no.
At one point,
I guess I had it on good faith that there wouldn't be a problem like that in a game. Even
I'm
from
pretty used to
2012.
also just kind of dealing with
some bullshit.
issue. I've always used
Yeah.
like antiquated technology to, you know what I mean, play newer
Yeah.
games, and I'm
Last
just kind
year's
of like,
gear.
sometimes it's rough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's
and I
kinda
just
what
get
I-
through it because if it's still a good game, it's not ruining it for
And
me.
for us, it happened so infrequently that it didn't really interrupt the experience. But, if it was fucking up a lot more, you would look it up and find, oh, cool, I could like maybe try 30 fucking different things. Hopefully
Might
one
work.
works. And
Yeah.
because, anyway. So the sex pervert didn't spawn for me, but
Yeah.
you can choose to
Oh,
ice
just
him, right?
Absolutely blast him away, yeah. Because you kind of round a corner and he's just there and he's like, oh, thank God somebody. And he's like, oh, fuck, it's
you.
He's like, you're going to fucking kill me now. He's like, I don't care. He's like, just leave me or whatever. He's like, fucking, he like tries to justify again to you that he's like, I thought it was okay. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
don't know what the age of consent is. You know what I mean? Blah, blah, blah. And you're
No,
like,
I think in Germany it's like 14 or 15.
you're in another country now. You know what I mean? And who knows? I mean, like either way, it's either way unsavory. Matt's justifying sex trafficking.
I'm not justifying sex trafficking. I'm just
I'm
saying.
kidding.
Yeah, I mean, you think the Germans are
Is it really 14?
it might be 16.
I don't know.
Ugh, still.
No,
Doesn't
I think
matter.
it's 14. I think it's 14.
But still, there's might be specific cases even where it's like it's not like maybe you can't be like from like 14 to 18 you can have sex with each other or something and then it's you know what I mean
like
who
one of
knows
those-
like I don't know.
No, it's not like
No?
that.
No, it's not like that. Okay.
Basically, like I know this because I'm planning a trip to Germany soon. No, because there's a guy who did a like
I'm
a
getting a
Christian
call.
apocalyptic movie that was getting roasted online.
Okay.
And people found him and they're like, his girlfriend, he proposed to her as soon as she turned 18,
Mm-hmm.
and like he's like 23 or something, and it's like, does this mean like he was like 18 when she was like 14 and they were dating? And it's like, yes, but the age of consent in Germany, where they're German, is as such that I think that as long as there's not a complaint, then
everything's
it's like
kosher.
hey,
Of abuse.
well, as long you need to make sure that like the person's not manipulating a minor into sex, basically. But at the same time, it's like, different cultures are different. I don't know. Sometimes people like are used to like living to the age of 30. So you'd have a job when you were 7 and you got married at 12. You know what I mean? It's like,
No, I hear you. Yeah.
so I don't know.
Anyway.
I looked it up. I was just joking.
You can kill this sex pervert though.
Yeah.
If you want to. I did. I also killed a lot of non-sex perverts in this game.
You never know if they're
so
sex perverts or not, though.
you
So you might as well
genuinely
just
don't.
kill them
I made every game I've played.
just to be safe.
Just to be a bizarre. Kill everyone you see just in case they're sex perverts.
German or not.
It doesn't
Regardless
really
of their
matter, yeah.
heritage, their
regardless of culture
background.
and
Just kill them all. It seems to be a
indiscriminate.
recurring theme here that I go out of my way when playing games to not harm anybody that I view as innocent or unrelated to the conflict that my character finds himself in. It seems like you guys like to kill those people just to see what will happen.
Not really.
I guess to see it's one of those things where I'm like, the first time it's can I? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm curious
'Cause
if
it's
you can
just the
fire
game.
NPCs.
Yeah,
And
there's,
sometimes it's like, I want to know, like, oh, do I need to be aware to not fire on NPCs? Because it happens sometimes in games where it's
Yeah.
like, you failed, friendly fire. And some games don't even allow for friendly fire.
Because I can control, like, I absolutely tried to shoot everybody I talked to for, like, the first little bit, you know what I mean? Like, you'd run up to somebody and just, like, trying to shoot them. You can't. You know
God,
what I mean?
imagine if
like
you
Langston?
could,
If
if
you
it
would
was
just,
like
like,
Fallout.
If you
where
just
you're
fucking
like,
blast a rush and
Destroy. Yeah, Langston. Take
just
him
like the
out.
game just soft locks you there forever.
Morrowind used to do that.
Yeah.
But
All RPGs did for up until
kinda
very
cool.
recently.
Yeah, and then they started adding it where they just, like, you can kill them, but they're unconscious.
oh yeah,
They'll pop
And then
back
they'll
up.
just
Like,
be
I mean,
angry.
that's specifically Bethesda that I've noticed that with. You know
That's
what I
right.
mean?
Yeah. Where I was going with
Makes
that is just
sense.
that.
But lame.
So yeah, in Max Payne 3,
It's some poser shit.
it's fake. I
Wait,
made sure
they wouldn't do that in Wasteland. Just saying.
they got a chip on their shoulder, the size of California. Anyway, all of the NPCs, like all the people just running around, I made sure I don't think I killed anybody that was innocent in this entire game. But the sex pervert, I don't know what happened. So he just didn't make it, you know?
The game paused and you tried to unpause, but you accidentally.
I don't know.
And then,
There was a weird. He was alive. Max pulled his gun out. Uzi. I don't know what happened,
Little
Matt.
Uzi Vert
Weird.
was there.
I held.
was
I,
he?
I held. He said, "I
He
lost."
killed the sex pervert.
Wouldn't he have
Poor
been
Andrew.
like 11?
or younger. I don't know how old he is.
He seems like he's like 23. I could be
Yeah,
wrong.
He's younger than me. I'm pretty confident.
Yeah.
And I'm
You are pretty confident. I don't know what that has to do with his age, though.
Yeah, you've been squinching this whole show.
I've been squinching.
Yeah,
I've never heard that word.
squinch. It's like I learned about it today. It's that look that you make. Sorry, I was getting ready to fight Matt. It's that look of confidence that you give when you're doing a photo shoot. You squint your eyes a little bit. That makes you appear more confident on
Oh, okay.
Twitter.
So what crosses the line from a squint into a squinch?
I don't know. That's just what it's known as. Squinch.
You got your iPad there. Google it. Fuck Max
Yeah,
Payne.
Matt.
Well, it's the only result is Urban Dictionary.
Don't read it. Don't read it. I got bad information.
Guaranteed.
You know, I took the Uzi up and I held it for a really long time, and then I shot him in the head. Fuck that guy.
I like shot him a few times, then he like fell, and then I like shot his body across the
Yes, he
prison cell a
scuttered
little bit.
about.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think it's like, it is kind of like that experience was created to give you that kind of power fantasy moment. But
Yeah.
fuck him.
Yeah.
like there's real guys like that.
I mean, there's Rockstar also makes Grand Theft Auto. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, you can murder literally anybody. You know what I mean? That you
Might as
can
well be a bad
come
guy.
across. Yeah. It's like, so it doesn't matter if they're sex perverts or if they're
you've
just
seen Tiger King.
regular people. Sure.
Remember they
first
talked
season.
about
Tiger King.
Tiger King.
Tiger King.
King of the Tigers. Mr. Baskins, he was going off to, was he going to Brazil?
Mr. Baskins?
Yeah. Mr.
Oh, the guy
Mr.
who
Carol
died.
Baskins.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know if it was Brazil. It was in South America.
There's some sort of talks of like there being very youthful escorts that you could make use of in those countries, and I was like, he's a fucking creep, probably.
Yeah, I'm sure. They all sucked. I think people really took the wrong thing away from Tiger King. Everybody fucking sucks in that.
Pretty much
that
all-
was the point.
yeah.
Was that they're all shitbags who are exploiting something.
Like
you know what I mean?
Seinfeld.
Yeah. Just like it.
Pretty much the same.
Or Always Sunny. They all suck.
Yeah.
You're
That's
not
the point.
supposed to like any
But
of them.
everybody was like, "This guy's cool." And you're like, "No, he's
None of those guys are cool. I'm sorry.
Nobody's cool in that
a lot
shit.
of them are less. Some of them are less bad, but no one's great.
Anyways.
Squinch is just a synonym for squint.
Oh, okay.
Squinch means to screw up the eyes or face, as if to squint, to make more compact, to cause to crouch down or draw together,
Crotch
to
down.
squint.
Crotch up, right?
A squinch is a support carried across the corner of a room under a superimposed mass, such as like an arch. You know, like the supports that would be
like McDonald's, yes.
under an arch, or you know what I'm trying to say, through the top of a portal.
The
If there's an
Colossus-
arch, the supports
Colossus
here
of
would be the
Versailles,
squinch.
Yes.
So anyway,
So like classic Max Payne face.
Yeah,
would be
he's
a squinch.
squinching. Sam likes squinching.
Sam likes
real
squinching hard.
right.
Every muscle in his face.
So, I mean, there's not much more to say other than like this whole thing leading up to the there's a boss battle at the end.
Yeah.
This whole section though is just fucking brutal.
Yeah.
It rules. Max does find the footage from the Rodrigo Bronco assassination. I believe it is Bachmeyer that shot him.
Sure is.
Right in the back of the head. Bachmeyer, we know, is Becker's right-hand man. So Becker was in the office there. It's conceivable that Bachmeyer was just waiting in the wings right there.
Yeah, he's in there the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he capped him.
And then you eventually do fight Bachmeyer.
Yeah. Which is very reminiscent of both Max Payne 1 and 2.
It's an environmental puzzle
And
boss fight. Again.
even
setting.
before that, the setting too, just like that
Oh, yeah.
room and stuff like that had a very
like
but
security
also
room.
yeah, the
Yeah,
environmental.
Reminded me of towards the top of the Acer Tower where you're in that little room there.
So essentially there's
the server room or whatever they called it.
Yep.
there's like a drop ceiling. So Bachmeyer is up on a balcony basically. And there's like drop
Bachmeyer's
ceiling.
on the balcony about to get blapped.
Brown bricks.
He put brown bricks in his pants.
So Bachmeyer's up there,
His
and
britches.
there's a drop ceiling, and I had a hard time with this the first time I did it. It was
Same.
confusing
I died.
because I was like, I'm shooting this stuff. There's not like a clear visual cue as to what you're supposed to do. Like you can knock out the drop ceiling tiles,
Yeah.
and then beneath there you expose like ventilation tubes.
Yeah, first it's like the housing for the big fixture light.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
And then inevitably, but you do have to like first shoot away the ceiling and then work at.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can knock down one of the lights, or like long fluorescents, basically, and those fall on them, and then you have to like keep shooting, and then you do eventually pop open the vent, and that
Yeah.
like crashes on them.
It's like hanging for a minute, like
yeah,
an
but it's
HVAC
not.
system.
But because there's like 9 drop ceiling panels in my memory, there's like 3 rows of them at least.
and they light up as red a good chunk of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What?
Even
Oh, you can shoot all of them.
yeah, like
on your reticle.
Your reticle turns red.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I
okay.
didn't mean to say they glow red.
I thought
your
you guys-
reticle
I was like,
turns
what
red.
the
Sorry,
fuck?
no,
How'd
no,
I
no.
miss that?
'Cause
Because I was lost for a minute.
was I?
So, I mean, it's good, but it was a little little confusing. I guess a little, even honestly, a little more confusing to me at first than the Max Payne 1 boss fight, where it was like, at least there it was like, you gotta shoot the wires, figure out how to do it.
Yeah,
here it's like, wait, what do I shoot? I'm shooting the fucking thing.
The Max 2 boss fight where you have to shoot out the little pegs, you know what I mean?
that
Like, that was even more, once you hit one, you were like, oh, I just have to continue to do this till it pops out.
Yeah.
And then there was like, it was a clear, this is what you have to do. Whereas, like you said, it was like, I continued to, even I replayed through this again today, just for funsies, you know what I mean? And I, like, kind of forgot. You know what I mean? I knew I had to shoot around it, but I continued to shoot at the drop ceiling, and I was like, what is it not dropping? What do I have to do again? And I was like, oh, I have to shoot the vent directly.
Yeah.
A handful of times as well, and like the fixture directly.
We should specify that you have to shoot that because he's apparently Bachmeyer is in such incredible cover that you could never hit him.
Yeah, he looks like a flexible, muscular, lean guy. Lean but not bulky.
That's a bulky guy.
Brockmeyer's bulky?
I think Brockmeyer.
Sorry, I keep going Brockhampton because we said that last time.
Now you've confused me. It is Bachmeyer.
It's Bachmeyer. It is. I'm sorry, but yeah.
Bachmeyer apparently does not have a first name. In case you guys are wondering, he is simply known much like Cher
Or McLovin.
He is just known as Bachmeyer. So he the railing
Prince.
up there. I think he might be a bulky guy.
Prince's first name is Roger.
Damn,
He was just a symbol for a minute though.
that was cool.
That was just a very short time. It was a matter of protest.
Bachmeyer.
His middle name is Nelson.
What's his last name?
Prince. That's
Prince.
his actual last name.
Roger Nelson Prince.
All right, I didn't know.
I mean, like there could be more to Brockmeyer than we know. Bachmeyer than we know.
I'm pretty sure Bachmeyer's first name is Alfred.
No, that's you're a silly goose.
I think so. I think I'm going to go with that.
You know, there's a good chance. Anyway, he's squatting on a balcony up top, like above on the next floor above you. But the reasoning is that he's squatting behind a balcony that, granted, it is a military police installment, but it just looked like what he's squatting behind was just like kind of like it was metal, but like nothing about it screamed like bulletproof metal to me.
And you could see him.
It was perforated as well. You could see there was holes.
You know when you're like with a scope gun, especially, you can see just like 10 pixels of an enemy's head, and you can just like headshot him. It was that situation. I could have hit him, and it's the same exact mechanic that they used in the flashback in the funeral home, basically.
Chapel section with Passos.
Where it's like, I can't hit that guy. I'm pretty sure I can hit that guy. And the game is just like, no.
Not
you
this
can't.
one.
I'm not going to let you.
Yeah.
If you
not
aim,
this guy, you can't.
The second you start aiming, you press the left trigger, the guy ducks down. Like he knows exactly when you're doing it.
A little cheap. I mean, I get it, but it's just like
pretty lame.
This one enemy is that fucking quick to my controller movements.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good.
I'm
pretty sure I've killed 10,000 guys. This one
trained by him. So I think they gave you there's like maybe enough clues, but I was still a bit lost.
At a certain point, he just says it. Max, if I remember, if Max says, he goes like, oh, looks like I could maybe get something going with that ceiling up there, or something like that. You know what I mean? Looks like those some of those panels are a little loose above him. Maybe I could knock him down.
Maybe that's it. Because leading up into that point, he's like, I was going to have to get creative if I was going to still hit him or whatever. And I was just like, what the fuck? I was just trying to pound him, and then I thought I had to go up the stairs. He destroys you if you try to do that.
Oh, yeah.
So I thought it was... I have the hiccups now. What a terrible time to have the hiccups. It was very awesome when you do finally get him.
And then
stuff just falls
But then
down
it's
on him.
also very, for me at least, it was very anticlimactic because I thought it was good. I thought it was going to be once you drop the vent on him, he then like stands up and exposes himself, and I was like, this is going to be a big fight.
Yeah.
So I went bullet time, one shot, and it went into the kill cam.
Yeah,
it got him
instantly.
right in the fucking forehead. He was just like,
It's the same complaint we had about the Lem boss battle in Max Payne 2, which is, oh, cool, like we got the environmental thing, and then
I
you just shoot him.
He's just a guy. He's just a guy.
like a regular enemy.
I feel like there's some really great moments in the movies that inspired these games, that put the hero and the villain in situations where the guns drop on the floor and fly away, and then you got to dunk his head into the lava that's there for some reason.
They do that shit in Resident Evil all the time.
Yeah.
Like 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
Granted, there's already so many huge, ridiculous, awesome things that happen in this game. It doesn't need more, but I think it could have been even cooler if you did have these big, dramatic kills.
Yeah.
I mean,
I thought
do
they
get a
nailed
couple.
one of the boss battles but I wish the rest of them had been in a similar vein of that. You know what I mean?
I do think that it was nice that they did this boss battle as an homage to Max Payne 1 and 2, and then they were
Yeah.
like, but don't worry, he's not the final boss. And the
Yeah.
final boss is more, I'd say more traditional and a little more of a
Yes.
power trip kind of thing. Like,
Oh, absolutely.
you know, that like kind of victory lap, like, I think of a lot of games, a lot of games, but especially Fallout 3, where you're just like, where you get the mech at the end or whatever it is.
Liberty Prime.
Liberty Prime.
yeah, Optimus Prime.
I almost said Optimus Prime. I thought you
hard
caught
not
me. I
to.
went, Liberty Prime. Octopus.
So when,
I
when
like
you,
octopus.
when you first knock out the first thing on the right-hand side, I believe, guys, like super high-level enemies come in and storm you,
Yeah.
and it's hard. This is like a
Yeah.
hard battle.
Well, because they
Battle.
come in pretty much where, like, at least where I was, where you have the most cover from him, is in the direct center of the room's kind of set up. There's a balcony going all the way around, and then you have like doors below where you're fighting Bachmeyer, and then there's these 4 walls.
Yeah, like partition walls.
Yeah,
sorta.
partition walls, and you're kind of like there's this little plus sign that you're in the middle of, because that's where I could get the best cover.
That's probably
and
that's
when they
about where I was,
sent
yeah.
in the like those high level guys, they come directly into there.
Yeah.
And
I
they'll
was like,
flank
oh,
you.
Fuck.
They destroy you, yeah.
And I go to shoot him, and then Bachmeyer's shooting you, and then you have one guy coming from behind, and you're like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't think
if you
we
don't have any
mentioned
painkillers, you're just gonna die.
Yeah, and there are some painkillers, I think 2 or 3 scattered throughout this area.
Yes.
They're not easy to get to.
No, because
Yeah.
it's not like a room you have a lot of time to explore.
No,
That's
you
one of
need to
the-
just roll and
Yeah.
hope that you don't get hit too much.
And maybe it's because I feel like in the heat of the moment, every time my first time playing the game, obviously, during battles, I felt very locked into where I was. I felt like if I moved at all, I'd get blasted and killed. In those more intense fights, didn't really have a lot of breathing room for like, I'll go peek in that corner real quick, because there's no quick way to get in that corner.
Not mid fight.
No, not at
a
all.
lot
No,
of the
and if
time,
you
no.
like, there's some times where I'm just like, I need to go over there, but I'm probably gonna die, and I did. You know, if you get up and you just start walking your slow ass over to the next
Yeah,
room,
it seems like you kind
you're
of
gonna
need
get
to
capped.
shoot dodge if you want to cover any sort of ground, but you can even
Even
take
still, you
damage
gotta-
I
during
just
shoot
did
dodge.
I just did like the little tuck and roll.
Yeah, like would double tap Y or whatever, or
A or- yeah.
Yeah, it's A.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. But I wanted to ask you guys, similar to the first games, I did get stuck in like a death loop every now and then. Not to talk about the really cool new game, but
None of us can play.
that Matt's playing it.
No, he's not.
I tried to refund it. I was too late. My graphics card can't handle it.
Oh, that's right.
Like
I
the
thought you said you tried
minimum
it.
is like a, I don't know. I think I have a 1050 and the minimum's like a 1070,
Hey, that's me.
and it.
I'm
yeah,
20
just
better than Matt.
the minimum specs are so much that like,
Really?
yeah,
Damn.
a lot of people can't play it.
In death loop.
Yeah, and a lot of people can't get those cards right now anyway.
Yeah, because there's such a shortage.
And like the minimum specs, like you can lower the settings as much as you want. The VRAM required to run that game is so ridiculously high.
That is just.
You just can't do it, and you will like. There's like warnings that like you're gonna
throttle your
you're pushing
machine.
shit too hard.
Wow.
Yeah, very disappointing because I tried to play. I was like, fuck it, I'll play super low settings, and it was like I said this to Jordan.
Yeah.
I was like, it was drawing in all the objects as I was approaching.
As
them.
you
rendering
I was
as you
I was
go,
like,
yeah.
oh, this is not gonna go.
Like
Thankfully, I got it half off, and in 10 years, when I can actually buy a new graphics card.
You'll have it.
if we're still alive. But yeah, I kept getting into those cycles. I want to know if that happened to you guys too, where it'd be like I'd play for a second and like I have like no health to begin with, and I'm just getting pissed on. And if I make one mistake, I die. And then you'd have to hit that. Remember how in like the first 2 games, fortunately you could reload saves really quickly, so you just like die, hit the button, you're back, die, hit the button, you're back. I had a couple of those moments where I was just in like a dying cycle before I finally got out. Did you guys
Just
have
hit
those?
retry. Not really. I mean, none of them stick out, but I definitely had a couple of times where it maybe happened 2-3 times.
Is there quick
You know what I
save in
mean?
this game?
No.
No, you just
Okay.
hit retry because there's the checkpoints.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
I would say no because the checkpoints always put me in a safe spot.
yeah,
where
for the
I
most
I
just
can
part.
started.
reassess.
I
I
think,
think definitely a couple times where I'd fuck up again. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And
I didn't die at all when I played this game. I don't know if you guys did. That's kind of weird.
Wow,
played
you're
on,
really
game
good.
journalist mode, so
Jesus Christ. So that's what I wanted to talk about is that having the checkpoint, the auto checkpoint system, fucking sick. It's just a standard in games now, but I think it's definitely an improvement from the quick save of ye old days.
I discovered it helps when you're going back to replay chapters too, because
They're more
people
chopped
complain
up.
about like the big cutscene loads at like the beginning of each chapter. If you just go to checkpoint 2, that's after
to go,
the
baby?
cutscene.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd say that checkpoints are an improvement over quick saves. I think it's just like
I was gonna say, but there's
there should be both to me.
Yes.
yeah, that could probably be the best solution.
Especially in PC games.
But going along with what you're saying, the downside to that is if you're in a section that you're about to get to a checkpoint and you're in the last final, it's a big fight and you're having a hard time with it. If you kill 99 of the guys and that last guy just gets that one shot off on you, you have to start the entire battle over again because you didn't quite make it to that checkpoint.
Yeah.
That's where being able to save whenever you wanted to would come into place. And I did, not that this is a complaint, I just saying I sucked and I kept having to redo battles like that every now and then and I just feel like, God fucking damn it, there's one guy left.
I guess
also
ideally
found-
you'd be able to do both. You'd have checkpoints in case you forget to save, but you can
Yeah.
save in case you fuck up at the end of the checkpoint. But
Like a
then what's
philosophy.
the fun? Where's the challenge?
Yeah, you don't want to save scum it. I did find that a lot of the
Maybe you
battles,
do.
a lot of the battles, I was
Save
just like,
scum.
the longer this fight takes, the higher my chances are of dying instantly. I don't know if you guys felt that, but like if guys were coming in, I was like straight into bullet time, try to kill as many as I can.
Yeah. This whole section.
Because they'll start spreading out and they'll get you.
Yeah,
They
because
just
there was
will
even a
get you.
point right before with the where you get rushed in like an office. They come down in like the elevators and they throw in smoke and stuff.
Fuck, that
and I
part
had
was
that
hard.
same.
I liked
sense.
that a lot.
It was a lot of fun, but I
Very
had that
cool.
same sense of I have to get as many as I can right away.
Instantly.
Because it's the same kind of thing where you're kind of stuck in this one spot, and like you mentioned
Yeah.
in the boss fight, they'll flank you as you're fighting Bachmeier. So it's
Yeah.
kind of like I want to take them out quick, so that doesn't.
They are
happen.
military police. You know what I mean? I know they're a video game, but they do have tactics where
Oh,
it's
these
like,
are-
let's
you're
kill
getting
this
to the
guy.
And they
point
are
too.
employed by the government there.
Yeah.
The video game police, I mean. Like they, for virtual crime.
Yeah. They're all card-carrying members. So, yeah, those are just things that popped up for me. Not good or bad, just things that I noticed that are different from the original two games.
You're reminding me, the hardest part of this whole level for me, aside from the boss fight, was the room directly after you see the shooting range, and then you go to the next room,
Yes.
and there's like it's right. I think it's right before the full
Obstacle course?
obstacle course, but there's like a room where there's some obstacle course type objects and like fabric. There's
It seems more like a still a training area, but
Yeah.
for like urban settings or like in houses for like breach. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Oh, yeah,
checklist
where you
room,
take
yeah.
a left turn and there's like a guy in a little
Yeah.
coop up
no,
top.
and no, not like that. It's not that section, which is the next section, but the one where it's just one room,
to rule them all.
and there's just like there's like fabric hanging down. It's right. Never mind. It doesn't matter. I found that to be so fucking hard. You might remember this. It's where the last guy walks in, and he surrenders.
That's the shooting range. That's after the obstacle course because you see the shooting range through which I thought was cool. You couldn't shoot through the glass, which makes sense. You go through the obstacle course and then you're. I think it's might even be after you fight Bachmeier. No, that doesn't make
No,
sense.
it's not after you fight Bachmeier, but that is a shooting range when he surrenders to you at the end.
Yeah, because you
I
see
thought it was
from
outside of the shooting range.
I believe
He's at the end of the shooting range. Like
Yeah.
you've worked your way all the way through to the other side of the shooting range.
Yeah.
And he comes out, but that's in the shooting
That's
range.
in the shooting range.
I just played through this before we came over to shoot.
I gotta look at it.
because
Okay.
it's all backwards. You wouldn't recognize it as a shooting
Why am I
range 'cause-
remembering fabric?
Well, there's a lot of fabric in the room right before that, as you're running through the obstacle course kind of thing, where it's like the rooms where it's like the breach, enter, you know what I mean,
remember
kind of
fabric.
thing. There's fabric hanging from some of the walls, and like
You guys are right. It was the shooting range. I think I was mistaking the paper targets for fabric. But that was a really fucking hard part for me. That was like the hardest
I
section.
got real lucky. I think I died once and then got through it. But yeah, I thought it was really cool that the symbolism again of Max in the shooting range coming towards the police shooting him. I was just like I don't know if that's has any sort of like large concept that it's expressing, but it's just a cool.
Sure, you can get heady about
I think
it,
it's
but-
incidental, but
Yeah.
it's there. You
But it's
know what I mean?
fucking, the idea is cool.
Andrew mentioned it off camera while Matt was looking up how wrong he was. But part of what made it like so difficult is that nothing that you're really behind is actual cover.
Right.
Which works for which works to your advantage at times too, because it works the same way for the enemies. But it's all just like pallets, wooden pallets,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Just like 2x4s that you can shoot through with 2-3 bullets.
Like if you're lucky as hell, one of those bullets will be stopped, or at least like bounce off of it.
Yeah,
or
but-
like slowed enough. But like wood pallets. Ooh.
Did you guys kind of think like that was the final boss battle, or did you?
Kinda.
It felt like it because you were so overwhelmed right away. Like the numbers were so overwhelming
Yeah.
at first, you know what I mean? That I was like, holy shit, this is like fuck. Okay, this is the end of the chapter. Like
When the next chapter
getting out of
started
the
up, I
fucking-
was just like, holy shit.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't believe there's more. Not that I was bummed out. I was glad to be playing more of that game.
So chapter 14, one card left to play. There is one card left to play. De Silva and Max are expecting Victor and Becker to leave the country via private jet.
Max says the rich people always like to leave on their jets.
Does he?
yeah, he does. It's another one of those like the bad writing moments.
Yeah.
Where you're like, Remedy didn't write this one. You know what I mean? Not to insult any of the writers because it fits the aesthetic.
Yeah,
But
but he
it's
was-
a cheesy line.
So-
Rich people love to fly away from their problems.
Once again, Max thinks, well, maybe I'll fit in here at the airport. Wait, no, never mind. Immediately,
Yeah.
like they were on him, and he just
He didn't
runs.
even try. He didn't even try to be incognito. He just shows up.
Yeah.
He's wearing the suit, the aforementioned Pee Wee Herman suit.
Yeah, but it's no longer as clean.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
It's like
No, and of
Instantly.
course they have guards everywhere. He just took out a police station.
Yeah.
Like they're on high alert.
And Victor has staged tons of Yufei to be there.
Well,
obviously.
That's what
you
I'm
just
saying.
Killed, you
Yeah.
just killed Becker's right-hand man, and so they're both fully aware that you're on like
Yeah.
a murderous rampage.
in
to
addition
them.
to whatever intense security is already at any given airport. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in a post 9/11 world, are you kidding me?
Yeah, man.
So,
Don't even get me started.
no, don't get me started.
He'll never stop.
Because
and I'll never forget.
so
About what?
you hop into the fucking like baggage check, like
You hop
baggage
on
claim.
the little
He doesn't
track.
fight back at all. Yeah, he just gets right into he just runs past, he just like kind of like puts his hands up to ignore the guys and then jumps right into the luggage.
And then you're
check-in.
just off to the races. I mean, this is basically just a very hardcore battle through the back end and of the airport, around through to the bathrooms where you do once again meet the retired cop for the last time.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Max says something, and I'll put the clip in here because I'm just going to paraphrase it. But, you know, Max is like, oh, I'm making a difference. And he's like, well, if you think so.
Yeah.
It's just very funny. The guy's just like, Jesus Christ, this guy's a mess.
Well, 'cause
but, like, I'm too old to care about this.
Yeah.
I'm
He busts
retired.
in, and he's like, oh, well, I heard, you know what I mean, like chaos and death, so makes sense that you're here.
He's like,
And
yeah.
he's like, what are you doing here? And he's like, I was picking up my daughter. And he's like, okay, cool,
Just
stay
flying
in
in.
here. And he's like, all right, you stay. So what are you doing? And that's when Max says what he says, where he's
Yeah.
like, just trying to make things right. And he's like, all right, okay.
All right,
Cool, buddy. Way to
Good,
go.
man.
Glad
I'm
I'm
going
on
to keep
your-
hiding in this stall.
glad I'm on your side.
Yeah, so you go through the whole back end of the airport, and then, I mean, let's talk about that first, I guess.
It's overwhelming odds at first.
God damn,
Because
because
you just
like when you first
just
start,
have like I believe you have 2 pistols, but it starts you out as it always does with just one equipped.
yeah,
And
I don't know why you
immediately
didn't
there's
keep
like,
any of the assault rifles that were plentiful in
There's
the
like
last
7
chapter.
guys
Yeah, immediately there's
around
like a good
all,
7
Oh,
guys.
okay.
all
no,
areas.
There's like one
Let me
above you.
Correct myself. It'd be stupid if Max walked into the airport with an assault rifle
He was trying to say incognitus, kind of.
for the most part. So I retract my foolish statement.
Dummy. Both of you guys
Big
were
idiot.
wrong today. Both of you wrong. About 1,000.
Not Jordan.
Never wrong.
Big brain.
Is it any more dumb than walking into the police office with a gun?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or
At
walking
least it's
into the airport,
concealed-ish.
not with guns, but like bloodied. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
looking like a guy that everyone knows just
Yeah.
destroyed a police
Yeah.
station.
But it is you just have your
Police
pistol.
office, yeah.
And you don't
Police
really have
office.
any cover because you're on the track of the. You know what I mean? You're on like this open track going in. You go
is-
through a little gateway thing. You know what I mean? That
Which
like
is
the metal detector.
Great
but-
design. That's a great
was cool,
battlefield.
yeah.
It's so cool.
It
Like,
was
you're not just
also-
like, it's not just like go crouch against the wall and fight the
Yeah.
guys. It was just like you're moving. You have inconsistent cover. You got to take them out.
It makes sense though because I mean you basically knew you were going into like the belly of the beast at this point. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And so the last one was kind of, you know what I mean? But that last one was like the esophagus. And now you're all the way in there.
Yeah,
Totally.
ironically.
And it's It was intense. It was a hard one to get through.
I don't remember the exact order of events, but I do believe after you go through the whole back end, you come back out around and you're in like the big lobby, basically,
Yeah.
where there's all like the little shops. It looks like an old shopping mall, basically.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the airport mall.
Or any like big airport you've been to.
Yeah.
I've never been to an airport.
Oh, okay. It's pretty it's pretty
a
standard.
couple.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've only really been to like JFK and like Atlanta International Airport.
Kind
or,
of
like,
soulless. Just,
Yeah.
It fit the bill.
Very
yeah.
basic, just like white tile, but
Yeah.
like big open spaces, very
lots
high
of places for people to
ceilings.
sit and drink their coffee, wait for their shit. And this is where that song, I think Tears by Health plays.
Dude, yeah.
Yeah, it was actually
Fucking sick.
this is one of the first ones where I was like, this one's actually pretty good.
Yeah. I listened to that song
The rest is butt rock.
to
And it's not really butt rock, but
that first intro, the
There
first
is
couple
some
of
butt
bars.
rock. I think like the butt rock that plays in the bar scene.
Mm-hmm.
Although the bar scene, they do start playing "Wild in the Streets" by Graham Jeffries, which is covered by the Circle Jerks. A lot of people know
okay.
that version.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I thought that was really cool. I fucking love that song. It was crazy to hear that in a video game. But there is like a dumb like butt rock like dad blues song that plays right before that in the bar. It's very corny.
I went
very
down.
cry of love.
So I think the entire original soundtrack for Max Payne 3 was created by that band, Health. They're like
Well, the score of the game, basically. There is like, and the entire soundtrack. No, because I guess the difference to me between score and soundtrack is like, what is like the incidental music, like the music that you'd be hearing on a radio.
is
That's
probably
not
them.
Health.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
there is a handful of like artists who contributed like 4 songs each. You know, so like in the favela and in the club, you might hear the same artist.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I remember hearing some bossa nova music as I was going through the favela, and I was like, "This is cool."
Yeah,
That's
so-
Brazilian music.
There's a lot of reggaeton.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but all the like the score where it's like, you know, the music.
There's the environmental music and the atmospheric music.
Yeah. Not the environmental music.
Atmospheric, yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, that was a word I meant to use.
But like, you know, that's all Health.
Pretty
That's pretty
sick.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did a good job.
Yeah.
I was never familiar. I went like down like a mini rabbit hole as to like who they are as a band. Interesting. It's
Sad story, right?
such a bummer. They got together with Nine Inch Nails a couple years ago, or actually maybe earlier this year.
I don't know anything about them.
They,
I don't know
no, they
either.
collaborated, and I don't know. This isn't super related to Max Payne 3, but yeah, they collaborate. They do like kind of that industrial kind of '90s Nine Inch Nails thing, where it's like almost like a loop, but just distinct enough to not be. And it's kind of like droning. I don't really understand that kind of music. I think just industrial is the best way to put it. But yeah, they joined together with Nine Inch Nails for a collaboration, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, it sounds like the old Nine Inch Nails again!" And they're all thrilled. And pretty cool, pretty fucking sick. Especially that song in the airport called "Tears."
Yeah, I think this
sick.
was like also a nice nod to Remedy, you know, doing
Yes.
like these musical set pieces in all their
Yeah.
games. It was the first song I think where the lyrics came present and everything. 'Cause,
Yes.
You know, it's
Which you don't expect. Those happen like a minute in.
yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, it's a very slow
It took
build.
a minute where
yeah.
like suddenly once they started singing, I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
I was like aware of the
Moda?
music, you know what I mean? But it was-
Max has PTSD.
I mean, he definitely does.
That bold bastard.
It sounds nothing like Mona.
I know.
It's crazy. He doesn't know what he's hearing.
He just hears any voice and thinks
Any
it's Mona.
voice.
That's so
Who are
mean.
you speaking to me through this time?
Baby. Wow. That's,
Hold on, I
that's-
need to check baby's room.
Check room
That's
for
terrible.
Bobby.
That's so terrible, but very funny to me.
Oh. But no, it was a very cool set piece.
Yeah.
Cool
thought this
airport.
whole,
I personally just like I didn't really go in very deep. I was shooting guys from like
mile
the
away.
start,
Yeah.
the starting point, all the way to the end
As
of the course
far
as
as
far
I
as I
could
possibly could. And
Yeah.
I love it. I love like sniping in games. One of my favorite games ever, I think, is Silent Scope, the arcade game. Where the
Yes.
act-
Oh, I
is it
never-
Silent Scope? Where it has
it's
the
similar
actual
to-
sniper rifle.
Yeah, it's similar to like the Sniper Elite kind of gameplay, but it's
Yeah.
like Time Crisis or whatever, where you have the physical gun.
Yeah.
And it's on like a little like stand. I used to love that game.
There's
yeah.
something about it. It's like, it's very similar to Duck Hunt. It's just, it's more about the precision and the target finding than the
Yeah.
actual like
battle.
yeah, like moving around and combat and like cover and everything. I really, it's just fun arcade style shooting to me.
Yeah.
It did feel like that, yeah. That was one of my favorite scenes in the
Because it
entire
was,
game.
I had like the same urge right away to just be like, oh, I see that guy really far over there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, can I get him? I bet I can get him.
Yeah.
You can.
And you can get him, yeah.
And headshots count in this game. I feel like in Max Payne 1, especially,
Man.
I'd headshot a guy, and it didn't always seem to.
I
Yeah,
did-
Max Payne 1 specifically. Max Payne 2, I think I noticed it a little bit more, but
Yeah.
Max Payne 1 specifically was kind of like, just shoot the person.
Yeah.
You know
I
what I
didn't
mean?
bother to get any headshots in the first 2 games, so I went into the third game doing that as well. But no, headshots are super important, and you should try to go for
Well,
them.
especially on
if you
the
can.
super high level characters that you're
Yeah.
fighting at this point, where it's the difference is 3 shots to the head to like knock the helmet off and then get them, or a full clip to their chest. You know
Dude,
what I
yeah.
mean?
And
Or
I-
like 10 shots to their legs.
Did you guys find it weird that guys, especially later on in the game, you could like unload a clip at them, and if they're wearing body armor, they would fall down, and then get back up?
It's not weird.
No, well, because if you think about it, it's the impact of the bullets. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? They're just like fuck, ow,
It was
ow,
just-
ow,
I
and then,
wasn't-
like, they're like, ugh.
I guess I wasn't used to that in games. I'm used to like, I don't know. I'm not used to the guys falling down and then getting back up. Maybe I just never
That's a
played
pretty
game
that's
like
a pretty
that.
standard. Not to like say it's just a Rockstar thing, but like that is a thing in other Rockstar games. Like in Grand Theft Auto, you hit someone with your car, and if they're not dead, they'll stand back up. You
Yeah,
know what
that
I mean?
makes
And be like,
sense.
"What the fuck?"
Maybe most games I play,
Zombie games.
they'll just stand there.
That's every zombie game, Andrew.
Yeah.
But like same with Red Dead and Red Dead Redemption. and
Usually,
Red Dead
I'm just
Redemption
used
2.
to like they'll die and fall down. Otherwise, they're standing and fighting me.
Well, because that's why they have that signature where the reticle changes to an X the moment that you've killed them. You know what I mean?
I've never noticed that.
You didn't
in
notice
Max
that?
Payne?
In Max Payne 3.
Did not
I don't
notice
remember it
that.
changing to an X. I thought it just turned back to gray.
No, it's red when you're on them, obviously, and then as soon as the killing shot, the reticle goes to an X for a moment.
Never
and then
noticed
back
that.
to- no?
But I feel like they do mention it in this game. You know they're dead when they drop their weapon.
That too.
That's the game's like language for you definitely got them.
Oh, okay.
There are little.
I feel like there's a little blip somewhere that says that.
I could only use the reticle thing. Like once it turned back to gray, that's when I knew to stop shooting.
I'm 90% certain there's a little X.
Have you noticed that like when guys were like, if guys were shooting, is this the game? And now I'm not sure if it's the same game because I've been playing a lot of games. Oh god, I'm worried that I'm thinking of a different game now.
What's the thing? And then you can cut it out.
When you shoot guys and they're firing, and then they keep firing in the air as,
Oh,
as, they,
yeah.
as they drop. Does
Yeah,
that
no,
happen
they
in
do
Max
that in
Payne 3?
this. Yeah, because I also had somebody. It happened today where like I shot him a few times in the legs and like the chest, and he fell down. And then like he was against a door, and he just continued shooting. Like his gun was sticking through the door,
Really?
and he continued shooting through the door.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I don't
like as he
recall-
fell, he was like, you know what I mean? And
Like
then
if it's like a,
kept
if it's like a
shooting.
burst fire automatic weapon,
Yeah.
though.
I don't recall that happening, but yeah, maybe.
'Cause I know it definitely happens. I was playing like a Doom mod, and it definitely happened in that as well. So, again, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if we're really doing it justice. It's basically just one long corridor
Yeah.
set to music. It's just the song kicks in really nicely. It actually works in that very sterile
Yeah.
environment. You're just seeing Max, and it's like he's, you know,
And it's a very slow build. The
Yeah.
song is, and it kind of helps with that too. Because like at first there's like a few people you're kind of shooting at, and then it kind of gets more and more intense as you kind of
Yeah.
continue to make your way through.
and as you get through, you basically go through like there's like a subway system underneath.
Yeah.
there's
you
a
have to get
there's a tram system in most
big ass
huge airports.
Yeah.
See, I've never
you
been
have
to an
to-
airport.
I never
they're
been to
so
one like that.
they're like unimaginably
It's like a-
massive. You
yeah.
know what I mean? Like it's
I
hard
imagine
to,
it's like an international airport
yeah,
as well.
it's hard to like because like you know what I mean. They're in Sao Paulo, Brazil, which
Right.
is like a large city. You know what I mean? So
So
it makes
I-
sense.
you know, reminiscent of the subway system in Max 1 to a
Yeah.
degree. But you go down and there's, you know, they knock out the lights. There's smoke. We talked about that like little siege section where you're like in the security booth or control booth or whatever.
Yeah, in the last chapter.
Popping out the window.
That was
Yeah.
sick.
I mean, this whole thing, and then, you know, eventually, you get on to the
the train sequences is
and
dope.
this is really fun. Where
Because you fight like a few waves of enemies, and then he's like, I was hoping my train had arrived.
and then like, you know, there's like the two trains going up against each other, and you're like firing on guys through the window. Just very fucking fun combat.
Yes, because
super
I think
cool.
you and I mentioned it off camera yesterday, but we both were running up and down the train trying to get people that we had missed as it passed, because you keep changing speeds each train kind of, so you're passing each other, and you know what I mean? And so you'll miss people and they'll continue to shoot at you from like further up in the train. So I'd like squat and I'd like run and try to get as far as I could to try to get absolutely everybody.
Yeah, very fun.
A sequence that I liked because you were afforded a bit more mobility while still undercover, so you had you could move around. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could change which cabin you're in, or so to say, whatever.
Which it allowed, that's like the only time you could really explore mid-combat. Because there's ammo and painkillers in there on like the opposite side of the train, you know what I mean, in those seats.
And halfway, well, I guess at the end of it, you switch over to the other one.
Oh, and that's like another one of those like, just like Michael Bay over the top, but like super cool action movie sequences.
Because all the soldiers
time.
on the other side, or the cops or whatever, they're like, or I'm just gonna call them Yufei. They're all like looking at Max and like they stop shooting. They're like laughing at him and stuff. And he's like, I could tell there was some sort of joke, but I didn't get what the punchline was. And then he looks over or something like that, and he sees that he's about to crash into
Yeah.
a wall.
The barrier.
And he's like, damn, I ain't got time to crash a train.
So he does this really, in proper Max fashion, he does this badass like Fash Max. He busts out and he lands on the second plane. Do you go into bullet dodge?
He
Or
just
shoot dodge?
he dives through the window of the
Shoot
first
time?
train.
Shoot time?
Shoot dodge time?
Bullet.
Bullet
Shoot?
kill? Do you go to bullet kill mode?
Bullet?
I don't remember totally, to be honest with you. But you dive through the window of one and time it perfectly to go through the window in the next one, and they're all like, "What the fuck?"
Didn't say you could do that. But then like you land on your little tum-tum and you're like blasting up at fools that are like farther down on the train. And it's just sick.
Something I read online today, browsing the r/Max Payne
Rule
subreddit.
34 subreddit.
Jesus.
Mona! I didn't realize this. You can click in the left thumbstick to go prone anytime.
Fuck!
To go
Are you
prone?
shitting me?
I knew you could squat.
I knew you could squat.
lay
I didn't know
down?
you could go prone.
Yeah.
There's
Damn.
I can turn off the goddamn laser sight. I can fucking lay down.
Why
'Cause it
didn't
was
why didn't I try?
Because
that?
there's an achievement.
I was trying to get a few of the achievements, and I was like,
I got some of those.
but the only time I laid down otherwise is if I do the last stand thing.
Right.
Or the
You know
shoot
what I
dodge.
mean?
Or if I like
Yeah.
fucked up a shoot dodge.
Yeah,
and I was like,
exactly.
well, that's not really where I want to
And
be.
so I was like, do I just have to like almost die a bunch to get this? Or, like
Yeah.
I would like a few
I
times
thought so.
I'd
I
stay
thought-
on my back.
Yeah.
After like I
I got a
survived
couple of
just
those
to try to get
achievements.
a few more.
I really enjoyed the like doing it like jumping backwards, shooting guys, and then just waiting on the ground for them to come around the corner and just boom, 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 kind of camping effectively.
So essentially what happens is after you get all the way through,
What happened?
you're like in the hangar, you see the plane getting ready to take off,
Yeah.
and then it's like a fight against you and Becker, and Becker's got like a grenade launcher
Yeah.
of some sort.
Fuck
He's
this
got like a
fight.
fucking riot shield,
Yeah.
and a grenade launcher, and he's on like the stairs that you go up to get onto in or out of a plane.
Those
You know
little
what I
like
mean?
car
Great,
motorized.
great like horde, like when I say horde type battle, just like they're
Yeah.
just coming at you from all sides.
Damn, this one gave me a lot.
brutal.
Did you die a lot in this one?
No, I actually, this isn't like a brag. I made it through in my first go.
What
but
do you mean?
I had like a fair amount of painkillers saved up.
Oh,
I did
okay.
pretty
I
well
did
leading
not.
up to that. You know what I mean? And
I was getting
at
slaughtered.
this point,
at
I was like, because I had died so much in the previous chapter, I was like, clearly I need to utilize the cover more. You know what I mean? And like use my bullet time and shit like that.
Yeah.
And try to fucking headshot everybody.
Usually
and
when
make it
I
through,
was
which is why I
dying-
was picking off people from across
Yeah.
the fucking airport.
a lot of the times I realized I wasn't using shoot dodge or bullet time when I should have.
I did that on my second playthroughs because I felt more comfortable. So I didn't find myself relying on it as often. You know what I mean? And I'd be like, oh, that would have been quicker. You know what I mean? If I just
Yeah.
been like,
Yeah.
and then, you know.
This fight put me on my ass. Like I died a lot, and that's when the pause glitch was the worst for me,
Oof.
and it just
That
kept
sucks.
pissing me off. But cool fight, yeah. There's so many different waves. They keep coming in.
So you fucking, I don't know what happens. You like pop a fucking missile or something as he's shooting
Yeah,
it.
like it's
Yeah.
it's
It
another one of
backfires
the.
on
It's like the moments where like there's another moment where a helicopter. There's a guy in the helicopter. In
Yep,
the favela,
yep,
and
yep.
he shoots the RPG, and you're sliding down, and you shoot the missile as it comes out, blows up the helicopter.
That's badass.
It's like the same kind of moment where as he fires the grenade, you're like,
Yeah. So it backfires on him. He's scalding. He's dying, and we are now where it all started.
Yes.
right.
Back to the beginning, to the fucking liveleak.com footage.
Yeah.
So did you guys shoot him or not?
So, I'm gonna be honest with you. I would have if I realized in time. This was another moment I didn't realize was like a, because it's a cutscene until then, and then he's standing over him still talking, and it took me. I wasn't like looking at his face really because I was I'm you know what I mean, a gross.
It's gross.
Yeah. So I'm like oh, look at all this shit. You know what I mean? And I'm like fixated on it. And then suddenly I looked back at his face and I'm like, oh fuck, I could shoot him. It was a red reticle.
Right.
And then so I like picked my controller back up, and then it was like I got an achievement that was like, didn't kill the dying man.
Yeah. That's what happened to me.
It's like
All three of us didn't kill him.
You didn't shoot him either.
I didn't shoot him this time because I shot him on my first playthrough, and I was like,
okay.
wonder what happens if I don't shoot him.
just get an achievement.
Yeah, nothing really.
He still dies.
Yeah, I'm
'Cause
sure.
He's like asphyxiating on his own blood.
Don't
you know
think
what I
that
mean?
guy's getting out of there. Yeah.
No. Did you kill him?
No,
okay.
as when I was role playing as Max in my little brain, I don't think Max would have shot him. He's a bastard. He deserves to die. He was gonna die, and I think Max would have been like, that's even for Max. That's probably a lot to kill an unarmed man.
Well,
who
I feel
clearly
like,
dying.
I feel like in Max's mind too, with the way Max works.
But at the same time, maybe like
that's more suffering if he just lays there and just suffers
Yeah.
till he dies.
I mean, he also left Gognidi to die,
Yeah.
basically, in the first game. He like, didn't think twice about whether he'd live or die, really.
Yeah.
Just like, that's enough for him.
right.
You know? Still, that's Becker.
Yeah.
Bachmeyer and Becker are both out.
They're finally gone.
Victor is getting on the plane. The plane's getting ready to take off. And so De Silva's like, get in, bitch.
Yeah.
And this
gotta
is
go shoot
just
the guy, bitch.
a lot of fun. Like
was
this
super
is
fun.
the real victory lap kind of moment I was talking about, where it's just like,
so sick.
I love that he's like, get through the moonroof, and you're like, just fucking drive. You're like, start driving.
you're like in a kind of like a jalopy.
Like a shit ass car.
It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
like a fucking fucking Cavalier,
Sedan.
like a Chevy Cavalier. You know what I mean?
And there's just guys everywhere, and you're firing on the jet, trying to make sure
Yeah.
it doesn't fly off.
And the jeeps that are also coming up on you. the whole
so
time.
good.
It was so fun.
And you have the grenade launcher.
But you also have to.
oh
like,
yeah.
And it was cool because you have to. I'd like stuff like that where it's like you have to compensate with the grenade launcher, like lead them. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
or like try
for
to
sure.
aim higher because the physics in this game are like questionable at times, but like pretty solid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I really enjoyed, like, they gave you enough time to fuck with the physics to figure it out, while still having a lot of fun. It was like, it's kind of softball part
Yeah,
of the game,
yeah.
like really, but
Yes.
you've kind of earned it after 2 intense boss battles.
God damn.
Here's your just like fucking power trip
Yeah,
moment.
because I didn't die in the Becker boss battle, but it was fucking, it's rough. You know what I mean? Because he slowly destroys the cover that you have, as there's
Yeah.
also enemies coming at you.
Because you're
and
just
it's
squatting
like-
behind fucking luggage.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a gentleman in your family that does stuff relating to digital physics and like real life applications and stuff. I remember him telling us a lot of games developers will kind of cheat physics by just drawing a line when you shoot a gun in a game, and that's not how that shit works. So like when you would have to literally lead stuff, and I thought it was interesting because it felt very realistic. It was also lob. And like the grenade launchers would not. You'd have to angle it up if you wanted it to go farther because it would just drop.
Yeah.
And I remember like it was like challenging, but like you got the whole hold of it really quickly. But it never felt like you were fully in control either. So it just felt like the
Because the
boat
car's
was,
always swerving.
yeah. And it just was like this really kind of cool chaotic moment. And like Max and Wilson are yelling at each other. It was sick. I really enjoyed this spot.
Do you talk to my brother-in-law without me?
No, it was when he visited all those
Okay.
years ago.
I was like, I don't remember that at all. I was like, that's not what he does.
We were like 17.
Yeah, I was like, that's not what he does. 10 years ago, yeah. I was like, that's not what he does.
It was a long time ago, but it was. I never thought of it like that. Like, yeah, a lot of games will just like have a digital, like invisible line be drawn when you shoot a gun, and then if anything in that line is hit when you press the trigger, it gets damaged.
I don't mean to shit on what you're saying, but I think the game does do that. The whole rest of the game is just that, like, generally in video
Unless
games.
you're using laser sights.
Well, yeah. Generally,
I
like
don't-
grenade physics are, you got to figure out like how to arc it over a lob.
Sorry, I don't mean to speak on any other side. That was something I remembered that I thought was interesting. And grenade launchers are usually better, but there are still like rocket launchers in games that just propel themselves directly.
Whereas
to where
normally
you're going.
there'd be a little, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
not gonna.
So you blow up the fucking jet.
Yeah.
And
blow
then
it up.
he's like, I'm gonna kill you. And Silva's like, no, Max, have faith in the law. And Max
Why
is
would
like,
I do that?
Do you know anything about me?
Right. He's like, who do you think I am?
I'm a police officer.
Do you know how I got to be
Yeah.
who I am today? It's because I trusted the law.
I have a little behind the scenes note, or a little behind the scenes joke. These are all my notes. I did the story, and then I just did a quick
These are just his quick jokes.
quick jokes. I got a couple quick jokes.
Sure, let's
working
lay it
on
on me.
Passos, he was hired by Victor. That one didn't really get anything.
That's not what?
That was my first joke. For
They're not
my
actually
last
jokes,
one,
But he's bad at improvising.
these are just that's literally what it says. For my character's notes, I just wrote for Max, it just says ex-cop, which I thought was funny, because to think that's as simple as his background is, just an ex-cop.
Well, that and mass murderer.
Don't worry about his wife or kid.
Just an ex-cop.
Are you saying all cops are mass murderers? I guess they're all complicit, aren't they? Well, I know you're a big Back to the Blue guy, so we're not going to get into this on this episode.
Yeah.
They matter.
Did you say gray matter?
Yes.
So,
Is that another Breaking Bad reference?
no. I've never watched. I watched the first episode of Breaking Bad. And I was like, "Oh, I don't need to see this. This is upsetting. This is terribly upsetting."
Matt was crying and shaking.
It's a heavy show.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he loved it.
I just feel like it's not a
It's
thing
heavy.
I need to
I don't know if I can
subject
watch
myself
it
to.
again. Yeah,
It's a
it
white
fucked me up.
bummer.
I
But
just
it's a
think
good
I didn't
amazing-
get anything. It's like, I don't know. As someone who came from a household ravaged by drugs, it was just kind of like, what is this? What is? I mean, what's the? I know people will say the same thing because I watch a lot of fucked up horror movies and stuff. Although I don't watch, I like Antichrist or Hereditary is kind of not really my bag. But
Don't watch that shit.
like, I understand there's some horror movies where it's like, well, why would you watch that? It's just people getting slashed up, and it's like, I don't know. So it's like, why would I want to watch a show about like people just in horrible situations? Like, I don't know. I'm sure someone gets something out of it, but to me, it's just like, I don't know, some sort of weird torture that I don't really understand. Like,
trauma?
what's the fucking point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you.
It would be hard to
fair.
watch that show again. I was like,
Yeah,
damn.
I thought about that the other day. Somebody told me they were rewatching that, and I was like, I don't think I could do that again.
Yeah.
I don't think I could like put myself through the, you know what I mean? Because it's
was like-
it's very good, so it's visceral when you feel the things. and
Yeah.
you're
I can
kinda
see
like,
that it was
yeah.
very good, but it's like, you know what else is very good? Billy Madison. And you'll feel great at the end.
But else great, Anchorman, good movie.
Juana Man, great film.
Arguable, but I love it.
So, De Silva's like, don't kill him. And this
Yeah.
is so good, where he's like, haha, I lived, Max, you know I'll walk. And Max goes, yeah, with a limp.
He crunches
he
down on
fucking
him.
like compound fractures his tibia.
Yeah, big time.
Like, absolutely stomps him. And it was
That's a lot of restraint from Max. We gotta
fairly.
appreciate our
I'm
boy.
also, it's also like, fucking, he survived the goddamn plane crash. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it was like, that was, in the moment, I was like, really? As he like climbs, as he just like,
himself
totally
out.
okay, like pulls
Yeah.
himself out of the wreckage. I was like, really? Everybody else on the plane is dead. You know what I mean? Why can't?
Actually, yeah, you'd think somebody would come out and start shooting you if they weren't dead.
Yeah.
So
Or something, but I don't know. It was just the only moment where I was like, not obviously you got to suspend belief because it's a fucking video game and I've
Right.
murdered 1,000 people so far.
Today.
you know?
He did look pretty good for being in a jet that exploded.
Yeah.
yeah,
That he was like he climbed out of the middle of.
yeah. It's not like he was super up front while the explosion was only in the back. He was
So-
doing all right.
He is brought to justice. We find there's a little post-credit scene, or post that scene.
Yeah, it's just like the final cutscene.
Yeah. But Max is on a beach. He's wearing flip-flops.
He's wearing
so,
flippy-floppies.
We can put this up
stepped
on
on a pop
on FootWiki.
Wiki feet.
He's at the
Wikifeet, I'm sorry. That's
He's on a beach in Bahia, which is that may not be how you pronounce that, but that's just like a more tropical spot in Brazil.
yeah. I think he likes the area, and it's also not that far from the event. It's not like this is like 10 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I notice he's drinking a Bang Guarana. I couldn't get that out.
Bang Guarana. Sounds
Which
like
I was talking to you last night briefly.
sounds like a Mega Man
I used
boss.
to drink balls all the time when I
drank
was younger
balls.
because it was the
You
only
used to drink
it was the
balls?
only energy drink that didn't give me ulcer feelings.
Jordan's the weird fucked up guy that used to drink balls every day.
No, well, because it was I drank.
I
Nos
drank it
at
every
first.
day.
What?
I tried Nos. That was like the first energy drink I
Everyone
tried.
was pounding
and
Nos.
it would give me like horrible heartburn.
Yeah.
And it would also give me like heart palpitations.
Yeah.
And then I started drinking balls because I thought it was funny, so I bought one and I was like, this is okay.
Well, it's a guarana soda basically. It's not like
Yeah.
it's not the same as the
Like an
super
energy
super
drink?
acidic energy
Yeah,
drinks.
because like, the other ones are like taurine, ginseng, you know,
Vitamin B.
Caffeine,
guanine,
B. Vitamin B. Complex.
pizzle.
pissine.
Oh, come.
Just
But,
come.
You know, in
Comb.
South America in general, I believe that like, and I think in parts of India as well, just like guarana drinks are much more common.
Yeah.
And popular.
And there's a brand of energy drinks called Bang now.
Right, and I think that came out many years after this.
Yeah,
because I was
Bang's
like, is there a Bang ad in this game?
Yeah.
But there's not. But to me, balls always tasted like the stick from Fun Dip, which
Yeah.
I always like chewing on those sticks,
Yeah.
and not using the sugar powder necessarily.
I've never had balls.
I haven't seen it in a while.
No, and the other thing I loved is that it came in like a blue glass bottle.
Yeah.
That felt like a ribbed condom
It
or
did.
a spiked condom,
Yeah,
or like
'cause,
a
like,
Rough Rider. I don't know if you guys remember Rough Riders.
It was,
those are the free condoms we got at the clinic when I was younger.
They were textured? Or had
Yeah.
like ribs and shit?
They're not ribs.
They're spiked.
They're basically spikes. They're like little, yeah.
It's like it would be like the bottle, and then
Not
it got a little
spikes,
bit
but-
right before it got to the neck. It got slightly wider and was like spiked. Like you're not or what's the word I'm looking for? Beveled.
No, I don't know about.
No.
It basically has like a bunch of like little raised bumps all over
Yeah.
it, which is not something you normally want on your penis. But
Do the folks like that?
what people that are getting fucked by that?
Receiving that? Yeah.
Hey, I have to imagine, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like the main condom type they gave out at there was like a building downtown you can go and you can get free condoms. That was like one of the main ones you could
Weird.
get.
I always just got the free condoms I got were just like the lifestyles. Like they'd break in
That's
half
what they've
instantly.
switched to now, yeah, because they're latex free and stuff.
Yeah.
Fucking with a sheep's butthole.
Yeah, it's weird.
Circle of life.
But it was nice to see that he had stayed sober. Because the first time I watched this scene, oh, you guys had this.
Yeah.
I was
gonna
gonna let
for
us
you.
get through it and let it be like the nice, and then I was gonna bring up the fact that like this was a bug that like we both experienced.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put the footage up here. I
Hilariously.
think it's still in our chat.
Yeah, for sure.
Both of our, because I recorded I just used my phone, as you can see in the footage, recorded my screen, and like it was just like, I don't know, maybe like just an arm holding it, and it was just like tweaking out. Like the animation was
like,
locked.
It was on the cigarette, and it started to like zoom out from the cigarette, and then it got to like kind of like someone reaching for something, and then it would just kept like his hand kept like
yeah, like
I
flicking
do
back and
think that
forth.
happened to me the first time I played, not
Yeah.
the second time.
weird.
Such a bummer. I mean, I just watched
just-
it on YouTube.
yeah, I
and
just
was
looked it
It's
up, yeah.
literally like an 11-second scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like it's just like a nice little resolution that like he's
Yeah, you just see him
he's
walk off into the
relaxing.
sunset.
weird
Yeah.
blue balls I got.
But I did just really appreciate that he stayed sober.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was cool. He's in his little shorts.
That maybe he's coping now.
Yeah,
you know what I
maybe.
mean, or at least like trying to deal with
whatever the rest of
the-
Max's
Well,
life
it-
can be.
I mean, I would argue
trauma.
that it's impossible to heal from trauma while also being in the throes of alcoholism.
Yeah, you
So
yeah.
I don't, it's like I think there's a chance he could have actually healed after Max Payne 2 if he had stayed sober, if he got sober. He
Yeah.
needed a catalyst. He needed a rock bottom moment, and it seemed like getting the number of deaths he was responsible for.
Yes.
Not the number of murders, but the number of people who died under his watch he was protecting. Seemed like once I hit like the double digits, he
And
was
once
like,
he realized that it
oh,
was,
okay,
like-
I gotta change now.
And it was really, it clicked when he figured out that he was being used, and that like he'd lost his step. You know what I mean? That he
Yeah.
wasn't like
he wasn't. His
he was
own-
so far gone into like being an alcoholic that he was like, I don't even know what the fuck's going on right
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should specify that Victor Rodrigo, in the little news broadcast that you see at that little bar that Max is at, found hanged in his jail cell.
Oh, right, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it must have been.
Definitely
I guess he was
suicide.
suicidal. Yeah. I don't
What's
know,
weird is, like, do you think they put him in GP? Like, it seems like...
Probably threw him right in Gen Pop.
Or do you think he hung himself? I don't know. It just seems so strange. Like, I'm not really... I know we're just overthinking this thing, but it's like... It. At first, I was like, did he hang himself? Or,
Well, it's also, like,
you know, my thing...
I'm
what I'm
assuming-
thinking is... I'm thinking of Epstein.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
But like, before that, like, you know, I can't think of another thing where everyone's like, oh, they were hung in a jail cell? Fake.
Right.
You know what I mean? That wasn't what you thought immediately,
was
but
not-
now
no.
you can't get away from it.
Yeah,
It's like every time there's a building being demolished.
Yeah.
No.
Oh God. So it's like, yeah, I guess at that time I would have accepted that at face value. Like he
Probably, yeah.
was
It's also
remorseful.
like, it's Brazil. And I'm like, I'm not trying to be like,
It's an intense place.
I'm not trying to be like a super white guy.
That's one way to say it.
But I mean, like, prisons, like, in some areas, in some nations, are way better than our prisons. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of prisons are even worse than our prisons.
Right.
And I
Yeah.
don't just mean, like, the way people are treated, but I just mean, like, literally the quality of, like, the buildings and where they live. You know what I mean? Are so much worse. So it's
Yeah.
like, there might not even be, you know what I mean?
I can't see him killing himself now that I think about it. I think he was
Oh, I hear
murdered.
you, no,
And
because
that-
he definitely would be like,
That's
he's
what I was
definitely the
gonna
kind
say.
of
He's
guy
too
who's like,
selfish.
he had said, he's like, I'm going to walk.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm obviously
guy
going to walk. He
killed
killed
it.
the rest of his family.
He killed the rest of his family to get for financial gain, and in that after he got out of the plane, he was laughing, saying that he would walk.
Yeah.
So I am led to, I don't know. It's hard to say because there's no sequel and no further canonical work that I'm aware of. But
Making too much money off of Grand Theft Auto 5.
God damn it, I'm assuming somebody took him
I'm
out.
going to give that game a real chance
Yeah.
one day.
I
wonder
think
if
it'd be
there's
worth
a-
it
I
now.
bought it.
Yeah.
I bought it 3 years ago. I don't know.
I wonder if there's any
it's-
Max Payne references in any of the Grand Theft Auto stuff.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
that I've picked up on, but
There
I
is
also
a,
didn't have any context until right now.
There is a Rockstar connected universe similar to the Remedy connected universe.
Okay.
Obviously, the lore is not as fucking dense.
Prolific, yeah.
But you know, basically, there are through lines between all of the Rockstar games, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, well, it's not really the same." Like, it's the same things I hear about the Remedy connected universe. People are like, "That's not it. That can't be connected." So I don't know who to believe because I'm also not that deep into the games. It does seem like that it's more of like this would be fun to make these things connected.
Yeah.
And so you have lots of continuity errors where it's like, okay, is this really the same city? The map is different, or like, well, the
Yeah.
years don't line up for this person to be this person's like
Yeah,
connection.
it's not it's a connected universe, I think, like you said, just mostly for wouldn't it be fun?
Yeah.
Because in the Grand Theft Auto games, there's generally references to the other Grand Theft Auto games, but no literal crossover.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the characters never interact. You know what I mean? There's never any amount of like actual interaction, just references to.
Until very recently, where I think some of the San Andreas guys showed up in GTA 5 Online.
Oh, okay. I'm super unfamiliar with GTA 5 Online, which is something I wanted to kind of get into because I guess it's expanded so much, but I'm also like, I don't have the
It's
fucking
a separate
time.
game that you buy from GTA 5?
No. It's just the online version. It's just playing GTA 5 online.
I thought you had to buy, for some reason I was under the impression that you had to buy GTA 5 online. Like, it
No.
was a totally different experience.
No, but
But it is a totally different experience, though.
Yeah.
and also, this is just to my interest. I don't know if you guys. I'm assuming you're a little bit neutral. I don't feel like Dr. Dre.
Yeah.
Dr. Dre released like a 7-song EP
Yeah.
with the new Grand Theft Auto DLC, and it's just good.
That's not the first time there was I forget the name of the DLC, but one of the previous DLCs, like the heists that they did, Bad Bad Not Good and MF Doom collaborated on, on all the music. Yeah, it's like, and they're good songs. They're
Wow,
good
I'll have to
songs.
check that out.
Yeah, they're original
Yeah.
songs for the game. You know what
That's
I mean?
pretty
It's
sick.
like-
The new Dre EP, like it basically sounds like his last record, Compton, which was going to be his final record ever, mixed with like the 2001 era. And it's got
like the Chronic 2 kind of era.
yeah, like Kendrick Lamar, Snoop Dogg. I think Anderson .Paak's on there a few
They got
tracks.
Snoop
I'm
Dogg
sure,
to be
yeah.
on it? Wow.
Yeah, can you imagine Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg together? Can you imagine Snoop Dogg doing a product placement? But it was just shocking that it was like not phoned in, that it was like a new record of like really good Dr. Dre songs for fucking GTA. Yeah, it's crazy.
No, it's a wild thing, but it's like from what
How much do you got to pay a guy? Like, damn.
they make a lot of money off of it too, though.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
still,
it's
like,
incredible.
Jesus.
But it's the one. What's the name? What's the word? IP. That's yeah. It's the one IP that they put the most time into maintaining and constantly creating new content for.
Yeah.
So, I guess since we're on this topic, one, there is a character in GTA who you can basically, through the character, I don't know what it's called in the game, haircuts, outfits,
Yeah, you go to the barber shop.
they basically have like the Max Payne 3 skin.
Yeah,
for
it's,
him.
it's Michael. You can get his head shaved, and it's like a bad job. You know what I mean? And then you get the gun holsters and
That's
the white
sick.
shirt, and or the wife beater. You know what I mean?
You get the Hawaiian shirt, you get the whole deal.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But yeah, speaking of Rockstar and their IPs, I keep seeing two things. One, Max Payne Trilogy, the definitive edition, which I really hope doesn't happen. And two, Mo.
Max from the first game when he finds his dead family. No! I
I wouldn't mind if somehow Remedy and Rockstar came together and both studios really had like a lot of care invested in it. Mm-hmm. Even the Alan Wake remastered, little bit of a turd. There are people there's like, even after the update patches, I keep up on it, there are people who are still facing game-breaking bugs. They cannot finish the fucking game.
I feel like-
that's over the line.
Yeah.
I'm okay with graphical errors, whatever, but if you actually can't play the game because there's bugs, like literally can't progress to finish a chapter,
Yeah.
unacceptable. It's a broken product.
I feel like
That's not the
there's-
Remedy way.
I feel like a lot of developers and publishers, because remasters are effectively just like, here's a quick cash grab.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you're like, we don't have to put any work into developing a new story or anything new, really. They're just they're outsourcing it a lot of time, which isn't common. I mean, which isn't uncommon for like sections of things, but it's rare for like, I'm going to outsource this entire thing. And then it seems as though they're taking a pretty hands-off approach with it, putting all the faith into these like small-time, half the time like mobile game developers, you know what I mean? Or they haven't developed a real game other than like Sonic X, you know what I mean, for the fucking GameCube.
Like, whatever, yeah.
Like the GTA studio, they did the mobile ports,
And
and I think they used the code from the mobile ports for the remaster.
the
which is like,
BioShock remaster that we all had trouble with,
Man.
was developed by Blind Squirrel Games, who had literally only done some of the worst Sonic games that have come out. Those are the other games that they've been
Must
involved
be
with.
bad if I've never heard of that company.
So like,
Wow.
Dark Souls remastered, incredible, so good. And I watched this like long form interview, maybe a no clip documentary as well, with the team, and they really understood the the levity of the not levity but the gravity, I
Gravitas.
guess, of
Yeah.
the situation. It's like, this is a classic, we can't fuck this up.
And it's in the sense, I feel like the first people who nailed it were on 343 Studios when they re-released the first 3 Halo games. They first released
That was
the
really
Halo
good.
remaster, and
I remember
there was a
yeah.
lot of cool features, like you could switch between the original graphics.
a
and
lot
the
of
new
fun.
graphics
That
mid-game.
was sick. I'd never seen that before.
That was they set the tone for what it should have been, but then everybody took the wrong lessons from it. It was like, they made a lot of money off of that.
Yeah.
Us
We
too.
could do that pretty easy, you know what I mean?
So, I mean, I could see an ideal situation where the right studio is handling it. And, like, even like Nitro Games, who handled the PC port of Alan Wake and co-developed American Nightmare. Great example of that situation where it's like, all right, let's outsource this to a smaller studio. Worked out pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can happen. It just seems like people are okay with putting out a bad game and then fixing it later for some reason.
It seems to be the new norm.
Remedy,
And
though,
it's
is
a little
like
frustrating.
expressed kind of some hesitance to live in the past. Like, they didn't
Right.
really care to even make a second Max Payne game until Rockstar was like, make another. Like,
Here's
we're
money.
buying the thing. We're funding you to make another. And they were like, okay, yeah, we'll do another. Like, yeah, that sounds
Well,
cool.
it
But they
seems
wanted
like-
to do the next thing.
yeah.
So I
They
could
like to
see
move
them.
forward.
Yeah, which is awesome. It's also kind of funny because they never leave that story. You know, they
Right.
bring everything with them into the next venture.
But I feel like that's why they don't want to linger on any one for too long.
Yeah, so I could see that kind of philosophy making them not interested in being the ones to do their own remake. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was more like a stockholder, you know, like investors or executive, like hey, we should stir
That's
up
always
some.
a big thing you have to think about because now they're a publicly traded company,
Yeah.
so it's like
We got Alan Wake 2 we're going to drop the announcement for soon. We should get some Alan Wake, you know,
hype
generating.
beforehand, yeah.
A great way to do that is with a remake. But
And
Remedy,
then you have timelines where you're like, well, the event for the announcement is on this date, so you have to have the remaster this amount of time beforehand. So
and
that
those main development teams are like, we're so fucking focused on these games. Like they're working on, I'll think of all the games that they're working on right now.
we made
we
a
don't really
post
have-
about it on our Instagram, I believe, right? And there's a YouTube short of it, and
Of the different things they're doing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we covered it. I mean, they got a lot going on, but
Yeah.
I mean,
I could see them not wanting to or having any resources to pool into remaking a thing we already did. Like, no, man, we're doing the new thing.
yeah, I would want Remedy involved in a remake
I would
or
too.
remaster of those
Yeah.
games. I would.
Of the original,
I could
yeah.
see a.
Do you know who did the Rally or Death Rally remake?
I don't remember
wasn't
the name of
them.
the studio.
I heard that was good. But
Yeah,
that's such a drastically different game.
It's like it's pretty good. It's
Yeah.
fun. It's
Yeah.
still like kind of like a
but
like
you
a
also
budget
have to ask yourself,
racer.
like,
Right.
how good was the original game? Well, it might have
True.
been like you said, a good racer, like Cruising USA is a good racer. You know what I mean? There's plenty of good racers.
Yeah.
So regardless, I guess I'm just trying to say I'm not like totally against the idea of a remastered version, or even a remake, you know, of those games. I personally don't think they need to be remade, but again, Resident Evil 2 remake, pretty
sick.
great.
Yeah.
Resident Evil 3 remake, a little lacking, but still not like an insult to the original game.
It wasn't a horrible, and it wasn't bad on its own either.
No. So like
Yeah.
it could happen. I could see them somehow doing it in a way that does justice. What I see being much less likely is a Max Payne 4, which I keep seeing posts about online, because you know I think that Max is 47 in 2012, which would mean he's 57 today.
Damn.
And by
So
the
he-
time a game would come out,
He'd be 62, 63,
like-
yeah.
He'd have like an illegitimate child that shows up and you play as them or something.
Right. So what you know
You're
that's
training. It's a God
yeah.
of War scenario.
it's like there could be a situation where he's a mentor, in which case like it's basically a soft reboot if you're doing that.
Yeah.
And
You can't-
what character can they make to effectively replace Max Payne?
Right. It doesn't make sense to have a
Like, damn,
a
dude.
character-driven game and then remove that character from
Yeah.
it.
Agreed.
You know, although it has been done with like Batman as an example. Where there's plenty of things like even the most recent Batman game. I think Batman's dead, and Nightwing and Robin and folk are the playable characters.
Okay.
You know, it is possible, but they have already established those characters. Like, there's not like Max Payne's partners are all either out of the game or dead.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm saying Max Payne Simulator, Life Sim, Raul Passos, you're living in the Rockies. You got a nice house, you know what I mean? You got a few goats on your farm.
Max calls you
You're
once
not,
or twice.
You're not getting back into anything. You're just milking
just
the goats.
living.
You're just feeding them.
It's just Harvest
You got your-
Moon, but with Max.
Your new
yes,
baby.
But it looks great.
So the other thing to consider is like, oh, maybe they could do a prequel, but there's no unaccounted for time in his timeline. It's like he was like in his early 30s when the first thing happened. Before that, he was just like
In
a
training.
cop,
Yeah,
just a
detective,
regular guy. There's not really a story there.
Wouldn't be as interesting to play as him just being a kick-ass
And
cop.
it doesn't seem as though he was like the loose cannon. You know what I mean?
No.
That's the one
Not
that wasn't
really, no.
implied.
And then there's basically no time between Max Payne 1 and 2. And
Yeah.
then between Max Payne 2 and 3, you see what he was up to. He was just a fucking alcoholic, and that's not a game.
You see
Yeah.
the only real action that happened, which is when this all started back up.
Yeah.
Where he met Passos and everything.
So I don't see a sequel. You know, I think what would be much more likely is a total reboot of the series, which seems like it seems like such a hard sell to go. Here's a fucking iconic character-based game let's reboot it, you know.
with somebody else.
Like,
yeah.
it doesn't make sense.
I just don't think they will.
Yeah.
Because Rockstar's doing well enough with the, you know what I mean, with the games that they have right now. They have some of like the most successful IPs
Yeah.
there are. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? So it's like they're going to release. They've already said GTA 6 isn't coming out for God knows how long.
Right? Because why?
Yeah, why would you?
Why?
And so I mean that's clearly their next priority. Amongst there's another project they've announced recently that I can't recall right now, but they have those two projects. So right away you're like, okay, so it's what, another 10 years before another Max Payne game? Why
Yeah.
would they? By
Yeah.
then, you have to create a new audience. So
Right.
like you say, they'd have to reboot it. And are they going to put that much effort into a game that did well? You know what I mean?
Right,
But
at that
the
point, though, you're basically
best-selling
making a
game.
new IP. It's like, you know, like what's,
Yeah.
you know, it's just, yeah, I don't think there's I can't see a scenario where there's like a great way for a new Max Payne product to come out. Mm-hmm. It doesn't seem like it's in the cards. That's
I
just
think
my 2 cents on the
yeah,
topic, though.
I think the only hope we have of seeing more Max Payne is Alex Casey.
Oh, yeah. And I do want to, I will bet money.
There's so much.
There's those online sites where you can like bet on anything.
Mm-hmm.
I would bet. I put like 200 down. That we will see Sam Lake reprise the role of Max Payne as Alex
As Alex
Casey
Everything
in Alan
is-
Wake 2.
is-
Well, 'cause
set
he's
up
supposed
as
to be
a-
about that age too, you know what I mean? So like Sam's gotten older, so it makes sense.
It
and
all
Yeah.
perfectly aligns
and
for it to happen.
really
Alex
does.
Casey has just been, as we've mentioned in our other I've played, just been introduced into the Remedy Connected universe as a real person.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
And it, you know, the main reason I feel like I can bank on this is there was a
The render.
huh?
The render of Sam as Max from that speech that you were or that Northlight presentation that you're talking about.
No.
Well,
There was a sort of like concept video done for you know the narrative, you know, elements and overall vibe of what an Alan Wake 2 would look like. And in that, it was a live action video, like a, you know, not a trailer, but like a concept trailer, basically.
oh, I think I watched this.
Yeah, and Sam Lake is playing Alex Casey in
right.
it. So it's like, I mean, they already did it. If Alex Casey is to appear in this game, who the fuck else would play him except for James McCaffrey? At which point,
I'm torn.
I feel like you're stepping on Rockstar's toes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, you know, I think that Alex Casey,
Should be
you know,
someone.
we know Alex Casey's story. Like, Alex Casey died in 2016, I believe, or 2014, 2016. You know, from the final pages of The Sudden Stop. Like, we know that Alan killed that character, so it wouldn't make sense necessarily for, you know, if we're thinking of him as the stand-in, you know, Max Payne. It's like, seems like that Max Payne 3 is where the timeline splits. You know?
I think I pictured Sam as young Max, but I think old Max is just James for me. Sorry to our boy Timothy Gibbons.
That's why it's Max, though. And that's why
Yeah.
Alex Casey is like basically a different character.
I don't know who
in
I'd-
some ways, you know.
Damn, yeah. Because I kind of wanted to say, like, as much as, you know, obviously, especially when I played through all of Max 2 with the Max 1 mod to make him look like Sam Lake. I don't know. After playing the third one, I kind of want it to be James McCaffrey.
Well, I think
And
he
it
nailed
is
in
in
yeah.
Max Payne 3, but
It'll
you know what I
still-
mean?
I mean,
I think
it'll
it's
probably
like
still
a
be-
different character in a lot of ways.
It'll still probably be his voice.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So at least we
there's
have
no
that
way it
going.
wouldn't be.
But like, I think old Max is cool. I don't know if we've come
He
out
still,
and said
he
it.
still does voice acting for their games, doesn't he?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was
Control and
Director
everything.
Trench.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
I couldn't remember who he was in Control.
He
but I
portrayed
knew
him
he
as
was.
well.
And he's
visually.
also Thomas Zane,
Yeah.
which I don't
Yeah,
think we
so-
talked about in our first videos.
missed that
that
for
went
a
over my
while.
head. He has like a little filter.
Yeah.
I didn't recognize it.
It's like talking through like a toilet paper tube at you.
Yeah,
For anyone that's
we
watching,
can do that in post. No, it's better this way.
I like to do it like this.
talk through the tube. For everyone.
Okay, James. I like it.
I'm having a lot of fun.
For any audience that's watching these, I've played in chronological order. We have now played every single game in the Remedy lineup except for Quantum Break, and we played Alan Wake first. And there's those few manuscript pages that are read by James McAfee as Alex Casey / Max Payne. And I sent you guys the link a little while ago to those clips. I think it's just 2 of them. And so fucking cool. It almost gave me like shivers. I don't want to sound like a big dweeb, but it was really cool.
It's very fucking cool.
I didn't get it at first. I didn't even realize it was a different voice. When I first played Alex Wade.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, we didn't have the context.
Yeah.
It's cool to kind of have it all. I like having it sprinkled about to me. You know what I mean? Where it's like Control's the newest game, but like that's what I played before. One of their oldest games, Max Payne. You know what I mean? 1. So it's like it's been fun.
Yeah.
Then technically this isn't a Remedy game, but it's all you
can jump in the pool at any point.
And like if playing Control first, and then playing Max Payne, it's like, oh shit, that's Trench. You know what I mean? It's like
it's the cool stuff where like you go back and you're like, oh shit, like little stuff starts to click for you.
And it's so much more than it's the same actor. That's cool. It's so fucking much more than that. And obviously, if you're gotten this far into this, you probably feel the same way. But it's just such a special thing.
Because sorry.
If you have something more on the subject, I want to hear it. But this game rocks. Max Payne 3, great. You mentioned it 9 out of 10 earlier. It's fucking awesome. I don't understand why there's like a little bit of like hesitancy to embrace it from like the Max Payne group. But what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say that it just seems like Remedy is very aware that when an actor portrays a character multiple times, like that, Max Payne is going to inform your perception of Director Trench. If you and vice versa.
Yeah.
And they get that, and instead of being like, well, it's a different IP, it doesn't matter. It's like they lean into it a little bit, and they know that you're going to be reminded of that, and they have a reverence for that. Whereas I think some studios are just like, well, of course the fans will notice that, but like let's not really focus on it or play into it at all. Whereas Remedy is not afraid to do that, and I think that's really fun for everyone involved.
Yeah, I think it helps them develop like
Hugh Jackman in another movie, or like it's funny. That's Wolverine singing in the Greatest Showman. You know, you still think that a little bit.
Yeah,
and I think it's like it helps to develop for like for us the fans. You know what I mean? People who play the games and enjoy them to kind of like develop not a real relationship, but to feel as though you know what I mean. You're like, oh, I know this guy.
Yeah.
Like if I'd been playing Max Payne 1 from its release in fucking 2001. You know what I mean? And kept playing it all the way until Control came out in 2018, and I was playing all those games, I'd be like, I've been listening to James McCaffrey fucking voice these people for 20 years, you know what I mean? Like fucking 18 years.
It'll be cool in Quantum Break for you guys to see Courtney Hope. She has a very prominent role in Quantum Break as well, and it's like, so does the actor who plays Dylan.
Yeah. I think I've had
pretty crazy.
I think I've had this revelation before, but just Director Trench, he lost his wife and daughter.
Yeah.
So did Mac. Well, we don't know. We don't know if Trench's wife is dead. It seems like his daughter.
Trench Max Payne?
What? But man,
yes.
Yes, it is. The answer is always yes.
Yes and no. And
it's fun.
But no, he's not.
I see a lot of posts popping up in those like in the communities for Remedy games of people like coming to these conclusions or starting to understand, connect these dots themselves, and it's funny. You know what I mean? Because they'll just be like, Did anybody else notice that like these two things? And then we get to be like the wise sages and like yes, welcome.
Because you guys have gotten like conspiracy theory level with this shit.
I've gotten
You still haven't seen my long form video though, right?
I still haven't watched Matt's Remedy Connected Universe.
You haven't watched that?
No. It's too long.
You care more about this shit than I do. I watched it.
I'm trying to remain as... I'm very excited to, and I could watch most of it now, but I'm trying to retain
all of it. I'll admit that. Like,
I'm trying to remain...
It's long.
I like to put shit on while I do
I'm trying to remain pure through all these games, and we only have Quantum Break left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd say if you're going to play the games and then watch the video.
Yeah.
But
because
also,
it's very minor spoilers. I grasp
them.
But
this video is full spoilers. Mm-hmm. I cover the full plot of every single game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because basically, I need to be like, here's everything that happened.
Yeah.
And here's how it all connects. But I can't like talk about people, places, and events without giving the full context for them. And so basically, there's a full story breakdown of every game, which is why the video's, almost 3 hours.
Yeah. I've seen some like gameplay recently. I think it was in the Gamers, the Fall of Max Payne, or Rise and Fall, whatever the gamer's video on Max Payne.
I think it was Morning Wood of Max Payne.
That's
the
right.
Chutes and Ladders of Max Payne.
That's right. Those are both correct.
The Slip and Slide of Max Payne.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I saw some footage of Quantum Break, and I'm like, damn, that looks like Control.
Yeah,
You know what I
same
mean?
engine.
I can see so much of the same stuff in it.
I believe the early the gray box like prototype build of Control, they were still using the run animation from Quantum Break on
Really?
Jesse's character. Yeah.
Okay.
They hadn't
Optimized, like,
Yeah.
That's cool. I don't know. It'll be super sick, and then just like the response we've gotten from Remedy community like fans has been really cool. I think it's given us a lot more viewers. Maybe we'll make a big thank you once we're all done this shit. But it's been super sick, and
We're not going to
I
take
owe
it.
No.
you nothing.
yeah, fuck the fans.
We're doing this.
But dude, Max Payne 3, super sick. I don't understand. I get a little bit why it's
I
not.
totally get it. It's cheesy. It completely disregards the tone of the first two games.
Yes.
And if you're not willing to be like, this is a different like storyteller
Yeah.
telling a story about this character I love, you're not going to be happy with it. It's
No,
I can see that.
I think
was
that's all
put
it
off.
is.
I was immediately put off. I'm not even gonna lie.
I
Like
put
the
my
first,
walls up a little bit.
I
I
know,
was
and
like, I don't know.
I was going into it with those things in mind, being like different. It's you know what I mean. It's not Remedy. It's not gonna be the same.
Yeah.
But it opens up like it's bright. It's daytime, and I'm like, you don't
Yeah.
even experience daytime in either Max Payne 1 or 2. I don't think. You know what I mean?
No.
Always nice.
You do not experience daytime. So right away I was like caught. I was like, okay, you know what I mean? I'll accept it, you know what I mean? But then it's like the cheesy lines, which kind of lines up. But then it took me a minute to kind of,
Yeah.
and as the game does, it doesn't really come into its own until the 4th chapter.
Right.
So it's the kind of game where you really do have to be like, this will get good, I promise. You know what I mean? It will
Yeah.
get good, I promise. And
Yeah.
not that it's bad at first, but that like if you're
But if you're
coming-
holding it to like the standard
Yeah.
of Max Payne 1 and 2.
and if you're coming in with your walls up already of like, it's not Remedy, I don't know if it's going to be the same. I love Sam Lake. He's like my dad.
I don't like GTA.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't
like
play
GTA.
GTA. Yeah.
I mean, I want
No,
to.
it's
So
but
fair.
maybe those
I
are
don't.
fair, but I
yeah.
feel like these motherfuckers that feel that way need to play the rest of the game because I felt that way and I feel so differently now. I think it's
Good game.
awesome. It's also
it just stands on its own. Even if it was not related to the first two, like it's just a good,
If this
fun
was-
action
yeah,
game.
If this
It's-
was just a game.
if it was
Instead of Max Payne, if it was called like,
Phil Collins.
Kane and Lynch 3.
yeah, Kane and Lynch 3. Yeah, exactly. Because it's fucking.
Because
basically-
Lynch is dead, it's just Kane.
But yeah, it's super
He's
sick.
pissed. Kid's dead.
It's also just unrealistic how similar the first two games are. You know, like you never see that. Like no two games, no sequel is usually like, it's almost like a DLC for the first game. You know what I mean? With like a patch.
Yeah, it's like an expansion pack basically.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, I mean-
it's the same. It's the same like engine,
all the
everything.
same
And if you
stuff,
look at the,
yeah.
if you look at the situation surrounding it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the fact
Yeah.
that, like you said, like they had basically already given, they didn't want to make it. They were pretty much already given it to Rockstar. Rockstar
Yeah.
was like, make another one. They were like, oh, okay, you know what
Yeah.
I mean? We'll just pump this out real quick. It wasn't that long after, you know what I mean, Max Payne 1 came out, considering, you know what I mean, the usual
It's crazy
gap
that
between-
it's like two things next to each other, and then there's like
It's like Alan
way the
Wake and
fuck over
American
here.
Nightmare. And I mean, I know
Yeah.
that is literally an expansion. Or is it?
It's a standalone.
It's a standalone game?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also not like it's not Alan Wake. You know what I mean? In the sense that it's not like a full-fledged massive.
Oh, like a
it's
full
not a full-length
installment,
game.
yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
even still, that game fucking rips too.
Oh,
They
dude,
got
Max
to-
Payne 2 is a great game.
They got to
Yeah.
reiterate and improve on. American Nightmare. Well, obviously, we already made a video on it, but they got to reiterate and improve on Alan Wake, and it's just sick. All these games are sick. Stop putting these barriers up. You
Good
know?
games.
I think sometimes people just need to get over themselves a little bit and give things a try. Because I've had to do that. I've had to do that a lot in this. You guys have made me do that on this channel and with trying new games, and especially with getting into the Remedy universe and into these games. Because none of these games were games that they would like peripherally pique my interest, but I'd never
Never
be
jump
like.
on it.
I was always into different stuff. And I came into all this kind of with that wall being like, nah, I'm not really.
I
I'll
thought
do
it was gonna be
It'll be
boring.
okay. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I'm sure they'll be fine. They fucking rip. These are
they
fun
really
games.
do.
These are cool. They're cool.
That's how I felt
very,
going into it.
Very engaging games. You know what I mean?
I got to take the wind out of my sails a little bit. If Rockstar bought the Elder Scrolls and they made Elder Scrolls 6, I'd be sweating. So, I can't.
Absolutely.
I can't
It's the same
fault
way
people
everybody
for
felt
feeling
when,
that
you know what I
way.
mean, 343 bought Halo.
Yeah.
And then put out a worse Halo game than any of the other ones.
A misstep in the Halo timeline for sure.
But you were saying something. Okay.
No.
I understand where it comes from, but give it a chance. Good fucking game.
Yes, well, hey, we gave it a chance, and we gave many other games a chance here on this channel. In addition to the full Max Payne series, we have covered, with the exception of Quantum Break now, which will be coming next month, we've covered every Remedy game, basically. And we have a lot more of these sort of long, in-depth analysis type videos, as well as shorter, spoiler-free reviews and discussions on games that we love. Be sure to check us out on your favorite social media platforms.
Also posting, we just got on TikTok. Hey!
Should I floss? Should I floss?
Oh, you better
You
calm
should.
down.
You should. You should floss every night.
Yeah, you're missing one, honestly.
Yeah, it's really easy to get in between those two.
We're on TikTok. We're on Instagram, Twitter as well. We make an effort to post stuff on there. Seems like we'd like to channel some more energy into that spot. So keep your eyes peeled.
Into Twitter?
No, on all our social
TikTok?
medias. Yes.
Get ready for the Hidden Machine Challenge coming soon on TikTok.
Yes.
Get your OxyClean
Kill
ready.
your parents.
Get your parents ready.
Hey, you do what you want.
And well,
No, thanks for watching. Make sure that if you did like it, like and subscribe. Smash those buttons down below, because
be pretty
it feels
fucked up.
nice. It feels really nice.
It feels really nice.
It feels nice to do.
It really be,
It feels nice for us.
You'll
too. I was
feel
talking
good.
about myself.
It'd be really
They'll feel good too,
It
though.
makes me
really,
feel good.
really just fucked up if you got this far into it and you didn't do that. It's kind of
If you just listen to us for 3 hours, you owe it to yourself.
Come on, man.
I believe this video is going to be like 5.
Damn.
Unfortunately, yeah. All right, let's stop.
All right, goodbye.